play that footage of me ranting just so they'll see it. Anyway, hello, people.
Okay, we're live. Yes, I had my little rant earlier, and so we're not going to go down that road unless somebody starts something. But we got a kitty cat.
Only comment I'm going to say is if you keep creating accounts to stalk a married sex crime survivor about somebody she doesn't even know, then you need psychological help and you are a predator.
Yeah.
So leave me
I
the
mean,
fuck alone and fuck off. Anyway,
I just had the thing earlier, just like trying to clarify things. No, look, I don't know who the hell's doing all this shit. I don't care, frankly. You know, the people I'm in contact with, I'm sure, are all individual people. And no, Bryn Star / Arctic Gazer is gone. Okay. I can't say for sure if it, because I haven't seen the video, but I've heard plenty of people who did. Okay, no, Kizar, he's dead. So, but even then, I again talked extensively. No, wasn't Lester. Okay, stop blaming everything on Lester. I posted about it. There was like 24 posts to cover that one damn message. Okay, that's Lester. Okay. So
I don't know Lester at all.
You people have no fucking clue how to read a post if you think Lester's doing all this shit. Okay.
I have never met him. I've never talked to him. I've never got a message from him. I've never seen his account. I don't know who the hell he is. So stop talking to me about him. I don't know. I honestly don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Leave me alone.
He's a nice, well-intentioned guy. I'll tell him that much. But he doesn't type. He uses a speech-to-text app, and that's why it's like you're looking at stuff that is his. There's virtually no punctuation. The word choices are questionable because it's the app trying to figure out what he's saying by his accent. One of the reasons he does that is to work on his English. But yeah,
I love Kitty. Yes, I love Kitty.
Meanwhile,
that was like 5,000 characters on the thing. It's like, come on, people.
Isn't the saying supposed to be if you want to see a view of somebody's character, look how animals react to them?
Yeah.
Aww. And there she goes, kneading on your boobs.
Yeah, they all love my boobs.
Yes.
Don't you, baby? Don't you, baby?
Yes, they're big and tough and squishy. Yeah.
So I just spent 2 weeks traveling, going through all kinds of unholy hell to deal with the fact that my husband's grandmother is dying. I'm not in the mood for BS. Ornery, I need to set you down on the floor now, okay, baby? Let go, let go, let go, let go, let go.
He doesn't want to go down on the floor.
No, Henri went to boobies. Ass in the face.
Not quite, luckily, it went right over it. But
yeah.
At least she didn't fart in your face.
No, apparently baby girl did that to my mother.
Ooh.
Oh, God.
Okay. Yeah, that's one of them.
Hi, Daniel. So I spent 2 weeks traveling, and I hate crowds. I hate cities. I hate a lot of different things involving that stuff. I don't like big government places. I don't like big population places. I don't like a lot of the desert places because I'm allergic to aloe and a bunch of the plants. I just spent 2 weeks going to Southern Cali and spending several days in LA.
Yeah, not in the mood to play. Yeah.
I'm on massive meds because apparently the fact that I wasn't willing to go there and not get photos of stuff led to me getting a scorpion sting on my leg.
Hello. That's a whole other category. You didn't mention scorpions, you said mosquitoes.
No, I said there's a bunch of mosquito bites. The other was kind of discovered as the meds I was on when it did it wore off.
You didn't mention the scorpion.
We knew there was a sharp pain. We knew we tracked stuff. They figured out what it was once the antibiotics I was on wore off enough that it quit fighting it and it ballooned.
Tim, you want to get in here? Or?
So then I get home and I am dealing with the asshole. We run a couple errands. We pull in to pick up a couple things from the house and do a few more errands. No taking my shirt off, Cat.
Whoops. Wrong.
Nobody needs to see that. Thank God the camera's here. Anyway, because she would have just pulled my shirt down into my stomach.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. You're so helpful, Ornery. You're so helpful, Ornery.
I almost sent Tim a list of all my links. That's not where I wanted. Okay.
So we go through all this. No love bites. I told you those aren't allowed. Get down now.
That's it. You're out of the pool.
She's got to. No, she's not allowed to do that.
Yep.
Then the end of them are. Ah.
Mhm.
So I get home. We stop pulling for my husband to get a few things from the house, and we're going to run a few more errands. I'm sitting in the rental car in the driveway when I watch the neighbors come out and watch their dog leave their yard, come into mine, and try to go in my garage
Yeah.
because he's not controlling it.
Mhm.
At which point, yes, I said, "Leash your fucking dog," and I said it in that tone of voice.
Mhm.
He starts screaming swear words, threats, vulgarities, every sexual slur you can imagine.
Mhm.
Tried to tell my husband that men are tougher than women anyway, so if she stands up to me, I'll put her down. Oh, yeah. No, Ornery, not right now.
Oh dear, 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 dear.
All this shit. And after he sat there threatening me for several minutes, harassing me for several minutes, standing on my property with his dog for several minutes, threatening me on my property while I'm in a car on my driveway saying, "Leave me the fuck alone." Should I tell them how ballistic I can get before I reported him to the police?
Have you considered getting a
Haven't.
gun?
She's allergic to dogs.
So,
Mr. Blast makes bad
Oh,
men
gun.
go
Yeah.
away way.
Mhm. Yeah. Mhm.
should I show them my temper?
Go for it.
About the 30th time he tried to threaten me while he's standing on my property with his uncontrolled mutt.
Yeah.
Fucking property of that dog. Yeah, that's my fucking property. The last dog was on my property. Fucking control it. I told the cops. And by the way, this is going public, you piece of shit. Fucking asshole. Stay on my property and leave your fucking mutt. Fuck off.
Everybody who thinks they've seen me angry on here.
Yeah.
And I wasn't kidding either.
Yes,
That
to
was a
coin
thing. That was a thing of beauty.
To coin a phrase, don't make her angry. You wouldn't like her when she's angry.
Now, the upside on this whole thing is that I'm not intimidated by anybody, and he has no idea who he's screwing with.
Yep.
And the downside is getting a cop who's as dumb as he is. Entitled dog owners are a plague on humanity.
Are you gonna make a lampshade out of his skin?
Out of the dog skin, maybe.
Dog skin? No. You take it. You take that dog to the Peking moon, and it magically becomes a number 7.
So we're talking about him threatening me. We're literally explaining that
With
this
egg rolls,
dog was trying to go into my building, and this cop is trying to defend him. And trying to say that I'm to blame as he is for the yelling fit because I lost my temper at him. I lost my temper at him after he was screaming slurs at me and threatening my life. Fuck him. I have a right to threaten. Well, you said release your fucking dog. You swore at him. You sent him off. It's like, no. I'm on my property and my life was in danger.
I think from
He doesn't get to be offended at me swearing. I'm on my property. I can say whatever the fuck I want. That's not giving him right to come on my property and threaten me.
Probably
that's,
the portion.
that's call her captain. It's like, yeah, this is what your officer, the way you conduct herself, and she's not doing her proper duty here.
And as I pointed out to her, there's also legal liability. You don't jump people just because they say certain words. First of all, I have First Amendment speech protections anyways. It doesn't give him a right to threaten me.
Right.
Second of all, I have mental damage where I literally can't filter what I'm saying because I have seizure damage up here. At which point she sits there and starts mocking that and saying that I'm faking.
All right.
I'm filing charges against the cop.
Yeah.
All right. Isn't it a cop's duty to kind of de-escalate the situation, though?
I think this is
That's
probably
what she was
her
claiming
idea.
she did.
And failing miserably. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I know for a fact.
Trying to convince me that I shouldn't have said that word to him in the first place. I caused it. It's like, no. He shouldn't have had his dog unleashed on my property in the first place. He fucking caused the conflict.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Right. Well, let me give a story. So there was a situation way back when I was driving to work, and this car was following me, and they ended up cutting me off, so I stupidly threw a cup of coffee in their direction. They were behind me, so they ended up following me all the way into Port Orchard. followed me around, and then of course verbal threats. So I call the police. The officer tells me, "Well, you can let this go, or you can report this, and you both will be kind of held accountable because you
Yeah, that
also
yes, because what you did is a type of assault.
Oh God.
right. So I obviously didn't go through with it. So I think that's kind of like what they're saying, like the
Yeah, but there's a difference there. I didn't do anything to him.
right.
His dog was threatening my safety, and then he threatened me for saying to keep it off my property and leash it.
Right.
That's a completely different thing. That's victim blaming 101. You're at fault because you defended yourself on your own property.
Yeah, that's
I'm in a car on my property telling him leave me the fuck alone over 30 times. That's
Right.
not me fighting. That's me telling him to stop harassing me and get off my property.
Mhm.
Even with all the swearing I did in that video clip, I was not threatening him. I was not harassing him. I was not instigating a fight. I was telling him to get off my property and keep your dog off my property the entire time while he's standing there going, "This is your property," and mocking me.
How the hell did you get off with that?
I don't know.
Because
I think
technically
the
it's your next door
wisest
neighbor,
choice.
and you just try to play off.
Driveway is not like a sidewalk. Okay, it is property.
Well, the thing is here with the property is that there is a place where it splits where both of our properties connect in the section in between.
Yeah.
And the front lawn isn't fenced. But he's standing past my back fence in my backyard, in front of my pathway to my backyard, in my yard, yelling at me, going, "Yeah, this isn't your yard." It's like, you don't own
The
the property.
fuck it's not, asshole.
You don't own the property up to my driveway. In fact, under everything that the surveyors have said, I actually own about 6 inches to a foot of his property that's not under my fence.
We had a similar incident with our neighbors and a stake. Was it a property a stake that they said that we took out? Reason why we moved from out of Belfair, but
Last people that were this big of assholes in that house, I pissed off and drove out so hard they moved to Arizona to get away from me. He doesn't want to fuck with me.
Oh,
Hello.
As I'm sitting there telling the cop, record should stand by something. I'm not the person to just call the cops on the neighbor. I've been here 17 years. I've never called the cops on a neighbor before.
Yeah.
right.
Usually
Obviously.
scared them off on your own. Yeah.
well, don't forget
I don't
what I
need
told
help
you
usually,
on
but-
Twitter.
Yeah, I think it's it's like next time Yes, they're usually a pump shotgun usually comes in very handy. Just don't need the shells. Just that's enough to make them shit. They're about 20 pounds right there.
Yeah.
Well,
But
she
I
also
mean-
tried to tell me that I
But
don't
it's
have a
like-
right to stop the dog on my property unless
The
it's actually biting me.
the hell you don't.
No, you just call animal control. It's like, no. I do not have to sit here and live in my house in fear and be unable to come outside or be attacked because of him. If it's on my property, I have a right to make it leave one way or the other.
Yeah.
And by the way, I know that's state law. I've already
Yeah.
verified that, and I have the papers on it.
Yeah.
So she lied.
No, that's the case. So sit there and either remove your dog, you either walk him away or you'll be carrying him away. Okay, in pieces.
Here's the other thing, though.
You have the count of 5. Okay.
Yeah, here's the other thing.
I love dogs, but there's a point with no.
Yeah. Well, I know for a fact that a standard procedure with us would be to kind of avoid escalating conflict and get in the house and then call 911.
Yeah, but you can't always do that. First of all, second of all, I refuse to be made a prisoner in my house because somebody's being an asshole.
Oh, hold on.
Especially with the shit I've been dealing with my mom's neighbor for 6-7 years, and how many times that thing's tried to attack her, my nieces, my nephews, myself, everyone else because he won't control it. Him threatening my parents and shit, and he should be really glad it was Dad who shot it and not me or Mom, because we wouldn't have shot it in the leg. We would have put it down.
Right. That's
And
something.
I'm not kidding. My dad shot the neighbor's dog when it charged Mom.
I'm pretty sure you could do something to get that dog taken from the owner.
They won't do anything. It's a rural area with almost no regulations on shit. They won't do anything. They don't care. They come out and act like they care and then don't do anything. They don't even file it.
Is it way out there in the woods?
Yes.
Oh, well, that explains it. Yeah.
It's in a small town in the woods. There are regulations on that, but they don't care. It's a small town. They don't want to do anything about it.
Yeah. Well, that's just like my buddy who lives way out in the woods. Yeah, there's some bad people out there.
No. It's not worse in the woods than in the city. Trust me. I'm in the city here. Look at what I'm dealing with.
Yeah. Well,
and the cops blaming me for it.
that's what I'm saying. Somebody could kill you and then bury your body in several places, and it's the woods. So that's what I'm saying. The woods are a scary place.
I feel less threatened in the woods than I do here. Also, the amount of weapons that are surrounding my bed at mom's house, I don't feel threatened by him there.
Yeah.
If he sets foot in her property, with the restraining order, he goes to jail. If they do catch him, we have trail cams recording him and his dog. And if he tries anything with me, he ain't making it out of that house.
Right. Yeah. That sounds like the area where they say trespassers will be shot. They fucking mean it.
Trespassers will be shot. Survivors will be shot again in the nuts.
Double tap.
I don't play around, and especially with that guy, because that guy actually has previous murder charges.
Yeah.
That's my mom's neighbor.
Sounds like a real piece of work.
Yeah,
Sounds like a real asshole.
strangled a friend to death.
Oh, that's a buddy, all right.
Right?
Yeah.
So, I'm fed up with putting up with entitled dog owners. You could have just done this. It's like, no. That dog's on my property threatening me. It's trying to go into my house threatening me. I'm severely allergic.
Yeah.
Well, you can't do anything about that. It's like, stays in his
That's
property.
that's not a very responsible dog owner.
No, that's a piece of shit who deserves to be put down like the dog.
Yeah.
And look, I'm sorry, but he's sitting there trying to claim she put me through stress saying that to me. It's like, you fucking asshole. You literally stood there threatening me on my own property for telling you to keep your animal off it. I have been going through almost 7 years of hell with this shit. I have all kinds of disabilities, and I have damage in both legs from 2 different times I was mauled as a child in college. Fuck him. He didn't know who was setting off PTSD. And he's not going to screw with me. I'm not going to be afraid of anybody. This is to all the people who, by the way, stalk Bob and me and everyone else. You don't know who you're screwing with. I've been through far worse than you. And I'm not intimidated by the fact that the cop seems to be as much of an irresponsible dog owner as the person I called in. Because I'm going over her head like all business this next week. And I mean every word of it. To somehow imply that I'm at fault for him threatening me because I stood up to him when his animal was on my property harassing us. Bullshit. You want to talk about victim blaming? This is the kind of cop who goes up to a woman who was actually assaulted and said, why don't you go down that alley? Fuck you. I know, I'm not nice, am I? Little blonde bimbo, maybe she should have gotten a badge. She's got no fucking brains. She has no fucking clue what the laws are. She doesn't have the sense to tell her ass from a fucking hole in the wall. She needs to shut the fuck up and actually leave the force. And I was civil to her. I was. I was civil to her only because I didn't want to deal with a cop anymore. I wanted her to leave. But, you don't sit there on somebody's property as they're shaking visibly, crying, and tell them you're faking your issues and it's your fault. Bob knows he's muted, right?
Yeah,
Okay, just checking.
he muted because he got a phone call.
So, talk about the ultimate and absolutely bullshit victim blaming. Sit there and tell the person you're faking your issues and you weren't really put through this and stuff, and it's your fault. While they're sitting there crying because somebody was on their property screaming at them, threatening them.
Schmoopy? What? Hold on.
Yeah. We can keep talking for them right now.
All right, I just that
I'm
whole alleyway thing. I'm like, I'm gonna skip that. because that's a complicated issue altogether.
Like I said, just get a shotgun and fill it with rock salt.
There you go. At least the sight of it will scare the crap out of anybody.
And if you have to fire, rock salt stings like holy hell, and it's hard
Doesn't
to
ki-
get out.
And it don't kill nobody. I think.
White trash morons. And,
I'm really, really trying to hold my temper. But him sitting there trying to pull the men are tougher anyway. So I'll just. And literally telling my husband he was going to assault me if I tried to get out of the car on my own property.
into the garage.
So I have no sympathy for anything. I don't give a shit what that little bitch cop thinks. There's nothing that I could have done that justifies the shit he was doing. Nothing. But furthermore, I didn't do shit to him because the swear word was in the sentence when I'm telling him to get his dog off my property and leash it. I have a right to fucking swear. Don't like it? Fuck yourselves. Besides the fact that I have brain issues that can be as bad as Tourette's at times. I have times where I'm literally shaking and ticking the word fuck.
How aggressive was the dog being?
It doesn't matter. It was trying to go into my property. It was on my property. It was trying to go inside my garage.
Right. Well, I mean, aggression would mean that the dog is dangerous and should probably either be taken away or put down.
That cop's not going to do anything anyways. It wasn't that it was acting aggressive. It's a period. It doesn't belong on my property. And I'm not going to put my health in danger because he won't control his animal.
Okay. Well, I mean, all they're going to tell him is to keep your dog on your property and don't let it on their property, and that'd be the end of it.
No, that's not all they're supposed to do. When he stood there and he even admitted to the cop that he was threatening me and screaming slurs at me and on my property. I have a video of him standing on my property with his dog.
Yes. I was talking about the dog. There
should have been charges against him purely for that, even if I was screaming at him in that video. He's standing on my property threatening me with his unleashed dog in his arms. Are you freaking kidding me?
I don't know what the procedure is for that first time. Do they talk to him the first time, and if they have to come back?
I told him over 30 times to get off my property and leave me alone. What he did was criminal trespass at that point.
Yeah, they could charge him. They should charge him with a criminal trespass, at least.
And I told them he was on my property against my wishes repeatedly, and I want something done to him. And they refused to even try to file it. This is absolutely a violation of my rights. I have a video showing him on my property. It's not like this is a he said, she said.
Right.
Well, you were hot in that video. You were yelling at him. That doesn't mean he can come on my property.
That is also
It doesn't
true.
matter what I'm screaming at him. He has no right to come on my property when he's being told, leave me alone, stay off my property.
Did they make any recommendations like you should probably go file this and this and this?
No, they didn't do shit because this blonde bitch actually was defending him letting his dog run around. Shouldn't have a badge. She should be stripped from it and thrown off and investigated for mocking people's disabilities on their own property when they're a victim of something.
She actually mocked your disability.
I literally told her that I have issues with medical allergies to the dog and brain issues here, and that's what set it all off. And that I'm on hormone therapy that causes instability. And she made fun of it and said, you're making it up and stuff. Well, I'm sitting there shaking with tears down my face on my property because of what he did.
Well, that seems
She's telling me I'm
boss
faking.
needs to give her a correction. That's
I see extended desk duty in this cop's future. Yep.
Well, at least call to the office. You know, like you would at a job, like I need to see an office, and
I'm not going to hold my breath that they'll actually do
No.
anything to her because this is East Iowa. We are in a city that has been nicknamed Little Chicago since the 30s
Yeah.
and was where the mob would come out of state to do shit from Chicago.
Hmm.
So I'm not going to hold my breath that anything's going to be done here because a lot of the mob families still run this city.
Well,
Oh, you guys want to hear an interesting story about?
this is bad for
abandoned-
business, though. Okay, so like, no, get her off the street. Okay, she's gonna do this shit. Get off the street.
At least reprimand. At least they should reprimand her and
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not, whether or not I was livid or crying or screaming at the point of
Put
that
her on
he's
traffic
on my
duty, yeah.
he's on my property threatening me, and I'm in
Mhm.
severe post-traumatic breakdown with mental conditions.
Yeah.
I'm not a villain because I'm screaming and crying at that point.
Mhm.
And I'm
Right.
not culpable because I defended myself.
Yeah.
But to sit there and tell me, oh, you're talking fine with me. You don't have those issues. Fuck you, you fucking blonde
Mhm.
bitch.
you're talking
Oh,
fine. Those are the. Is that the exact quote? You're talking fine with
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
me. Okay.
When I told her that I can't filter what I'm saying, it comes out as I'm thinking it. Oh, you're talking fine with me. You don't have that issue.
Stupid bitch.
Oh God.
At which point I'm sitting there going, I'm not going to get arrested by punching a cop in her fucking mouth. No matter how much.
Oh,
But
you would.
oh,
You
that
definitely
temptation,
would.
that
But this is
temptation.
like-
No,
oh,
that
God.
no. I'm saying I was stopping myself from doing it.
Yeah.
Oh, right. You don't want to cause any problems for yourself.
No.
But to sit there and tell me I don't have issues that I've been dealing with since I was fucking 3 years old
Mm-hmm.
because she doesn't see it because she thinks I look fine to her.
Yeah, and your medical degree, would they cover this in the academy somewhere? No, fuck you, you idiot.
Seems to be poor choice of words, but
The
that's
point
just like-
remains: the guy is on her property
exactly
without permission,
and threatening.
with a dog that she does not want there.
Which is a health threat to me because
How-
I'm allergic.
yeah,
and you were told
yeah.
that.
Mm-hmm. So they don't have to do anything. Just being there is a threat. Get the dog and the person off the property. Worry about de-escalation, but just get them the fuck off the property. There's your first order of business, Missy.
Wow, Bob echoes.
Oh,
I'm pissed as hell right now.
this is not hard,
It's not hard whether a person said leash your fucking dog or not. The dog's on somebody else's property harassing them, trying to go into their building. It doesn't matter if they use the swear word. They are not the ones at fault for the fight. For fuck's sakes, you fucking idiot.
That's the point. You can't handy to have a string of black cats,
Would the appropriate response for the cop to be make the guy go home and say, if I have to come back out here again?
Yeah, that's the problem. If I have to come back again, there's going to be some problems. Just get off your property,
Yeah, you go to your house and you keep the dog off the
Take
property.
your
and,
dog. Don't. She doesn't want you on her property. Get the hell off her property.
But there
Take
is
your dog
no
with
point.
you.
Which fine. If she actually said that, which I don't know if she did
That's
or
the thing.
not.
Apparently, she didn't. Yeah.
I don't know what she actually said to him. But even if she said that, there's no excuse for what she said to me.
No.
I didn't do
Especially
anything
when-
to anybody.
Especially when you can come back with documentation and take it to her captain and say, you said this to her. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. And you're going to make an evaluation like that on the field? No, you're going to a desk right now.
Some of it'll be fun to get documentation of since last.
Give me your weapon.
documentation-
You're lucky I don't take your badge. Get your ass at a desk. You're not going out for a while. Okay.
Some of the documentation will be fun to get because the documentation I had is from my Jess and they destroyed it. But I don't have my childhood medical records anymore. Copies we had burned up and IHS destroyed all of them.
oh well, that
So-
Good for them, yeah.
well that's not going to help then. That's going to be
It wouldn't exactly be that hard to get the neuro testing done to show that I have this issue, though.
No, they could.
Nor would it be that hard to show video footage of it happening to me with multiple people in different situations.
okay.
I mean, a first year med student go like to look at the CAT scan. Yeah, here's them lesions here. This is what happened here.
I mean, even if it's not something that obvious that can be easily tested, when somebody tells you I have this medical issue or this mental issue, you're not supposed to sit there, especially on their property when they're the ones calling in a complaint,
Yeah.
and tell them you're making it up.
Is the
That-
police
you know,
captain
that-
gonna? Is the police captain or chief or whatever gonna look at all that documentation though? Which is
I
Or
think they
that's-
come here and bring it in, and
I'm really, really pissed right now.
that's the thing I want to know is like if I was a police chief, like look, just what did they say something wrong? I'll talk to them, and then that'd be about it. It's just like when a customer complains about me, my boss calls me and says, "Hey, you need to," and that's it.
Yeah, but when you're talking about actual violations of disability law, that's not a minor offense.
that's usually the
And that
thing. Is
is
like
what
you're
she
not
did.
allowed. You're not allowed to even question somebody. Like that sort of thing.
These are the same people
That's
who
what-
tell
yeah.
you that you're violating somebody's disabilities if you question whether it's an actual service dog or not. But
Exactly.
they're going to sit there
Yeah.
on my
Actually-
property and tell me I'm faking my mental issues
Yeah,
and my
that-
medical
yeah.
issues.
That's probably a few violations of the ADA.
Actually, on our store, we actually say service dogs only, and that
Yeah,
means
and
that-
actually, there is a way you can ask and verify. You can't just harass them about it, but you can
exactly.
ask what their function is and stuff. And there also is
Mm.
obvious because service dogs are well trained. They are not ones
Yeah.
running
Mm.
around the person's lap
No,
or being
no.
carried in a purse or put in a
Yeah.
cart or shit
Mm.
like that.
Yeah.
You're out.
Yeah, emotional
not a
support
service
animals
animal.
usually don't count. You know.
They don't count. The only thing they legally count in is housing, and that's only if the housing is not protected for allergies and medical conditions.
Right.
But you're not allowed to suddenly accuse somebody of faking it.
On their own property.
Yeah,
That's
no, when they called the complaint in the
Because
first damn place. Okay.
I have these issues. I am supposed to legally warn people of them when I'm interacting with them. If there's an issue where it could play a part in the
And
interaction
there's
we're
Henri
having.
again.
Mhm.
Henry! Aww.
Well, the major part is he should have left. The police officer should have said, "Hey, you need to leave the property." You were told to leave
Well,
the
he
property.
Exactly, yeah.
he was off the property by that point, but tell him flat out, don't ever set foot on her property again. You had no right to go on it in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
Not come over to me and start lecturing me that you're
Yeah.
at fault for what he said because you cussed at him. Fuck
No.
you,
That-
bitch.
that
Fuck
was so-
yourself with a
that's-
rusty fucking hot poker.
That's out of line. That's way out of line.
I'm not that person. I don't.
Yeah.
In fact, the only okay, I have called a few psychos in traffic.
Mm-hmm.
The only other time I've ever called the cops on anybody in this city,
Mhm.
the entire time, is because they literally stalked me home across the city and were standing on my driveway threatening me and refusing to leave.
Yeah.
Like I said, get a gun. Somebody comes on your
You're
property.
assuming I don't have one?
Okay, well then use it. Next time he shows up, pop. Sorry, you're dead. Fuck you and your dog. Gangsta-
I'm actually
gangsta bitch.
I'm actually
Mhm.
very controlled. I don't swing first and I don't do anything defensively unless
Mhm.
I absolutely have to.
They don't start
But if
fights,
I
we'll
have
end them. Yeah.
I will fucking take you down if I have to.
That's what I'm saying. You're like, okay, hold on, I'll be right back out. You come out with a gun, they leave.
Mhm.
The
Who says I
mood
needed to
change.
go inside to do that? I mean, or if nothing
Just-
else, sitting in the car with me was a machete. I mean,
There you go. That changes everything. Like what?
A
What?
little surprise under the front seat. Yeah.
Yeah, you pull out the
He-
machete and you go, what? What?
he's
That's
gonna
right.
sit there and
Fuck
tell my
you.
husband, "Yeah, I'm gonna put her. Men are tougher than women. I would put her down if she tried to come out of the car at me." It's like, I'm in the car on my own property. You're gonna touch me if I try to get out of the car. That's what I have weapons for. I would have taken you
Mhm.
down, and I would have had a
Well-
legal right to at that point.
Yeah.
Well, put it this way: your car is a weapon too. Just put the car in reverse
yeah.
and say, okay.
It was a rental that we didn't pay for extra insurance on. Come on.
Yeah.
Oh, that's why you pay for the insurance. Come on.
Let's not get crazy.
Hey.
The
Yeah.
extra insurance is expensive anymore.
Yeah.
It's more expensive than the rental cost. It was $650 for the rental. It was going to be
Mm-hmm.
$2,000 with the extra insurances.
Damn it.
Yeah. Mm.
That would have
Because
been
so many people have abused that extra insurance to break the cars and do all kinds of shit to them that
Mhm.
they charge you a freaking arm and leg for them now.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, it would be the dog's arm, the guy's arm, and the dog's leg.
Well, something that Jeremy Clarkson pointed out. No, the fastest car in the world, It is not the Bugatti Veyron or whatever it was at the time. It is the rental car. Because these are cars you just run as hard as you can. You got to be. You're not going to push this thing to its limits. You pay
You
too much
remember
money
what
for it.
You remember what Foxworthy said, right?
Mhm.
Can I look at this before I flash it?
Buying a used rental car is like going to a house of ill repute looking for a wife. Anything that has been driven, let me finish the joke at least. Anything that has been driven that hard by that many people, you don't want to put your key into.
No.
I've heard that joke. I love that. I like the one about G.I. like seeing a bunch of naked Barbies around the yard. I said I felt like G.I. Joe at a 3-day pass.
I remember going, you go right to the car. They're always like, "You want to pay $10 for the rental insurance?" I'm like, "Yes, I do," because there's a Honda that's going to see more airtime than a, It's like that's the reason they charge more for that extra insurance. Now it's that mindset.
Broken your pussy again?
So
No,
I
it's
was
stroking
watching.
me this time.
Yes,
Look at
yeah. Mm-hmm.
I was watching this program where they were investigating a haunted mansion in New York.
Mm-hmm.
It has some of the most interesting history I've ever heard.
Mm-hmm.
So this guy starts a brick company because most of New York was wood, made of wood, and it burned down.
Mm-hmm.
So they became very rich off this brick company, and the guy dies and leaves it to his 3 sons. I guess he had like 7 kids or something, and 3 of them. So the 2 had a falling out with 1, and he ends up dead in the woods. And it turns out the wife was having an affair with a doctor, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's like a murder mystery, and then like many years later, there was the mob was using it. They had it at a restaurant. It's funny that Eagle Rider mentioned the mob.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It was a restaurant, and this guy owed this crime family money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he bragged that they'd never get it. They'd never ask for it back.
Mm.
So this crime family felt very disrespected. So they hired a hitman called Joe Black, who's this black dude, right?
Oh boy.
The caretaker of this house now, he knew that guy growing up.
Mm-hmm.
So Joe Black calls him to the house, surprises him by stabbing him, and then chases him out to the front yard where he drowns him, and supposedly his ghost haunts the property.
Mm.
It's a really interesting history.
There's a couple things here. First of all, there's a restaurant in town here that actually preserved the walls they had in the old days because they actually have framed around where in the wall there's a section of bullet holes from where Capone's family shot through it to murder somebody inside.
Oh wow, that's cool.
Mm.
That's
And
freaking
the
awesome.
restaurant's still kind of run by the mob families who used to run it then.
Mm.
I wouldn't fuck with those people.
So, I mean, and there's all this stuff, and like, all these people going, "Oh yeah, those families have all gone legit now." It's like, no, they haven't. They're just better at hiding it now. Let's be honest here. Yes, you see all these businesses all over the country with all these mob family names on it because they're running these restaurants and other businesses. Please, they're still mobsters. Please don't be that stupid.
There's this one place on it's on 38th called Gaetano's, run by the Smaldone family, who are not big, but they had a gun running operation out here. They're part of the mob. There's books written about them. And the door is still bulletproof glass because it got shot at a few times. Inside, it's like the Bada Bing Club. It's in The Sopranos. It's
Mm-hmm.
We talking about half-naked chicks everywhere?
No, it wasn't a strip club. It's a family restaurant, but it's very nice, decent Italian food.
Family friendly.
People also forget that these restaurants, everyone talks about Italian mobs. There was only one segment of the mobs. There were mobs all over the country in different groups. And honestly, if you want to get the vicious brutality of what they will do to their victims, dip more into the Irish and Native mobs.
Oh, God, the Irish are,
No, the Native mobs are worse, trust me.
Oh, wow.
Because they have this little bit. All we have to do is buy a tribal official. FBI can't investigate us on the land.
Yeah.
So, there's mobs that are vicious. We have the Irish mob, and go back to Death to Smoochie. I love how they portrayed the Irish mob there. Shows them all at the funeral going, "Come on, let's go pray and get shit faced."
What about the gangs in New York? That was loosely based on a book.
Yeah.
They
I'll
had-
tell you
Don't even start me on the Japanese mob because those guys are scary.
Ooh, Yakuza.
You know, they actually had a.
Udasai too.
They actually had those Deadliest Warrior episode where they pit the American Mafia, aka the Italian Mafia, versus the Japanese Mafia, Yakuza, and they said the American Mafia would win hands down because they use anything and everything as a weapon.
No.
That's according to them. They ran this scenario 1,000 times, and they said the Japanese Mafia is all flash.
They're stupid and they don't know much about either mob actually.
Tell you one thing, little note, because
No, the whole thing with the Japanese mob is it's literally based in old samurai techniques, which also includes using your surroundings, the land, tactics to hide and be unseen and shit like that. So no, it's not all flash at all, and they will use anything on people. So
slight
they're wrong
change
on
here.
that
You know,
fact.
slight tech, because what do you know about Mile High Comics?
Mile High, wait.
The biggest retailer in the whole freaking planet, just about, and kind of the old legendary thing about how Chuck Krasinski got his, I would turn to big time because it was just doing deals, at flea markets. But he came across this. There was a local graphic artist back in the 20s or so, named by the name of Church. I think Frank Church, and he was around when these comic book things started kicking in, and he wanted to get a part of it.
Oh,
And he would buy every comic book that came out to try and figure out how to do it. He never did get into it. But he was a successful graphic artist in the area. But he had this massive collection of classic comic books, and he kept them in manila envelopes. So these things were in perfect condition. They were maybe open once or twice, but they're just otherwise perfect. And eventually he died. His kids, he leaves to his children. They have no fucking respect for it whatsoever. And this is early 70s. So the market hasn't really caught up to anything like for his collectible comic books.
I see a pussy.
And they're just wanting to get rid of these things.
Pussycat.
And so they call,
It's all fuzzy and warm.
and the first place they call, I think it's Highland Comic. They're not around. It's a different. It's not the same companies around now, but this first company, they wanted to charge them a few bucks to go through it all and see if there's anything worthwhile. Got the description. There's a bunch of old comic books that So Chuck was beneficiary of the fact that his name was the second one in the phone book, and so he got a look, and he knew there was a couple of big pallets of these old classic comic books, like Action Comics #1 in pristine condition type of thing. Detective Comics 27, the first appearance of Batman. I mean, these things were in beautiful, perfect condition. You didn't see these anywhere. He took out a loan to get the money to buy this thing for about maybe $1,000, and it made Mile High Comics the big ones. It's like suddenly, Well, there was a little lesser known thing that was known as the Mile High Collection, and this, out there, this book came from that collection. You got something there. Well, a little something known as the Mile High 2 Collection. A little lesser known. This was later on, the 60s and so, because the standard practice when you had unsold comic books as a retailer is you would strip the front cover off or a part of the front cover and you'd send it back to the publisher and you get credit. That's why you got a lot of comic books where there's missing front covers. They're stripping the book. Well, the mob was getting in on this, and they were managed to work out a deal. Well, instead of let's just take our word for it that we didn't sell these comics, and just give us credit for it. Well, eventually the IRS starts poking around to these front bins and what about these comic books, and they've got warehouses full of uncirculated, mint condition, early Marvel comics, and some other way to get, and they got to unload these things fast. And they've not been stripped. They're still, and enter Chuck Krasinski again. So he got these things dirt cheap. And a lot of these, we're talking early X-Men stuff that are worth a few $1,000s an issue, And he managed to get these things. So they're and again, when I was working the warehouse, and there's still pallets up on the shelves that haven't been gone through yet, labeled Mile High 2. So he's still sitting on stuff from that collection.
Yeah, I was looking for the Deadliest War on YouTube. They can't find it anywhere. God, that was such a good show.
Yeah.
I always pick the winners.
Yeah.
most of the time.
So Chuck has been very lucky, but he also been taking advantage of some very good stuff that's come his way. But he's also been damn lucky, and he'll be the first to admit it.
I was gonna say to what he was talking about though, because he was talking about that show in Winners. Well, I guess I can't test every episode of that show, but on that one, they've got the facts on how the Japanese one runs really wrong.
That's why I couldn't find. That's why I was looking for it. I was going to see what they,
Yep. Mhm.
because it's so cool. Watching them like demonstrate the weapons on ballistic dummies.
That's why I like watching Forged in Fire, is watching Doug Marcaida do special stuff and watching Will Willis do things like freaking sniper shot bullets and split them down the blade edges and stuff like that.
Oh, that's cool.
Forged in Fire, one of the panelists that helps do the testing on the swords and weapons they're making is an ex-military sniper, and he'll actually do things free-form sniper shotting where the bullets split on the end of the blade to test the blade density.
Oh, cool. That's cool. Oh, here's another good episode. They had William Wallace versus Shaka Zulu. You know why William Wallace won? The Claymore. Have you seen that? They tried that. They tested that on three pig necks, and it sliced through it like butter.
Well, yeah.
I like that.
Me, when I'm writing, my writing does not stay in the same place very well.
No.
But actually, when you're taking notes and you're on blank page, is what a lot of people end up doing, is you'll change direction or writing style on some of them to bracket the sections of what you're writing so they don't all blend together.
Yeah. Now, I got a video I could come with them duplicating the magic bullet shot from the Kennedy assassination. Everyone say, "Oh, it's impossible." Oh, really? You know?
Oh, I had a pretty good joke, a pretty good Kennedy joke. I said, "Hey, did you hear about JFK going down to Texas? It really blew his mind."
Oh, God.
Oh.
You know, also blew his mind. Marilyn Monroe. Somebody said, "Yeah, he went out with a bang." I said, "Yeah, he did that twice with Marilyn Monroe."
Anyway, that's
back and to the left.
Yeah. Now, there's a part of a larger thing, History Channel thing, or just where they went through every conspiracy theory there was, or at least they came across, of how it came down and how it wasn't Oswald back there. Like they looked at, one theory was, he was the real shooter was in one, under the sewer, shooting up from under the sewer thing. They got a person down there. It's like, you can't see a goddamn thing. You might shoot somebody in the ankle. That's it. You can't. It's impossible. The grassy, no, because nobody reported any shots coming from that area. There's the people all over there. If anybody had been back there, they'd have heard it. They'd have seen it. They'd put, "Hey, there's somebody back here shooting." Didn't happen. Somebody said that it's from the overhead railroad tracks. No, again, lots of people. You're out in the open. They'd see you doing that shit. And all the reports from the time said, no, the shots came back from back in the school book depository. In fact, there were people on the 5th floor who heard the shots, heard the shells hitting the floor. And they're looking back, yeah, up here. Somebody's up here doing that. So it's like, no, everything points back to that fucking 6th-floor depository. So they, so now it's like going back. And the one thing that War Report did fuck up was the sequence of events. They didn't get the shot, the order of the shot, and the timing of the shots right. First shot missed completely. Oswald shooting through the trees, hit the pavement, bullet disintegrated. Nothing. Second shot, that's the magic bullet where it hits him, around the neck, through and through the car seat into Connell. And the thing is, they weren't sitting front to back like that. They weren't. Kennedy was up a little bit and to one side. And when you get him positioned right and line up the wounds, it goes right back to that window. But they managed to get the thing. And the final shot, because the driver, wondering what the hell's going on behind him, looks back and slows down. That makes it the easiest shot in the world. And Oswald, he got marksmanship training, pop, right in the head. So they would say, "Oh, it blew the front." Yeah, because the little bitty front bullet in front, go boom. Then I've seen the autopsy photos, a little bitty entry wound, and the skull is a pressurized unit. So it's like popping a balloon. Goes in and big old hole out the front, which is exactly what we saw. But they really wanted to see how hard was this magic bullet shot, and could the bullet go through all that and come out looking pristine? And so they got an old same model rifle, they actually managed to get the same bullets from the very same batch that Oswald got. And that's important because the bullets were made at that time were kind of weird. Something happened with the metallurgy. It just mixed up kind of weird. So they essentially had the very same bullets that Oswald had. And they they set it up in the desert, and they worked with some guys who make up these simulated bodies, like for crimes to investigate something else, where it's not just a big ball of ballistic gel. They put ribs in, simulated organs, and coat it with simulated skin, exactly as you could possibly get without actually bringing out cadavers or having somebody sacrifice themselves or something. And they set it up. They had it lined up right. Got a guy on a cherry picker at the same height and same angle as they picked the right road, and waited for they had a bit of problem with the wind for a bit, but they eventually get it. And then finally they did the shot. And well, let me just pull the video up. Keep trying to get the video. Let's look at the video. And after this, we'll where are you? Here we go. Let's just throw this up here. Now remember that.
Surrogate Technologies, a company that builds perfect replicas of the human body by hand, one at a time.
There we go.
What drives these modern-day Dr.
Now,
Frankensteins?
this is them duplicating the thing here, yeah.
Research on the devastating consequences of landmine explosions. But this time, they have a new objective. They will build an artificial president and an artificial governor whose sole purposes are to be shot by a lone rifleman. To build the surrogate torsos correctly, designers Chris Lee and Wesley Fisk must consider precisely how Kennedy and Connolly were sitting at the moment of the second shot. Zapruder 225.
Just sit down here, facing that direction. Okay, now if you just sort of lean forward just a little bit, and actually have this arm up, because really the side of the vehicle is actually quite high. When you lift your arm up, your upper thorax just slightly turns as you put your arm up.
It is essential to find human models with exactly the same physical builds as both President Kennedy and Governor John Connolly.
So a neck to waist of 18 inches. Chest circumference, we've got JFK at 39 inches. Sort of a natural sitting position. 39.5. Well, that's pretty close.
Using these human models, Chris and Wes make plaster castings and stitch them together to form the molds. Fiberglass resin is then poured into the molds to make these block torsos. From these solid forms, Wes creates the outer shells needed to make the human surrogates. Next, Chris enters the measurements into a computer to calculate the size of the interior skeletal structures. Using a silicone mold, he constructs an exact replica of the sternum, and then the rib cage around it.
So these guys went to excruciating detail to get this area.
Joints are good. Oh, the
That's
clearances
crazy.
look nice.
Yeah.
The resins we've used to build the ribs and the intercostal cartilage behave in a very similar fashion to real ribs.
In the next part of the process, they line the outer shells with skin.
It's a chamois-based product. It's had oils added to it, and it's been hydrated so that it actually will perform like real skin. It's a very tricky material to work with, but we are in the process of trying to recreate the human body. So
Well, called chamois is kind of
It's
lambskin,
not an
I
easy
think.
thing.
So yeah, so it really is skin.
Below the skin goes a layer of muscle.
we're pouring in a muscle replicant gel here, and it's something that actually performs in the same way as muscle would when it sets.
Just a last-minute inspection. Looks okay.
Now to put a rib cage into the muscle solution and wait for it to set, like a giant jello mold. The torsos will be kept at 39 degrees Fahrenheit for 10 hours before they're ready to take part in our forensic recreation of the Kennedy assassination. The team from Anatomical Surrogate Technologies must place the torsos in exactly the right positions to ensure that Alex's bullet will travel the same path as Lee Harvey Oswald's magic bullet. First, to lock in the position of the Kennedy and Connolly surrogates, they construct a special platform to serve as the presidential limousine.
Yep, that's about it.
The torsos will rest on small tables in place of seats. Torso designer Wesley Fisk makes sure height and spacing adjustments are dialed in with exacting precision.
We're just establishing, using our mock-up here, the relative angles that are going to be necessary to do.
And
the
yes,
final
I've sent this
shot.
video to Sean Hannity, okay?
They
He's
also
starting to
consider
oh,
the
no, magic,
specific
no.
contour
There's
of
nothing
Elm
magic
Street
about
and
it.
Dealey Plaza.
Due to the inclination of Elm Street being at 3 degrees, we've adjusted the base of the vehicle to be at 3 degrees, so that we've got that change in addition to the angle of the shot.
Since they only have one set of surrogates, Wesley decides to test the bullet trajectory on these early torso castings. So if the shot is off target, they can still make adjustments.
The actual lip of the car sits about here because he puts his arm slightly up.
And the indications are from the photos that we've got for almost the entire time he has his arm sitting up on the edge of the vehicle. I'm just checking the actual records from the autopsy of the president's neck wounds. I just wanted to make sure that we're very close to the 14 centimetres, directly in line with the right mastoids.
Wesley made sure to include a complete neck on the JFK torso, so he could accurately triangulate the position of the entry wound.
At the point at the front of his neck there, sternal notch, that we need to have that. If you want to just have a look from the other end.
The bullet entered Connolly just below his shoulder blade, breaking the 5th rib.
Yeah, so it was just below his, just below his armpit.
Alex lines up his shot. His margin of error is tiny. To replicate Oswald's shot, he must also hit Connolly's rib.
That looks absolutely perfect.
But as Alex dangles high above the shooting range, another challenge appears. The wind picks up.
Okay, that's the wind and the cradle movement.
It's not strong enough to affect the bullet path, but our shooter's mechanical perch begins to wobble.
When it's 9-10 meters per second up there and you still have slop in the crane boom, you're virtually timing the resonant pattern of the cradle to take the shot.
Alex senses the rhythm and waits for just the right moment.
Here we go.
It's very close.
Well, if someone can speak to Alex and tell him he's 1 inch off to the left-hand side of the target, and the amazing thing is that the Governor Connolly entrance wound is again very close, almost 1 inch out.
Now it is time to bring in the anatomical surrogates. First, the torso representing JFK.
Stand up.
To prevent any bruising of the fragile model, our team transports it in its rigid mold. Since this torso is identical to the black model, it is a simple matter of lining up the same placement and angle.
Leave everything on at this stage.
During these final adjustments, cellophane coverings on the models keep the skin supple and moist.
Let's get the next one.
Next, they unveil Connolly's torso.
A little bit at the front here, a little bit at the back. I think now we'll need to just make sure that this is covered. So we might ask someone to put some more cling wrap, and then we'll put the wrist block down and we'll do the lines.
The exact placement of Connolly's wrist is not known. In the Zapruder film, his hand is below the body of the car. Since the precise trajectory of the bullet leaving Connolly's torso is going to be hard to predict, Wesley has devised a gel block embedded with 4 sets of wrist bones.
Okay, what we have here is our surrogate JFK, skin covered with some sinew elements in there, a trachea, with a little bit of cartilage on the front of it, just in case that actually caused any yaw in the bullet. We've got our Connolly model, which has the full thoracic cage in it, with every vertebrae from T1 to T12, full cage. Then in front of that, we have a skin-covered block, which contains 4 sets of forearm bones. We're not sure of where the bullet is actually going to exit Connolly's body, so we want to make sure that we try and hit a forearm bone, because that's what actually happened. And then we've got a skin-covered block here, which is simulating Governor Connolly's legs, where the bullet ended up, and hopefully the bullet will actually enter this block and be embedded in here.
Alex Christic now begins his preparations for the final shot.
Fantastic. 14 centimetres. So we're going to be 14 centimetres down from the mastoid.
The ground team makes last-minute measurements and places a target on the JFK torso, indicating the precise location of the back wound identified in the autopsy.
And go nuts with that gaff tape.
Yeah.
Measurements are always triple-checked.
Okay. We're ready to go.
Alex climbs 60 feet up to the exact height of Oswald's 6th floor sniper's nest.
In on the skin.
Once these torsos are unwrapped, Alex has only 2 minutes to make the shot.
All right, take the plastic off now.
They're just clearing the cellophane. I'm going to give Peter 2 minutes.
Alex checks the wind speed and direction for his final calculations.
Up around 6 metres per second now. Gusting from 3 to 6.
The high-speed cameraman verifies focus and illumination.
That edge, that's looking pretty good.
Okay, Peter, the timer started. You got 1 minute.
We're away. We're happy. Yep, we're away.
Alex takes a final reading. On a 60-foot-high shooting platform, Dr. Alex Christic loaded an identical round into a Mannlicher Carcano rifle and fired a single shot.
Okay, that's in the black, right at 6 o'clock. I'm happy with that sight picture.
Where's the projectile going? That's interesting. Projectile there? It's definitely exited.
The bullet passed through both torsos and the wrist block, but there is no sign of it in the gelatin thigh. Where has it gone?
We can review the video if you like.
At 3,000 frames per second, our high-speed camera can capture the path of the bullet. It struck Kennedy in the neck, streaking through to Connolly, then clearly exited and moved through the wrist block. Leaving the wrist, it only had enough energy to bounce on the thigh block and tumble off into the brush. Amazingly, Alex has replicated the magic bullet shot.
It went directly behind to the right.
The team begins to search for our magic bullet, while Alex and Wes compare the wounds to the historical record.
Were we roughly on the right spot there?
Absolutely. The actual shot was just a little bit further to the right, underneath his armpit.
So bottom
Keyhole,
line,
perfect keyhole through his back.
But still, it managed roughly.
Yeah.
so bottom line is it basically it didn't. There was no other bullet. It just kind of lost steam after it went through Connolly.
No, one. Yeah, that's the thing. It's because it went. Because they also one thing they didn't do is include a car seat in between Kennedy and Connolly. But that would have been like fluff in that situation because it went through the neck, kind of, the actual thing kind of grazed off of one of his vertebrae.
Yeah,
and that's what caused Kennedy to go. Like that, it was an autonomic reaction. It would kind of flail up. Like
if I may, I'd like to share something because I think
mm-hmm.
I think certain people need a good laugh, so they can, sometimes laughter is good medicine.
Okay.
Hold on, let me see. Did it actually get audio? Let me try that again.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Oh, by the way, Mammoth and I are now following each other.
Oh, good.
Because he chimed in on one of these idiotic threads.
Let me
Okay.
know. Okay, let me.
Okay. Let me throw that up here.
Can you hear that?
No sound.
God dang it!
So wait, try that again. but sure do include audio.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what they've done where you can't.
There should be a box in there. Add audio or use system audio or something.
Let's see. Also share audio tab.
There we go.
Okay. Okay. Let
right.
me know if you can. Let me know if you can hear it.
Okay. Still nothing.
Can you hear it?
Nope.
God. Damn StreamYards. They always mess something up.
Send me the link in Twitter. I'll put it up myself.
Okay, dang it. It kind of pisses me off how they just they keep screwing with things so all of a sudden you don't have.
Yeah.
Dang it. Kind of ticks me off.
Yeah. But yeah, the basic thing, they find the bullet eventually, and it's just a little more deformed, but they figured it's just off enough that again
it just bounced off his leg after.
It bounced something, and then but it's still very close to pristine there. So they pretty much prove it's entirely possible, Yeah. So basically that's it. It's taking the magic out of the magic bullet.
Yeah.
The only people, the Warren report was out. Did you even read the Warren report? They have one of that at the library. It's like 7 volumes, very thick books. At least they went into a lot of stuff. I mean, well, that picture's fake. No, that's one of.
Oh, you want me to share?
One of 4 or 5 pictures of Oswald with the newspaper. Okay, it's not the one picture.
Yeah. You want me to share? You want me to share in private?
Yes.
Okay,
send it to me in Twitter.
I did that on Twitter. Yeah.
There we go. All right.
If you want a good laugh, I think even Rosetta would love this one.
Okay. All right. Let me get this up here. First, let me skip the ad there. Okay. Nope. See, what? Stop that. All right. So let me get this up here. And you'll share the screen. Here we go. And go full on that. And there.
Diana.
Arm wrestle me.
Whoa, coming in hot. That's going to be a quick no for bats.
Then you yield. I shall spread news far and wide of your cowardly capitulation, which will call into question the size of your sexual member.
Wider than it's long. Let's not bring body shaming into this. Red, white, and gold, Xena.
You dare? I am Princess Diana of Themyscira, Princess of the Amazons, known to the world as Wonder Woman.
Listen, I'm glad you brought up your fun little fighty name. Because I've been wondering what this weird lady with a metal headband is doing on our super team.
Wow. Are you making fun of my tiara?
Yeah.
Okay. With this tiara, I can understand any language, present or future. Also, I can throw it real far.
Okay, so to recap, you have a metal hat that's like Duolingo and a bad boomerang. Your whole outfit, it doesn't make sense.
Are you thinking my outfit's stupid? You took the time to add ears to your helmet.
Yeah, but there's little walkie-talkie and antenna in there. So I'm wearing hearing aids, and it goes up into the pointy point. And these are like little AM antennas.
my God.
Sometimes I pick up. Wait, don't tell me.
It feels elaborate and unnecessary, and I don't think you should criticize what I'm wearing.
No.
My armor is crafted by Greek gods, and at least I don't use it to give myself fake abs.
Fake abs.
Fake abs!
You're out of line! I'm not wearing fake walkie abs. There's abs in here.
Oh.
Under here, there's abs.
Where?
Well, under the abs that are on it, there's Bruce, Jiggly Bruce, and then there's abs. What are those bracelets?
These bracelets are made out of the strongest metal on Earth, Amazonium. They are so strong they can stop bullets.
Great. My wrists have body armor too, but you know what else does? My vital organs. And I'm sorry, but you're an Amazon. And the metal that you discovered, you called it Amazonium. That's like Avatar unobtainium bad.
Oh, really? How long did it take you to come up with Batman, man who likes bats?
A surprisingly long time. My first choice was Batty McKickin Punch. I'd have an upside down guy and they'd go, "Who are you?" I'd go, "Batty McKickin Punch." But they kept laughing. I killed a lot of those guys.
I thought you never killed anybody.
It was the early years. I was workshopping. I'm sorry. This and all the other reasons I mentioned. That's why you're fucking fired.
What?
You're fucking fired.
There's one thing you've forgotten about. My lasso.
Oh, no. I didn't forget about your lasso. The whole world forgot what a lasso is. You say lasso to anyone under 40 in this country, they all think you mean an endlessly optimistic soccer coach.
It has its uses.
No.
The lasso
shit.
Hastia compels you to tell the truth. It is pointless and painful to resist.
No, this isn't painful at all. It does hurt. It hurts a surprising amount.
What is your secret identity?
Bruce Wayne! But that's just one layer. I have a deeper secret identity. Shit Dick Daniels! Shit Dick Daniels is the real me.
Okay, what is your biggest insecurity?
Boob shadow. No matter how many girl push-ups I do, there's still a good eclipse under each of my nips.
What is your deepest, darkest secret?
I could have saved my parents. I just had a Game Boy at the time.
Oh, God.
Why didn't I put down the Kirby?
Have you ever had a sexual fantasy about anyone in the league?
No. Yes. Flash. I'm not into dudes, but I'm a porn addict. It's more about novelty than what's actually doing it for me. Plus, he could give me a handy so fast, my dick would blur in smoke.
Well, I'm gonna tell everyone on the Justice League about your smoking handjob fantasy if you don't keep me on the team.
I don't care. I do care. I define myself by other people's opinions.
I thought so.
I do an impression of what I think they want, and it's exhausting. Psychologically draining. Also, you're fucking fired, and you know I mean it. Would I lie to you?
That was fun.
Wow.
Oh God.
Oh God, that was good stuff. That was the best one.
Oh God.
That's the best one. They have a new one with Cyborg. That's just funny, but it's not as good as the Wonder Woman.
Okay, I gotta share that one out.
You have any insecurities? Yes. Boom shot.
Oh God.
You got to look up more of the stuff he does. That whole series with Charles Xavier.
Oh,
and it's pretty funny.
Oh man.
Charles Xavier even fires his arch nemesis Magneto. You can't fire me, and yet I just did. I can't have such a lame arch nemesis. I kind of feel that Charles Xavier would be, since he can read people's thoughts, he'd be some kind of douchebag.
Yeah. Oh, well, Ted Durden, he did actually fuck up a few times on because the whole thing with the Dark Phoenix saga. The whole thing, Scott almost had her talk down, almost all right, I can't, and then Xavier just up and zaps her with a thing and just pisses her off all over again.
I tell you, the best X-Men story arc was the Mur Island saga.
Mm-hmm.
I love that one.
Yeah. Okay. I mentioned thing but we're gonna do a thing about cricket. Okay, so I got a thing about cricket here.
Cricket.
Cricket. We're gonna do what? No, I'm not sure enough. I'll get out of that.
Not that British sport that's so popular in India.
Yes, we're gonna go over to that a little bit here. So stop. Why am I doing that? Stop it. Share screen, not video file. Share screen.
You're not like my brother who likes soccer. I can't stand it.
Premier League, yes. If it's the British Premier League, or just British game, I'll watch that. I will get into. I fell asleep watching like a Mexican game. I was gone.
I fell asleep watching soccer, period. Now, going to a game is exciting, but watching on TV is boring as hell.
Well, it has to be a little invested in what's going on there, too. So, yeah.
Yeah, at least with American-style football, there's actual points on the board.
Still bored.
Cricket.
That's just
The game that we know and love. But where did it come from? What was there before T20s, ODIs, and even before the leg glance? Well, let's find out. Hello and welcome back to another video from the Cricket Badgers. If you haven't already, please make sure to press that big red subscribe button for more great cricket content. Alright, let's get into the video. Cricket is believed to have been around since possibly the 13th century. That's right, cricket was around in the same era as the Mongol Empire. However, if we're on the safe side, the sport of cricket has a known history beginning in the late 16th century. And you must be thinking, oh, it's something invented by the noble elite of the time. No. Who played it? Sheep boys. That's right, country boys bowled at a tree stump or a hurdle gate into a sheep pen. This gate consisted of two uprights and a crossbar resting on the slotted tops. The crossbar was called a bail, and the entire gate was called a wicket. So that's where bail comes from, not the other definition. In terms of the word cricket, a number of words are thought to be possible sources for the term. In the earliest references, it was spelt cricket. The name may have come from the Middle Dutch word crick, meaning a stick, or the Old English crick or kruis, meaning a staff, or the French word criquet, meaning a wooden post, or the Middle Dutch word meaning a cricket. There was a lot of words. It could have been any of them. These early bats were shaped branches of trees, a bit like modern hockey sticks, but longer and heavier. The bat was shortened in the handle and straightened and broadened in the blade, which led to forward play, driving and cutting. Unfortunately, these sheep boys still hadn't figured out to bowl, so batting dominated bowling through till the 18th century. Having originated in southeast England, it became the country's national sport in the 18th century. A key part of cricket in the 1800s was something you might not expect: gambling. Gambling introduced a lot of money into the game because some of the gamblers decided to strengthen their bets by forming their own teams. This is how the first county teams were formed, and also how some of the first professional cricketers were introduced. Well, cricket hadn't reached a stage where it was a viable career option, but people were still getting paid a little bit as local experts from village cricket. And then, cricket was introduced to North America via the English colonies. However, I don't think it really caught on there, did it? But it was introduced to the West Indies by colonists, and also to India by the East India Company. And both those countries are now major cricketing nations. And the prisoners on the ships to Australia also brought it with them when they were sent there. The late 1800s to the early 1900s was the era of W.G. Grace, often credited as the pioneer of modern-day batting. One of the things he invented was specific foot movement. Previously, batsmen often made a specialty of a certain stroke and stuck to that. However, Grace incorporated both forward and back play into his repertoire of strokes, and favouring only that which was appropriate to the ball being delivered at the moment.
A bit of a trivia note, I'm pretty sure W.C. Grace was also used as the model for God in Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
I have no idea who he is.
Well, again, think Monty Python, Holy Grail. When God speaks to Arthur, I think it's his picture they use for God, I think.
Basically, a fancy way of saying he moved forward and back. A turning point in the game was in 1864, when overarm bowling was legal. The earliest bowling was underarm, and the next step around 1800 was to roundarm bowling. However, by the 1860s, the bowlers were trying to sneak the hand above the shoulder to try and gain an edge on the batsman, as is always the case in cricket. In 1862, Edgar Wilshire, playing for England against Surrey at the Oval, was no-balled for overarm bowling. There was a bit of a controversy around this, and 2 years later the MCC relented and overarm bowling was legalised. And bowling as we know it today was born. Unfortunately, we did lose some cricketing nations in this period. Canada and America, as they separated from the English, also lost interest in the game, and both the countries saw a decline in the popularity of it from 1860 to 1960. Cricket also had to compete with the growing rise of baseball in these two markets, and eventually lost out to it. However, cricket was still growing as strong as ever in Britain as well.
USA.
In fact,
USA.
on the eve of the Battle of Waterloo, British soldiers played a cricket match in the park in Brussels, and they won. Clearly it worked. At the start of the 19th century, the game underwent a fundamental change of organisation, with the formation of the first modern county cricket clubs. Despite first coming out in England, it paved the way for other countries to set up the system that eventually is in use today. And then, of course, the first international cricket game. Was it between England and Australia? India and England? No. It was the United States and Canada. Despite, as said earlier, the game dropping off in these areas. This game was a momentous occasion. It kicked off the tradition of international cricket, and in 1859, a team of leading English professionals set off to North America on the first ever overseas tour. And in 1862, the first English team toured Australia. You could say the true beginning of the Ashes. Another interesting change over the course of time in cricket is balls per over. Cricket started with 4 balls per over. However, in 1889, it was replaced by 5 balls per over, and then this was changed to the current 6 balls in 1900. Subsequently, some countries experimented with 8 balls per over. In 1922, the number of balls per over was changed from 6 to 8 in Australia only. This, however, didn't last, and we were left with the 6 balls per over we use today. And just as well for some batsmen, I'm not sure they'd like Jasprit Bumrah or Pat Cummins bowling at them for 8 balls in a row. In the 20th century, the ICC was formed. But no, not the International Cricket Council. The Imperial Cricket Conference was founded in 1909. Only England, Australia and South Africa were members. However, they let in West Indies, New Zealand and India, all became test nations before World War II, and Pakistan soon afterwards. The international game grew with several ICC affiliate members being appointed, and in the last quarter of the 20th century, 3 of those became full members: Sri Lanka, Zimbabwe and Bangladesh. So there you go. That's a brief history in cricket. I hope you enjoyed this video. Make sure to like and subscribe if you did, and I'll see you next time.
Okay, that's the short.
Another reason to hate the British.
Well, I kind of had a vested interest because my ancestral hometown actually won a Premier League championship. Okay, I think I better start boning up on this a bit. You know, it's one of those games that seems like it'd be easier to play than to understand. You know.
I do.
Guy throws the ball, you hit it, you don't let it hit the thing behind you. You know.
Yeah.
You know. As far as the scoring, that's other people's jobs. Okay. You know.
It reminds me of that Ninja
Still
Turtles
very
movie.
weird.
Yeah.
Cricket.
Yes.
You got to understand crumpet before you understand cricket.
Oh boy.
Yeah. See, I grew up on American style football. Seahawks all the way.
I'm sorry.
Meh.
Seahawks.
Yeah.
Damn it. Yeah.
Oy. I split my time between the Broncos and the Buccaneers.
Oh. Then you probably were really sad last weekend when they got slaughtered.
Oh yeah.
And Buccaneers because I lived in Florida for years.
Well, see, I grew up in the north. I grew up in the Northwest, so I remember Dave Craig, Steve Largent, Chuck Knox.
Oh yeah.
The dark times of Seattle. And
Yeah.
in the 90s when the Mariners were good.
Mm.
That brief time period.
Yeah.
Oh my God. That reminds me. Let me tell this story, honey.
Okay.
There was one time when I was, flying back from Phoenix after staying with my aunt and uncle for a while.
Oh yeah?
And there in the waiting area, getting ready to get on the plane, was the lineup of the Seattle Mariners, and I was
Oh, cool.
I couldn't get their autograph. Damn it.
Are we talking about Ken Griffey Jr. era?
86.
86. So probably before like Ken Griffey Jr. and Ken Griffey Sr. Probably. I'm gonna have to look that up.
Probably. The thing I remember about that year, though, is right. Well, sometime before that little incident, I was at home watching My Three Sons on local TV one day when all of a sudden CNN breaks in.
Oh,
And
yeah?
I'm sitting there the entire time going, get back to my show. But then the news came and the Challenger just blown up.
Oh yeah, I as a kid I briefly heard about that. Yeah.
I was in England. Every base on the world went on alert when that happened.
What year did it happen?
It was
86.
80. Yeah, 86.
86.
I was 7.
Well, I was, in my 20s and keeping the commies out of East Anglia. Yeah.
Well, just for the record, there are a few bad jokes that came out of that particular incident. But
Yeah, we're not going to go there. No.
No, we're not.
I heard him at the time. Okay, it's like.
What was that one about Kurt Cobain? Like, what color are Kurt's eyes? Blue. One blew that way, the other blew that way. Yeah, that's pretty dark.
They did the same joke about Krista McAuliffe.
Meanwhile, I'm just sitting here posting some shorts from my time with Milestone over in Cali.
You're posting shorts?
Let's just say that when the two of us are together, we're very crass.
I saw some videos, yeah.
I've got more going up yet.
Uh,
I've got quite a few. I'm just posting a little bit at a time.
Ooh, I see a buddy tat.
I was hoping that Batman video kind of cheered you up. It's pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
I was like, this got to make you laugh.
Mm-hmm.
It was the thought that counts.
Yeah, for the record, that line I told you to keep repeating to yourself, Rosetta, movie Streets of Fire, and it's Amy Madigan's character right before she punches Bill Paxton in the face.
You find out later he knocked out a tooth. She knocked out.
Yep. Because he was playing a bartender and he wouldn't give her a drink. She just She finally said, "Everywhere I go, there's always an asshole."
Then knocks his ass out, hops the bar, grabs a bottle, says, "Let's go." And the Michael Pare. I said, "What's your pleasure? I've always been a bourbon man. Let's get out of here." Yeah.
You want to know how crazy we are? 1 sec here.
We weren't all crazy, we'd all go insane.
Just give me half a moment to get this to play.
All right. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we need to start jumping on Anthony. It's like, what? Karaoke, damn it.
I am shocked literally every single time that one of the videos I recorded with Milestone last week actually gets monetized. Because we didn't exactly behave that well.
Oh, yeah, I saw that short there. What do you say? Fuck you.
No, that one surprisingly got monetized.
Yeah.
I was actually just going to do this here a sec here.
Sing a song of a crazy woman. Lord Easy, chicas. Me, it's her.
Not me, it's her. And then it cuts the video. And she's sitting there looking at me like,
Oh God.
the fact that we sat around recording these videos together tells you what
Yeah.
kind of crazy girls we are. And I might be
Well-
able to actually see her this Sunday too.
Well, yeah, that's the one good thing about going down there. You're able to do a video together in the same room.
Like I said, I might actually get to see her this Sunday too.
Yeah.
She's
Okay.
traveling, doing some events, and she's going to be about a 3-hour drive from my place.
Yeah, so she'll actually be
weekend.
within range. Yeah.
So I might actually get to go see her again and do some stuff in a different area.
Okay. And maybe you can get her on air once in a while. Okay? I need some stunt casting, damn it.
I kind of understand with everything she's been through lately why
Yeah.
she's not as streaming as much. but
Well,
it's
yeah,
nice
I
to
know.
see her. She took me over to Universal Studios, and I made fun of all the crowds while she sat around laughing. And then we took pictures of ourselves in front of the giant angel wing background.
Mm.
That's about it.
And the fur balls returned. Yeah.
Well, she's been there a
Aw.
while. She's been sitting down where it's harder to see.
Mm.
I see a pussy.
Well, you need to pull your
What?
shorts up.
There's a bunch more shorts.
Wait,
Milestone, and some of them have her cat in it.
Stephanie, are you talking about that guy who took a picture in front of the Rippaverse warehouse?
Oh, that asshole.
Hmm.
You said you see a pussy. I said, you mean the guy in front of?
In front of what? Yeah, yeah.
No, I was talking about ornery.
Yeah.
Drives all that way just to tape money to his warehouse and then take a picture of him flipping off the building. Then
Mhm.
comes back the next day to take a picture of him near the building far away
God.
during the day.
Who knows?
Oh, that reminds me.
Who knows about these idiots?
I would say I'm pretty well aware that, the head supervisor over at our bus barn at DPS was not actually watching some of the security footage because I flipped off the camera so many times coming back from a run and never got caught.
Let me give you a little sneak
Oh,
peek of an unreleased one here.
Oh, which one is that?
That was Lando.
Okay.
Aw,
That's right. Nuzzle my hair.
Yeah.
Lick my head. That's right. This is when she has conversations with her cat.
Mhm.
Her cats like me a
Oh,
lot,
that's good.
actually.
Mhm. Yeah.
Especially Ship Pancake, who kept trying to climb in my bags.
Oh man, I remember when Jonesy was still around. Every time he'd go into another room, I'd sit there saying, "Where's my pussy?" Tell him what.
My general response is reach down and grab. You know.
So at one point, we're sitting there talking, and
Mhm.
she's talking with me, and she's messing with something. She sits at our coffee table. Ship Pancake is sitting next to me, looks over at her, sitting down on the coffee table, walks over, climbs up on the coffee table, walks over to it, kicks it to the floor, and then glares at her. Like, I don't want that there. Fuck you, mommy.
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, the reason why it's called shit pancake, you know.
Hi, stupid
Aw,
ornery.
Ornery.
That's right. Fall down my shirt.
Not the most graceful of cats. Yeah.
No, she's not.
Stroke that pussy. Stroke that pussy.
It's warm and it's vibrating. I mean,
Let's making sure we're still monetized here. Okay.
well, come on. They monetized the video that literally opened up with "Say
Yeah.
something."
Well,
Fuck you all.
it's still there so far. They haven't caught up to us yet.
The ones that shocked me was literally the videos I recorded of the two male bison.
Uh huh.
I have 2 shorts I posted, and these shorts were literally these 2 male bisons trying to have gay sex with each other with their junk wiggling in the wind as they're doing it to each other, while me and my mom are laughing hysterically and making gay jokes.
Now, considering we're dealing with
Y'all
Buffalo here,
nasty.
are we talking actually gay or just dumb?
I don't know. First one jumped the one
really
from
not
behind.
tell, you know, that this is not a
They're
female
not.
buffalo.
They're not a dumb animal. They're actually
Okay.
really clever.
All right, so
they're devious actually.
So we have another example of homosexuality in the animal kingdom.
What we watched first was one jumps the one and starts trying to hump him. The other one jumps out from under and starts trying to jump him and hump him back.
Okay.
All
right.
There's
Could
2
be
videos. One's the one doing it, and one's the other one doing it. And the whole way through both of them, me and my mom are laughing hysterically and making gay jokes.
Okay.
And both of those got monetized, including seeing the hard-on swinging in the wind in it.
Could be a
Y'all
power thing. I don't know.
nasty.
Could be a power thing, which means guess what?
It was just funny because I've had stuff that was really ultra benign and cute and innocent get flagged and have to fight and monetize it.
Yeah.
That got monetized with no issue. Poppy literally monetized this mindless bullshit stuff. And no, they instantly monetize that, even though one of the first things she says is "fuck you all." It's like, I think your automated monetization system, YouTube, sucks the fat fucking cock. Just saying.
Oh,
Oh.
speaking of cocks,
Let's see if Mackie wants to join in here.
there was one time when I was watching this video on killer whales, and this whale breached, and just as he was breaching, yes, I got a look at Free Willy's willy. I mean, damn, those things are huge.
Well, yeah, it's a whale. Okay. Just so you know, the term for a whale penis is dork. That's where it comes from. Okay, well, Mackie's not going to join us. She's too damn tired and pissed to be of any use.
What's she pissed off about now?
Oh, she had problems at work today. She locked herself out of her computer. Had to go through her boss's thing. It all balanced out as far as the bank's concerned. No big difference, but all right. Yes, we're discussing other matters here that we're trying not to discuss on stream anymore. I've already done my rant. We're not going to go there, but
Yeah, but I'm still gonna have my say about it.
yeah.
This is creepy as hell.
Are we talking about amateur porn star person?
pretty much, yeah. And
Okay.
the reactions of some strange persons involved in the thing that, trying to start up shit they really shouldn't be.
By the way, it says, why don't we hit on one of the topics of the day?
Oh,
Are people just oversensitive whining about Brittany doing a knife dance?
I don't know. It's a little disturbing.
Yes and no. Knife dances have been a thing to display the stability you have in your skill in multiple cultures for millenniums. It doesn't prove anything.
I don't think that qualifies. She's just...
Actually,
this is from the same chick that shaved her head bald and went on
yeah,
a
but you
rant.
know what? That doesn't. Yes, but the point is that they're all acting like this is some sort of threat or something, or this proves something. It's like it's a knife dance. They're not that big of an issue. And if you watch the video, she clearly actually is handling it properly for actually being trained in knife dancing.
She's been scaring people with just the dancing generally, mainly because I think with the she's got kind of the crazy eyes while she's doing this. So it's like,
Yeah, she does. The only problem is she's fully clothed. That's the only problem I
The thing
see.
is that her eyes have always kind of looked that way.
Yeah,
anyway.
I know,
I think it's partly the shape, but is she a bit unstable? Yes, but this is an idiotic thing for people to be freaking out over. It just shows how sensitive about weapons people are.
Yeah.
She clearly, she looks a little crazy. She always looks a little crazy. Even in her videos before she went nuts, she looked a little crazy. She looks a little crazy, fine, but she knows what she's doing with it. She's obviously trained in how to do it, and she's smiling. Let her fucking be.
Yeah, there's that. It's like it's an outlet for. She's enjoying. She's not hurting anybody. She's like just just keep an eye on her. It's like it's not.
And
time
I'm
to
sorry,
cause
there's nothing that she can do on her own that's worse than the shit that her family was doing to her for
yeah.
decades.
Because some people saying that wasn't she better off under the conservative? No, she wasn't better under that conservatorship.
I was working.
She might
moderating.
be okay under a conservatorship, but not that one. Okay.
I was working moderating for a bunch of big channels during that whole Free Britney era. Anyway, so part of the thing I had to do, because a lot of them work with legal stuff and things, is I had to research her lyrics or videos and see if there were actually clues about this stuff. And oh my God, all the way back to her first videos, there's stuff in it constantly actually warning people what they're doing to her.
Hit me, baby, one more
abuse.
time.
It goes much worse than that, especially when you get to things like work bitch and stuff. You really see it in places where she's talking about being forced to work and somebody called the police and being abused and shit. It's actually in it. It's just phrased a specific way.
Jeez.
It's actually really bluntly throughout almost everything she's done her entire career.
Yeah.
And it's like, I still don't like her, but I kind of feel sorry for her because her family is a nightmare and they've been abusing her since she was a child. You know?
Will she do a crazy gun dance next?
Oy vey.
Guns aren't typically used in dancing, and
she's
like
from
Top Gun
Louisiana.
shooting.
She'd be a pioneer.
But knives and swords have had traditional dances that have been done, including celebrating freedom and independence in multiple cultures for literally thousands of years. So the fact that everyone's freaking out over this, I think, is really benign and stupid.
Yeah. I'm just
Does that
concerned
mean
about
she's not unstable? No,
Yeah.
but it means this is a stupid thing to get petty about.
I'm concerned the fact that the dogs behind her are freaking out. Okay, and they're the one So like Brittany, let's put the knives down. Let's not do this. You're scaring the folks.
Anyway. Pop, 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 pop. Yeah.
Now something with some rifle drill stuff. Get a little, an M1 rifle going on. That could be interesting.
Shoot me, baby, one more time.
But we have a little thing here.
Oh my God! Don't
chiming in. Yeah.
that just made me think of a really bad porno idea, and I don't want to get into the details.
Okay, so 10 weirdest starships ranked. Okay, problem is, for that kind of Frankenstein fleet they did for background stuff in DS9, there's a lot of very bizarre kit-bash ships that were just there to fill up space so you can identify it as a ship in the distance. Okay? They were not meant to be serious designs. Okay? Like you got a Voyager front hull with a Maquis fighter back hull. They are not to scale. Okay?
How about doing that, but do it only with the official ones that have blueprints that have been officially made?
Yeah, something that not the Frankenfleet. Okay.
They did. It wasn't just DS9. There's a lot of them where they did.
I know. Yeah.
Piecing models together. They had leftovers of so they could create battle scenes, and it's like, for freak's sakes, if we want to get into the weirdest ships created, talk about that stupid collector ship they used in Insurrection.
Oh God,
I actually have a soft spot for that because it was based on telling the tale of the Trail of Tears and Force removals. But there's still a lot of issues with it.
Oh, I've got problems with that entire thing.
Like I said, I have a soft spot.
Some of us casting too. They missed opportunities.
Yeah, there were missed opportunities left and right, and there were parts that didn't make sense the way they tried to write the movie. But the fact that they were trying to do a story based on a historical issue like that, and they did actually get a lot of the comparisons very correctly, I actually did appreciate that part. So even though there's a lot of issues I have with it, I have a soft spot to it.
Yeah. I don't think the Trail of Tears thing even made it on the thing. It's like if it was there, it was just.
I can see it there, but I think
it was so muddled.
They tried to make it a little less in your face, so it wouldn't just get accusations of being over the top political. Which
wait, back up. We talking Insurrection or Nemesis?
Yeah, Insurrection.
Okay, that's a different thing. Okay, yeah, that I can see that.
No, Nemesis is straight garbage.
Nemesis, yeah, that is horrible. 90% of the problem with Nemesis is the director, and it's good that this movie ended his directorial career. So go back to editing, okay?
But yeah, Insurrection I have a soft spot for. But that
Oh, I loved
there's this-
Insurrection. I
there's
was
this
defending it from the
weird-
get-go, yeah.
Yeah, there's this weird ship in it. That was the collector ship you at one point.
Okay, that's a bitch.
It is so ugly as hell. It makes no sense. It's dumb.
Yeah.
But I mean,
Early CGI.
there's great moments like to hell with our orders and shit like that. You
Yeah,
know.
mhm. Yeah.
I'm sorry, the Next Generation thing didn't have the same punch as the original 6 movies. It was just
I'll
Well,
agree
part
with
of
that.
part of the issue with Insurrection is it was a great next gen, Star Trek story.
Well,
Good Star Trek stories don't necessarily translate to good movies, though. Movies got to
think
hit a whole
most-
different thing. Yeah.
I would actually say with most of the Star Trek movies, including most of the ones for the original series,
Yeah.
most of them don't read like a movie. Most of them read like an extra long episode.
Yeah.
But I know
trying-
I
you're
disagree.
You're trying
lot
to
of
play
them
student
have.
masters there. Yeah.
I disagree with this with that because what was before that were like it was a cheesy B movie sci-fi show, and the movies were the first 6 movies were an
Well.
upgrade. Come, do you
No,
have to
they
admit
weren't an
that?
upgrade. The first show was awesome. It was
I just
intentionally
went.
done to be
Do I
up-
need to bring up the video I just did a few hours ago? The history of, of Star Trek.
No,
Okay.
if you start trying to make fun of the original series, now we war because that's my show.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, like what?
It wasn't-
Oh no, the
it
ship's
was-
being
no,
hit.
no,
Everybody,
no.
left and
First
right.
of all, the
Oh.
motion picture had no upgrade in that regards, except for the ship porn, because those uniforms were a fucking joke. They looked like bedroom onesies.
They were pajamas. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
And as much as I love Rathacon and the ones after, there was some weird storyline flexes where they were literally working things in on the fly to work actors in and out as they changed their minds on being a part of it. So, as much as I love it, I acknowledge it's not as perfect as people claim it is. Does that make sense?
It was more exciting than the last one, but like I said, let's. You're gonna go weird about this. Let me just clarify a few things here. Okay.
Trekkies.
Once I get past
He's
the
got
stupid-
his
Hey,
his screen name
look
is
at my
named-
screen name for God's sakes!
His screen name is named after a
First
character from
captain of the
original
fucking
series.
Starship Enterprise. Bite me, all right?
And my favorite Star Trek show is the
Okay.
original series. So you're not
Okay.
going to win over by saying it was a cheesy, goofy
Yeah.
show. It's like, no, you're not going to win us like that. All right, Spock's brain, I'll agree with you on. I mean,
That one again.
What
that-
the
I
fuck
go into
acid
that
trip-
actually. I go
what
into
the
that.
fuck
Hold on there. Let's
acid
see.
Trip made that episode, right?
Let's see. You wanna get on it? You brought this, okay?
Damn it.
That's my baby. Come to Papa. Come on. Let me bring that down a bit. Okay. Okay, another attempt to try and get a break from this insanity for a bit. Just watched.
Did
Attention
I see the beginning of this? I think I saw the beginning of this.
Star Trek in history, or something, but still a few too many myths creeping in to the story here. Let's. Apparently misread
I want to show him exactly why
so I'm
don't
not gonna
insult the original series to me.
because I don't want you to pig pile
But I got my husband's got to see if he can find the thing I'm looking for.
Yeah.
I used to watch the original series when I was a kid. I was on Channel 11
Watching
all
it
the time.
The
watching it.
crossover with Star Trek Lost in
I
Space.
disagree. First of all,
They had the bright idea. It was Oscar Katz. It
motion picture actually was written as an episode. It was intentionally stretched out to make a movie.
It was the
out of it.
pilot episode for Phase 2. He had the bright idea to try and
Yep,
get
yep.
directly to
I know that.
CBS with- and brought
And
that
most
along.
of the movies were actually based on scripts that were rejected as episodes.
Because I Love Lucy made a large role
Most.
in building CBS.
There were some that weren't, but a lot of it was.
Yeah.
And while they've worked them together as a movie series pretty decently, it did read like a little mini series of episodes.
Yeah. They figured, okay, yeah, just hit the thing going, and
And that's as a big fan of those movies. I have the entire box set of all the original movies in
was
collector's
Lost in
edition.
Space. Part of the thing, with Orlando.
It's like I have all the original 4 shows, even Voyager, even though I bitch about it all the time. I still have it.
A sounding board. Unknowingly, Gene, they're asking questions. So how would you do this? Thinking, oh, they're interested, and of course, he's telling them how you do certain things and how you could work around little things. Because Gene was a fairly gifted producer, as in getting production problems solved in inventive ways. And unfortunately, he kind of laid out the blueprint of how they could make Lost in Space. And so, and he thought, well, that's okay, but we've already got another show we're working on.
Is this the one where you mentioned Forbidden Planet?
That's when Herb said,
No, that's another one.
Let me handle
That's
this
another
now,
one.
don't,
A B movie that it was the inspiration.
That was not a B movie. That was a major motion picture for MGM. That was big money, and it was a big hit. It was a hit for the time.
It made its way on the Mystery Science Theater.
Forbidden Planet?
I think so, yeah.
Herb did all the talking.
It's not a dumb
He
movie,
just sat
okay?
there
No.
and pretty.
It's a
And they made the deal with it for Star Trek with Desilu, based on their affection for Herb Solo. They did not like Gene Roddenberry because he had made them look like fools on during the Lieutenant, with the whole thing with the episode to set it right and made them look like they weren't committed to civil rights as they said they were, because they didn't want to run that the episode, and they were forced to run the episode, and they got praise from the NAACP and stuff.
It's another myth. They didn't run. They did run the episode. They ran it twice. Okay, they ran regular and then reruns.
It was
So
actually
they did
a
run
fairly
it.
well-regarded series at the time, but they cut it off in one season. We're not dealing with them anymore. So it was a lot of
Correction, that was Phantom Planet. My bad.
Gene under control.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
I had to look that up.
this will be a
Yeah,
big
different.
show.
Yeah.
And it was one of the most expensive shows on television at the time. Not the most expensive, but up there. And the problem is it wasn't bringing in the ratings to justify the cost. It wasn't low rate. It did win the night many times throughout its run, or at least was very competitive. And again, they only got 3 networks, but it did very well for its time. But the thing is, it wasn't doing well enough overall to justify the equivalent of $1 million an episode in 1966, 67. And so it was always, we're not getting the payback we need for the money we're getting now. It wasn't low rated per se, but it was not the big boffo hit that needed to justify the expense. But but again, there were only 3 seasons. Of all the new shows that came out in 1966, Star Trek's the only one that made it 3 seasons. Every other new show from 66 pretty much blew away and died by that point. So Star Trek was the only real bona fide hit from the 66 season.
What were those shows?
But a lot, that's the thing nobody knows. They all died. I could go through a list for it.
Actually, the mid 60s, I could list a lot of sitcoms that
Oh,
only
God,
lasted
yeah.
1-2 seasons.
Started really.
Including, by the way,
making a Star Trek.
Munsters and F Troop and all of those only had 2
Yeah.
seasons.
They were worried because
But
the show
they
was-
cranked out
the
a lot
book was
more
written
episodes
in
per
hiatus
season, so that's how they
between
got
second
by.
and third season.
Yeah.
That's why
But
they
it was
did
really hard for
it.
shows to get
It was
past
up to
that second season back then.
And they'd found out by then that they were going to Friday nights at 10. But if you look at the schedule at the time, there's really no other place you could have put Star Trek and hoped to be competitive. Because if they had gotten that Monday night at 7 or 6, slot that Roddenberry wanted, they'd have been going up against the Avengers on ABC and Gunsmoke on CBS. And if they had jocked with it, there's a lot of things where they're starting these hour-long shows in the half hour.
You think if they made a detective show based on Gunsmoke, they could call it Dick Smoke?
And Lucy's new show.
I'm not touching that.
So that would have been a nice bit of irony.
I don't want to touch his Dick
So
Smoke.
And the thing, and it
But,
wasn't necessarily, the Hell Death slot is not necessarily a show because The Man from U.N.C.L.E. was in that very same slot a few years earlier. And it appealed to the very same demographic as Star Trek. And it did very well. In fact, it was floundering at the time. They put it at Friday nights at 10, and it became a success. It hit the top 10. So I think there's a thing of hoping maybe we can do the same thing with Star Trek.
I think it hit number 3 at the
Stick it
time.
in there. I mean, it might, find an
Little known,
audience 'cause they
little
know
interesting
it's
fact: the
for kids.
Megatron toy was actually the replica of the gun.
Yeah, it's a special Uncle Gun.
They're
If
out
you
on
look
date
at
night,
it.
and one, a lot of them did.
Only
actually
missing
go
is the
to
extended
Star
magazine.
Trek, but also
Yep.
younger kids aren't.
No,
getting
that was in the original version.
Friday night is not a school night. They can stay up late and watch the show. I was 4 or 5 years. I wonder why I didn't. I don't know, because I could have. I'm not sure what I was watching at that time, but again, I was also 4 or 5 years old. I probably would pass my bed. Look, if I could stay awake that long, I'll look into that because I'm not sure if I was watching anything late nights of Friday. Not that early.
I know early 70s I was, but 68, 69,
I
I
think there
probably
was
was
hope
just
that they
knocking
were
out because I know I
trying.
wasn't
They
awake for the
did
Apollo
show
11
3
landing.
seasons. They could have cut them off at 13 weeks, but they did give it a shot. So NBC does get a little more crap than they deserve. But but also a few little things that some of it didn't come out until later years. But the syndication package, everyone figured, the third season is when Paramount definitely took over about halfway through the second season. That's when they started, changing the keys over, and it's no longer Desilu Productions, now Paramount Television, and they started taking over, and the Gulf Western people, because they owned, it wasn't the Paramount bought Desilu, Gulf Western bought Paramount and Desilu and smashed them together, and that fence that separated the two, between just tore down, and now they're all one big happy Paramount Studios, And the thing is, Gulf Western was primarily known for sugar and that kind of thing, and you got people coming in there who don't really know how to run a movie studio. Now, Paramount was a little more experienced in dealing with idiots like this, and they got.
Are you familiar with William Shatner's career post Star Trek?
Somewhat.
Yeah, he did a lot of bad movies.
Well, he did. They all did a lot of bad movies, before and after Star Trek. That's the nature of acting. Not everything can be a jewel.
No.
When you're a struggling comedian working the Catskills,
You also got to remember, up till basically the 70s, actors were hired on contract by studio, not by contract by job. So if they signed with a studio, they didn't have a say in which roles they did.
Yeah. They were like Lucy and Desi, running their own studio, and the writers had the free reign of the place. They could wander around,
Well, I mean, William Shatner did movies like Devil's Reign.
Well, yeah, I know.
Spider Kingdom. Yeah.
See, the function does work, kids. But that's the way they were running Desilu for a while. Then Gulf Western comes in, and they want to run it like a business, and a business doesn't do that sort of thing. So suddenly the writers don't have the free reign of the studio. But B. Joe Trimble could be able to come in and do stuff, and suddenly she's not getting any material from Fred Freiberg or anything. Anything. That's why the original fan version of the Concordance, it covers the first two seasons. We don't get a supplement for the third season until 72, when the show's already been and done. You couldn't get the time of day from Fred Freiberger, because he did not get the whole thing of maintaining relations with the fans. And Gene, unfortunately, had already pretty much disengaged, and was like, well, that's it. It's going off the air now. They're put on the death slot. And the quality did start slipping. And that's when the ratings really did start slipping badly for the show. Because especially it's like when you open up the season with Spock's brain, because somebody has it's a proper sci-fi story. It's like, yeah, the writing was on the wall at that point, and they bring in the producer and Freiberger and his crew that really didn't. Oh yeah, it is a weird history. At the end, it's show business. It's no more convoluted than anybody else, any other show. But it's weird. Lucy, and also Lucy gets a little too much praise. She trusted Herb Solo to bring in, because that was his edict. Bring us innovative shows that nobody else is doing that we can possibly.
To be
make
fair, she trusted him, but she
did
did also fight for it.
Yeah. Star Trek. I think it probably brought in Mannix and other stuff.
I think her biggest issue was she was not a very good judge of character with people a lot.
Maybe, yeah, she had some people shouldn't have been, but was pretty much whatever Lucy was doing at the time. The rest of the time, they're renting out studio space to other productions, other studios. So that the whole point was to getting their own stuff, and Star Trek was going to be one of them, and it was a groundbreaking show. It was the big one, big budget science fiction show for adults, And one of the things was like no smart aleck robots or wise ass kids, and or goofy alien. No, this is going to be a grown up adult, serious science fiction show, and we're going to bring in established science fiction writers to write things, and. That was a bit of an issue because not all of them were experienced in writing TV, so there was a little bit of riding herd on some of these guys. But think about halfway through, but the second season you started getting a little better thing, and some of the writers that did come back, they'd been through the mill with Roddenberry the first year, and Gene Coon had a better idea of how to manage writers, so it smoothed out a bit. But again, third season, Gene Coon was gone for a lot of personal reasons. I'm not going to go into that. They're going into Bob Justman and Herb Solo's book Inside Star Trek. They go into that a lot. And John Meredith Lucas, who took over the second half of the second bit of the second season, didn't want to come back for a third season. They should have, in my personal opinion, they should have given Bob Justman the kick up, but for some reason, it didn't occur to them. The Justman had been there since the time of the second pilot. And he knew the show, and he had some pretty good ideas. Originally, I was talking that if they got the early slot, then Roddenberry would come back and line produce the show himself. But he felt he had to stick by his word. So when they got Friday, he felt he kind of was honor bound to stick by his word and say, "Okay, I'm not producing the show." And he stepped back as executive producer, and they brought in Freiberger, and the rest is history. I think if they had given, then they made Justman co-producer. If they had given Bob Justman, just make him the line producer, and you had Dorothy Fontana on there, you could have maintained the quality of nothing else, you know. But also, if they'd stuck at Monday nights at 9, they wouldn't have lasted halfway through the third season. That was a kamikaze slot. So no, Friday nights at maybe not at 10. But Friday nights was probably the only thing open to them, really, and still be a viable chance of getting anywhere. But it went along. And the thing also, when Gulf Western took over and became part of Paramount, they had already signed the syndication deal with Kaiser and other for the match, so they already knew they're going to make their money up. So the third season they put up with a largely to fill out the numbers, to make this, because there's a lot of highly acclaimed shows, but they only ran 1 or 2 seasons, and you'll never see them again because there's not enough there to warrant a syndication package. Now they're seeing them now because now you're coming up on home video, and that was one. Yeah, you can $20, and they can make money on that way, but they couldn't make any money on a 1 or 2 season show back in the day when it was just syndication. There was no home video. So that one, so the large part of it was like third season was pretty much filling out the numbers. When you get to like 79, 80 episodes, okay, yeah, that's enough there. Good. Strip syndication. Remember, this was, when they start showing the show like back to independent stations, like Channel 2 used to be, or middle of the day when the network's not offering up anything particularly interesting. And in this case, here it was Channel 4, which at the time was an NBC station, ironically enough, and they started running the show at 4 in the afternoon. And thankfully, when they got them, they were uncut. It was still the full episode. So they didn't have the big cuts for, adding in more commercials. And this is the early 70s. They weren't doing that. And they're not like they're pulling that much money anyway at that time of the day. So I saw them as they ran on the network. The only difference is I saw them in production order. Because they come out, they send the films out, and they got the production number on the film can. And it's kind of like, we got to show them which one you go for. Well, just go with the first one. And so first one I saw, then we start off was Where No Man's Gone Before, and then moving on to Corbomite Maneuver, yada, yada, yada. Yeah. And then, again, those of us who were too young, again, I knew of the show. I apparently liked the show enough, but I hadn't a chance to really. And apparently, as a toddler, I was watching it alongside my dad, who watched it back when it was on network. So I knew of the show. There is not a moment in my life I can say I discovered Star Trek. It's always been there. It's like, when you first heard about Santa Claus.
Yeah. I can remember sitting on Dad's lap watching it when I was little.
So, and the thing, and first time I consciously able to remember watching the show was the animated show. But even then, I knew this wasn't the original.
We used to watch it on Channel 11 while we ate pizza.
And like, we didn't have
I saw the first trailer
TV often. We didn't have anything often. We were usually third world. But
finally, I can start doing.
Dad would literally go visit people just so we could sit and watch Star Trek together at their place. Living in third world crap. It was something he liked to do.
And we were one of those lucky families that got the Arbitron rating book. So guess who was running the rating book? I made a damn point to make sure at 4 o'clock. I even filled it out ahead of time. Okay. I made sure that's on there. My little way to stick it back to the network.
I'm back.
And that was, and again,
now the kids who were too young to watch it now, but wanted to get caught up on what this thing they knew.
I used to read
was
Star
back
Trek books all the time. I just kind of outgrew it. I
then.
felt like.
Okay, now we can finally watch it for real and pay attention to it. And again, all the mass markets that was already kicking in. Like,
I wonder what people would say about my nerd
mass
side if they
market
actually
version
saw
of
how many
Concordance
Star Trek, Star
came
Wars
out,
books
like,
I have downstairs.
the Enterprise blueprints and the tech manual. And all this stuff was kicking in around that time. So it was like, kind of a perfect storm, a fan experience.
Here's this.
And of course, right on the heels of like the animated series. Which again, people say that's the fourth and fifth. No, it's only the fourth. It's only 22
These are
episodes.
the blueprints I had back when I was a kid.
Put it all
'cause I
together, you got a
didn't like the
short
original picture
fourth
of it.
season. And I prefer to have the fifth season as Star Trek continues, and that's even just 11 episodes. But that is how the path that Star Trek took to get me.
Here's a fun one.
Because now.
Big, gigantic. They might be going up on the wall
And
pretty
I think
soon.
it was also, part of it was like Shatner said. The part of the allure was the fact that he had a feeling of unfinished business, because it had been cut short. The plan was 5 years, 5 seasons, because that comes to around 100 episodes or so. I mean, that's the perfect number.
It's
at
5-year
the time
mission.
for a syndicated show.
Exactly.
Because you can run 5 days a week, most of the year, before you have to repeat yourself. 79 episodes, you're kind of pushing it.
And you have to admit, during the sequel, Khan was a little more
And also
evil.
The guy in charge of the Kaiser broadcast was
I think he's
Actually
more
missed
evil.
out on getting the
Oh, come on.
he'd
Evil
been
twisted. I mean,
he was determined to get Star Trek.
Yeah,
He
dude.
just-
let me pause this right here.
Time balancing himself into his hatred and his seek for revenge. He was that evil in the show. He was trying. Remember, the reason he was frozen in the first place is because he tried to take over the world and mass murder people.
When they got hold of Ricardo Montalban, it had been 15 years since he'd done the part. So he wasn't quite sure he could get that mood back in. And the first time he did, run lines, and he recorded himself doing it, and he's like, my God, I sound like Mr. Rourke. Because he's doing Fantasy Island at the time. And he's and thankfully they had sent him a videotape of Space Seed so he could watch it and say, okay, that's and then add to it that big, superior mountain and everything, and add to that the fact he's been stranded on this planet that, started off as fine jungle wild guy, but then 6 months after they got left there, their neighbor blew up and ruined everything, killed his wife. He's now gone a little bit insane. And he's blaming Kirk for all of it.
Right.
So it's more, he's now gone a little bit around the bend.
It made him the perfect villain. That's why it was so cool. I mean, the things he did to people.
You got to realize he was always capable of that, even in Space Seed.
Yeah.
He was a true historical villain.
Remember, he stuck Kirk in a decompression vision and slowly suffocated him. I said, look, he's going to die unless you guys, one of you joins me. and every one of you will go in there in turn until somebody joins me. This is not a nice guy. But if I get back to this here, no, we're going to get Star Trek. So that was part of it right there. And again, they nailed that down mid-second season. But that was where that get in. And things are off and running. And eventually they start, again, with the animated show in the 70s was kind of a test ground to see how much interest is there in bringing the show back. And it did. It actually won a creative Emmy, first one in the entire franchise's history. Because what awards they had gotten to that point were special, technical awards. I mean, you had, Nimoy was nominated all 3 years for Best Supporting Actor, but he never won. But that was the first one they actually got Best Children's Program. And consider some of the wild stuff they were doing, because the whole point when they told the writers, we're not doing kiddie Trek, we're doing Star Trek in animated form. And the stories a lot of the stories actually were stuff they were held over in case they got a fourth season. Like Bem, More Tribbles, More Troubles. Yesteryear, I think, was also in there. There's quite a few that they had them on hand, and these we'll get to these in the fourth year if we get a fourth year. So they had them around, and also bring it back a lot, because there was a writer strike on. But like today, back then, animation is under a different union, so they weren't affected by the strike, and they could, while they're walking the picket line, they could write stuff for Star Trek, animated Star Trek, and get a check. And so they got a lot, and that's why you look at the list of writers on there. These are not, the usual guys who are writing, for like the New Adventures of Gilligan's Island, and their animation. Because Filmation was also cranking out a lot of, animated shows based on live. They had a Lost in Space show. They had a Gilligan's Island. I think they also were behind the Osmonds and the Jackson 5 cartoons and a few other. But Star Trek did stand out there, and that they weren't doing like because they did swat back the idea. Oh yeah, we'll have the crew, and then we'll have the younger compartment, like little cadets following along. No, we're not doing that. We're going to do this the same way we did the original show. This is the crew and the Enterprise, and they're going to start with. Oh, the closest they did was replace Chekhov with Lieutenant Eric's, and bring in Maress and a couple other in there.
But are you ever looking for nuclear vessels?
Leonard Nimoy and I think those are handed, but they were originally not going to have George Takei and Nichelle Nichols come back. They're going to have Jimmy Doohan and Nichelle and Mabel Barrett doing the voices inside thing, or maybe a couple of it. And Nimoy, no, you don't bring back George, you don't get me. Lay down the law. No, we're bringing back that cast.
Too bad George Takei is an asshole.
Yeah, he's totally.
He's more than an asshole. Some of the stuff he's said that he's admitted in interviews.
Totally
he's a sexual predator. He pretty much admitted to sexually assaulting a guy that was working with him on one of the interviews.
Get some, again, you get past the 40-foot tall Spock. And
oh my!
There's some heavy stuff in there.
And in fact, says while he was grabbing him, he was giving him booze to keep him from fighting him.
Oh, he was doing a Cosby.
They were already in there. They were working on it.
Sort
A
of.
little less refined,
Actually, there's more evidence about Takei doing it than Cosby. That's how bad it is.
I think George admitted to it.
And again, the whole thing about the.
Let's hope he doesn't team up with Cardi B.
It wasn't really second pilot by this point, especially.
I don't know. Maybe they both get what they deserve.
Now here's a big one right here.
We just make it up one way, but it wasn't unheard of. It wasn't unprecedented by any stretch of the imagination. And in fact, at the very same time that they were doing a second pilot for Star Trek, they were also doing a second pilot for a sitcom idea that they were working with NBC about. So it wasn't even unprecedented for Desilu to do a second pilot. They were doing one at the same damn time. So.
Yeah, it was a sitcom idea about a caveman and that they were doing a second pilot.
No, because even Bob.
Yeah, like I said, it's mixed history on what they claim with Lucy, because she did fight to get the show on air when the others didn't want to put it on.
Yeah,
but some of the handling that she did with it, and some of the people she trusted to run for her, are part of why it got tanked too.
Yeah.
I don't think though that was malicious, and I think she is the reason we did get Star Trek overall.
Yeah. Because it was the kind of thing they wanted Desilu to do, new and innovative programming. They didn't want to just do one more sitcom,
And look, her and Desi were toxic to each other when they were married.
Yeah.
And that wasn't, one of them was abusive and the other one wasn't. They both would.
Yeah.
They both said flat out they would randomly hit each other when they got emotional.
Yeah.
That's not one's abusive. That's mutually abusive.
No, that's just
And the thing is that after they got divorced, they both went through anger management and ended up best friends.
In Star Trek's case specifically.
So
they
just weren't good for each other as marriage.
No,
their tempers were too hot. That Celtic versus Cuban did not work.
Well, okay, but if you're not, we're going to make you jump through a few hoops first. Okay, that's what they're thinking is. So they had 3 script submissions, and they picked the one that they figured was the hardest to produce, and that was The Cage. Later, the actual title was The Menagerie, but that would have confused folks when they did the 2-parter under the same title. So and since they didn't flash the on the title on screen anyway, they could easily switch back to, this we'll call this The Cage again. But they picked the hardest one, the most far out one, where because I think one of the scripts submitted was Mud's Women as an idea, but that would have essentially been a bottle show. Very little thing there.
I think the Omega Glory might have been another one.
No, not they wanted something.
That one hanging on forever.
Mud's Women, as great of an episode as it is, would not have made a good pilot because it puts you in a weird place.
Okay, it's just
it's a
mail
great
order
episode.
price. Yeah.
Actually, both of the Mud episodes are in my favorites, but I wouldn't have wanted them as pilots.
No,
they wouldn't make sense.
And they did it. And no, it wasn't quite the action adventure Rock and Sock thing they're looking for, but it was compelling enough that if he did pull it off for the most part. But if we give him the green light on this, he'll do more of it. So no, okay, we'll do that, but you better make the next one more like what you promised, And you got Bill Shatner in a fist fight with the gods, and so it fit the bill. Okay, fine. We'll
Did he double punch the gods?
And there was a thing with Shatner liking to get his shirt ripped and show off his chest. He kind of did admit to that at one point.
Well, they made it
No, that he actually wanted them to do it and kind of pushed them to because he wanted to show himself off.
He did get annoyed having to shave his chest all the damn time.
Yeah, he wanted to be all rugged.
Where No Man's Gone before was really
that he did admit he wanted it to be all rugged. He wanted to be all tough and manly that way. But everyone knows he is a raving egomaniac. Even he admits it. He's had more plastic surgery at this point. He looks younger now than he did playing Big Giant Head in the 90s.
Yeah, it's a part of being a leading actor. It's part of maintaining your brand and being out there.
Yeah. You know how he got the job, though, right? Yeah, he got the job by kissing the big giant ass.
No, we like the first.
No, I actually do remember that line, but the whole Big Giant Head stuff was hilarious, anyways. You got him at the way they made him as a character. He defined the role.
They started producing,
and they put so much of Shatner into that role.
It's his first Emmy nomination.
He was also pretty good in Loaded Weapon. General Motors.
Yeah.
They weren't able to keep up with it. They were falling further and further behind. But at that time, they only had like a handful of episodes that were ready to air. And of the 5, the Man Trap was the only one that really seemed like
Man Trap.
That just sounds like a gold digger. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Spock, she keeps taking my money. Captain,
salt digger.
She seems to be a gold digger.
It's mail order brides in space.
The logical assumption would be she's digging for gold, Captain. You have to say it right.
Naked Time was up there. But that one,
even when he went back in time, it was learning colorful metaphors.
Yes.
You have to phrase things right.
You need to know him better for you.
Bones, it burns down there. It burns down there. Why? She has. Damn it, Jim. She has crabs.
Okay, that's good enough.
It's worse than that. It's crabs, Jim.
Bad.
Normally, if the effects had been done on time, Corbomite Maneuver would have been the first one aired because that was essentially your third pilot. Because you watch it, everybody's given little introduction moments. You learn a lot about it, and it sets up the whole premise very well. This is not go out there and blow away Martians. We're the good guys. Manifest Destiny. No, this was very much going out and meeting new something.
I do remember one Star Trek episode very, very clearly.
Scout would help out, Jim. You were thinking,
The-
what's the
the-
mission of this vessel, Doctor?
The androids,
Seek
remember they all had
unaccompanied
like
alien
a
life.
certain
What
number,
chance to
and they
give us
found
a
Yeah.
nice sounding word.
They
That
found
was
like
the follow. That was iMud.
That's your right
yes,
there in a nutshell.
that was that's
your
hilarious. Why did she hit him?
I told you the
she
Mud.
likes-
Give them nice moments of
I
introduction.
told you the Mud episodes are among my favorites.
And that would have been the perfect jumping up, and the result and the response. I think.
I
would have
just
been
like the
much
line
better.
like, "Why did she hit him?"
That'd have been the first
Oh,
episode.
she likes
She
him.
likes him.
Man Trap.
Yep.
Man
But
Trap
if
was
she liked the
blown over
dee,
head,
dee.
Yeah. Yeah.
more cheesy, sci-fi crap.
That's my go-to reference when something really confuses me. Like
Yeah.
I don't get what. But
Then again,
dee,
you usually get
dee.
Illogical. Please
Norman.
explain. You are human.
Norman.
Only you can explain.
Norman, coordinate. Yeah.
and
Yeah.
both her-
I am no program to work
You
that actor.
Don't you dare write that, send that letter. We will figure something out, but if you send that letter, we are
But
dead.
she
They will
is a
can us
woman.
in the
But she
moment.
says she's a man. I don't.
That is
Yeah,
kind of a death now.
I covered that in the last video.
Because I got a similar schedule of what the original air dates were, and also when they do reruns throughout the season.
So that's one other reason why I complain about going back later. Well, what about when they repeated this episode 6 weeks later? Are we going to count that somewhere in the chronology? No. Go by production order. And that is where we got. Because also, Disney was sitting on this highly expensive first pilot. They wanted to do something with it. Have fun, Parrothead. That we, because they're doing this sitting in a damn film vault. We got to do something. Let's get an investment here. Like the thing is, it's totally different from the final product. It's like you got the ship and one guy. And so Rob, I'll figure out something. Okay, and then of course there's all and the big growing backlog where we need time to catch up and catch our breath. And it's like, okay. And so let's see. Usually in situations like that, you do a clip show, which is a little early for a series halfway through its first season. But here we have about an hour's worth of clips nobody's seen before. So we just need to do the old thing of come up with a framing device to show the clips. And this also, I'm pretty sure, was network television's first and only 2-part clip show. Helped by the fact that it's clips nobody's seen before. And so when they did, it took like 4 days to film the surrounding bits on Starbase and on the court martial on the ship. Normally, a typical episode of Star Trek took at least 6 days, sometimes 7, sometimes 8. I mean, you're doing pickups between other episodes. This one gave them it gave everybody time to sit back and breathe. Gave everyone else, the production, the post-production people, time to catch up and get these effects done. And they were never behind again, at least not to that degree. I mean, there was still a lot of, the episode that ran was just completed that week. There was a lot of that, especially, because if you look at like first season, especially, it's like the episodes towards the end there, that's their production order. They were kicking them and sending them off. You're lucky they were edited. But yeah, they finally got their acts together. They also, I think, started bringing in other effects houses to catch up some of the slack too. Because that's like Howard Anderson just was not capable of doing this stuff. Yeah, they were the Desilu on-site effects house, and it's like can't no. Hollywood effect. Oh, okay, that's good. All right. But yeah, well, Steph's in the bathroom, so she can get there.
Look, I got both of them here now.
I
think certain lessons hold over. Get a copy
and
of
Panther right over there.
Track it down. God knows millions of copies are put out there. It doesn't be first. My first copy.
You can't tell they like being around me, right? You baby girl.
You might even find one on the shelf at the Barnes and Noble. But just go out and you can find them for cheap, probably. And that goes to the whole thing of
don't get jealous, ornery.
You've got to deal with, and some of the stuff you do. And if you're dealing with a network, some of the idiocy you got to deal with them. But yeah, we're at half an hour. That's enough here. So I will bring up the proper ending thing here. So
I'm a total nerd ending.
We will talk at you later.
Okay, I think I get the point of that. Yeah.
Still didn't change my opinion, but that was some interesting facts.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, this was not a cheesy B show. Okay, Irwin Allen had nothing to do with Star Trek. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for the
other than he got a lot of free advice from Roddenberry on how to produce this show.
The only reason it's considered cheesy now is because writing styles and special effects have changed so much.
Yeah.
It was not considered cheesy then.
Mm-hmm. No, but we talk about the generation that had the Batman, the 60s Batman TV show, which was...
No, even the people I know considered it that cheesy when it was made.
Yeah. Taking the piss out of Batman.
Even the people who loved it thought it was cheesy then.
Yeah.
But also, it's like all these crack... Oh, they're wobbly. No, those sets weren't wobbly, okay? In fact... Something they proved, I think, rather definitively with Enterprise when they did the 2-parter In a Mirror Darkly. When you got on those recreations of the original sets, they looked fantastic. You light them right, and you get they look just as
In fact, if they did director, he looked even more futuristic. Because the thing is, with the bridge of the NX-01 or even the Enterprise D, you sit down at the helm and they have everything pretty clearly labeled. You could probably figure out how to pilot that ship. I look, okay, yeah, that's up, down, there, and thing heading there. You sit at the helm of the original Enterprise, and I sat at that helm. Got Kingsland, Georgia, the sets they've done. I sat. There's no way you're gonna figure out how the hell you're gonna file this ship by this row of buttons. Okay, it's like I'm lost. I don't know how to fly this. You know. I figured this thing down here has something to do with the hoarding, but other than that, okay, hit a button. It's like the Beatles in Yellow Submarine. Just push a button. Actually, the time we were like cheesy is in person because then you sent you can see the wood grain, like the transporter console. Yeah, it's rough a little bit, and the button, some of the switches don't want to stay in play, but on film it looks great.
It's considered cheesy today because the whole button design and stuff is not something we think of today.
Yeah,
and the writing style is very 60s, and modern culture thinks of that as cheesy. But
a lot of people,
wasn't.
A lot of people just out of that 60s design.
I think that 60s cheese is what makes it beautiful myself.
There is nothing 60s about this design, frankly. There's no hippie. This is a 1940s World War II aesthetic.
Yeah.
This is something the Navy would design, for God's sake.
They give it crap because it did have some effects and writing style to the era it was written in. Oh, well, everything does.
Yeah. Or they didn't get that till like the third season. And they start catering. They're competing with Batman's campy stuff.
I'm not saying campy. Wait. I'm not saying campy for a reason. That's a different thing than talk about. The overall style of that era had a little bit of what's considered cheesy today. It's not the same as saying campy. I'm specifically not tying those together.
Yeah. No, Man from U.N.C.L.E., the third season, they did try go campy, and it just about killed the show. They are lucky they didn't get canceled, and they got a fourth season to try and right the ship.
This is why I try to explain to people when I say I appreciate the 60s effects and what people would call the 60s cheese. I'm not saying that as saying I think it is necessarily cheesy. I'm saying that that's what society has viewed that to. And when you compare it to some things today, it can feel that way, but it wasn't. It was a completely separate thing. And yes, there are things in it where you can feel the effect of the hippie era and the 60s came through in episodes, even in the early seasons.
True Eden, yay. That's the one time they really went hardcore. 60s.
Yeah, they only went hardcore once, but there's moments here and there in a lot of the episodes where you can feel some of that 60s, and you definitely feel the 60s sexual revolution and the design of the costumes and the storylining and stuff like that. But it was a product of its time. It also was futuristic while going into the military depth of the past, too.
Yeah.
So it wasn't simply just 60s cheese. There was more to it.
Yeah. Now I like to bring, the Private Little War. The one time they really came close to nailing it, talking about the Vietnam War directly. Close to it was referred to as the Asian Bush Wars of the late 20th century. But, television went through ebbs and flows. Back in the 50s, early 60s, you could make commentaries about stuff like you could make this
I don't know.
Social commentary.
The most cool thing ever is still Gangster Spock, but anyway.
Yeah. The thing is, by the time of the Lieutenant, they were starting to back away from that. So Roddenberry was a little before something. He was also a little bit after. If he had made the same show just like 6 years earlier, there would have been no problem with the episode like To Set It Right. They would have gone through and they've been hailed, as heroes and all this stuff. But they were trying to get away from that for a while and just go for the mass entertainment. And so by the time Star Trek came along, they really were not interested in social commentary that much. I mean, you could touch on a little bit, but nothing blatant, please.
I don't mind social commentary as long as it's not extremely propagandist. And when I say original Star Trek got very in your face with some of the social commentary, especially like the black-white faces and stuff like that, it also didn't portray either side as always good and the other side is always evil.
It gave both sides a chance to err.
their views.
It talked about how easily it is to get misguided, to get pulled into these wars or hatred
Yeah.
with each other, and still be a decent person in your heart. You're just lost because of things you've been through.
Yeah.
And it gave that humanity, because the worst villains in the world still have a human side.
Yeah.
There's still reasons they became what they did. If we don't understand the humanity, if we don't understand what led them to it, we cannot learn from it.
Yeah. The Let There Be a Last Battlefield, that one also gets a little criticism, but that's a little too on the nose, don't you think? And the era, it's like sometimes you got to punch it on the nose, okay? So I'm fine with that. The main thing is to illustrate just how stupid the whole idea was. That, well, he's inferior because he's black on that side. Like, you're half black. No, I'm black on the other side. No. Huh?
Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Yeah, it's like
sometimes you don't.
It was the same over-the-top way of telling the story of racism as Seuss did with the Sneetches. Let's be honest.
Yeah. It's like some issues you do have to occasionally get a little over the top. Look, this is stupid.
And bigotry is
Yeah.
the dumbest thing.
Yeah.
And the fact that we're becoming more divided and more racist again.
Yeah. Well, that kind of goes to modern era where it's like it's no longer just presenting the issue and for the most part letting the audience decide. Now it's like, no, this is what is right and you're stupid if you disagree. It's like, excuse me?
Now it's cool to shit on white people.
Yeah.
Bigotry is bigotry. This is the thing.
Yeah.
Speaking again, as the native girl, as the one who's dealt with having the too pale skin that I shouldn't have, being mixed, being in the middle, I have dealt with more bigotry from my fellow minorities than I have white people. But the bigotry against natives, some of the things I've read to you that they've said to me, remember that list? That stream was one that made you drink. I got a few lines into that list of things people have said to me about being native, and you went and got booze to go through that list with me. It was that bad.
Yeah.
And the thing is that there's some groups that are more socially accepted to be bigoted to still today, and unfortunately, Native is one of them. Because you're either portraying us as like this savage beast of marauding, rotting mongrels, or we're like these tree-hugging hippies trying to make love to the forest. It's like, fuck you both.
Yeah.
Well, you admit those trees they have it coming. Just look at them.
It wasn't us humping the forest. It was the white settlers. Get that shit straight.
Well, I'm just saying.
Or,
have you seen
or,
the
as
trees?
or as the joke happened with Williams and Ree, you white people invaded our land, stole our homes, molested our buffalo. Hey. Well, I mean, there was that one.
But me and Charlene had was special.
You know what you're talking about. You stole this land. You and your forefathers. I'm still looking for 3 of them.
Oh! Yeah. The old Blazing Saddles, women, stampeded and cattle raped.
And speaking of Blazing Saddles, nowhere will I feel this stereotype more truly than on the res. That whole line of, hey, where are the white women at? Okay,
boys, look what I found here. Hey, where the white
picture
women?
this, okay? Remember, my dad was a very Lakota man. My mom's a very little Celtic white woman. There's a joke from Williams and Ree, which was his favorite joke, where they were talking about, as we always say on the reservation, when do the checks get here? No. It's not checks, it's chicks. You're cashing government chicks. No. We always say, when do the white chicks get here? Well, what if the chicks bounce? Well, then they get to stay longer.
Oh, God.
I was going to make a joke and say, hey, that's not just sap that's coming out of that tree.
I was thinking the other thing with the wagon train. Bart's talking about his childhood. Well, his parents, of course, they were segregated from the rest of the wagon train. They had to circle their own wagon repeatedly over.
What about when he held himself at gunpoint? Like, back off or I'll blow his head all over.
Yeah. When the thing they're there, just the 2 black folks and the little kid in the wagon, and Mel is the chief there.
When
and
he was on
starts
All
spouting
in the
Yiddish.
Family,
Yeah.
when he was on All in the Family as one of the burglars.
Uh-huh.
And Mike's going off on his, oh, of course you're going through all this and stuff, while Archie's making stupid bigoted statements. He's sitting there going, I can't believe this. We got ourselves a genuine die in the world bigger and a genuine liberal. And mocking him for trying to talk down to him. And so they're going, don't mind Archie. He just doesn't understand what ghetto upbringing can do to a person. And you do? Like,
oh, yeah.
It doesn't mean I agree with the episode. The episode was whiny anti-gun shit overall, but the parts
Norman
where
Lear would poke side at all sides. Yeah.
But the parts where he went after the fact that Mike was a flaming hypocrite and just as racist, like the time they had the black guy that was assisting the mechanic that was working on the fridge, and they're retelling their stories of dealing with him, and Archie's is this viewpoint of all blacks being like violent inner city boys, and Mike starts talking and he's calling him an Uncle Tom repeatedly and picturing him like an old stereotype in the Old West of the Geza Master and stuff. It's like, oh my God, Mike was just as racist, you know? And then Enid's sitting there going, no, that's not what happened at all. And starts talking about how she was having conversations with the guy and how cleanly spoken he was and stuff. And really proving they were both the same kind of bigots. Just one trying to claim that he was better than that because he was helping those people.
Yeah.
He was playing the white savior thing, yeah.
Yeah. He still is. Look at the stuff he says.
Oh, God, yeah.
You remember that scene in Blazing Saddles where he held himself hostage?
Oh, no, yeah.
And he's like,
yeah.
He gets in the door. He goes, man. He's like, oh,
no,
baby.
sure,
You are so good.
Oh, yeah.
And they are so dumb.
All right.
Telegram from Mongo.
Good night, Steph, sweetie.
Wait. He's like, watch
Yeah,
out.
'cause-
I think
yeah, 'cause-
I think Mongo's taking a liking to you.
Yeah,
No,
but-
Mongo's straight.
Mongo's straight. Yeah, actually, Richard Pryor was one of the writers on there. The original idea was he was going to play Bart, but it's like very too unreliable. Okay,
My favorite
They're
line.
doing a story conference. He's in Detroit. Why are you doing it? What are you doing in Detroit? Get your ass back here.
My favorite line.
Richie actually wrote all the Mongo stuff.
Yeah, I know
The
that.
Black Bart stuff was Mel.
My favorite part of the whole thing is when they're trying to chase him, and there's like a crossing thing, and he goes, "Somebody's got to go back and get a whole shitload of bags."
The part that I love with it, dealing with it, is when they just completely broke the fourth wall at the end.
Yeah, and just now they're
which was hilarious. But the Hedy Lamarr stuff too was hilarious. But the thing that killed me is
she actually did sue them.
Killed me is Cleavon Little did not age well, and we didn't get him nearly around long enough. And
no,
if you guys actually ever watched Alf by the late 80s, so about 15 years after that, he was actually the guy who played
Alf.
No, in a Christmas episode, there was this old black guy that was coming to the hospital doing Santa stuff for the kids that had terminal conditions. That was him.
Right. Oh, really?
Yes.
Cool.
That's how badly he aged, though, from that movie till then. He didn't even hardly look like the same person anymore, and that was 15 years. That's it. And we didn't have him much longer than that. And
there was a joke that on Blazing Saddles that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. My fault. That I totally missed, and it was like the one where the guy was hanging, and they had a noose around the horse too. And I just I realized the joke. Wait,
it's
hung like a horse.
You're hanging the horse too. Yep.
He's hung like a horse.
It's just a man and a horse being hung.
But the horse is hung. Like, he hung like a horse.
Oh, come on. What about that? I can't see the fight the hole. Picture your secretary. Pop right in.
Work. Hello, boys. I missed you. Holy underwear. Those are funny baloney jobs.
He really played the sucking politician so well, didn't he?
Well,
that in Spaceballs.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. If I walked, I'd miss the whole movie.
Well, the name L'Epitome, it's something that Tom Snyder brought up a lot of time. But L'Epitome was the name of this French entertainer back in like 18th century, 19th century, And his big thing was basically to sing anally, or rectally, you might think.
Oh.
He would play tunes out of his ass.
They made
And
an
he
image
very-
joke
yeah.
of that in the intro of Holy Grail, by the way, where they showed the guys using their asses to play the trumpets.
Yeah. And his party trick at the end though was okay after going just playing little tunes like like Marseille, but that sort of thing. And he would have a bowl of water, and he would sit in the bowl of water while taking questions from the audience. At the end of the thing, he'd stand the bowl would be empty. Like while he's talking, he's sucking the water up into his coat.
Oh.
And something actually he brought to me when Billy Connolly was a guest on. This is when Tom was doing the Late Late Show. And Connolly said no, he would do that before the show, so that when he would do in his act, there'd no smell. He'd clean himself out beforehand. Because but imagine the smell. There was no smell because he would basically do an enema on himself before going through, and that way he could do it all the way, and no one's running for the exits.
Okay.
But that was the thing.
Wow.
They named the Lepidome. It's a bit of a deep cut, but
Yeah.
but considering the fart jokes around the campfire,
Holy wide world of sports.
Hey boss, want some meat? You had enough. I was like, Jesus.
Mongo puts his whole head in the fire. What about the one where he goes, everybody goes, see this hand? Yes, that is a rock, but I shoot with this hand.
Shoot with this hand. I've killed
The
more
thing
men than
is-
Cecil B. DeMille.
The thing that's really interesting with the whole Wilder working with Mel Brooks is Mel Brooks made his career.
Oh yeah.
Because what made his career and got him all these roles, including Wonka, was actually the producers.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a special you can actually find on YouTube. It's the behind the scenes interviews on the producers and what they went through to make it, which has interviews with Brooks and Wilder and stuff in their older years.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And they talked, first of all, they talked about the fact that the whole bilking old women sexually for money and then having them write checks out to cash was actually based on Mel Brooks's first boss.
Sid Caesar?
No.
Or before that, okay.
This was back when he was a nobody working in a small theater.
Okay.
He says literally his boss would be getting checks made out to cash after going into an office
And
which was
making-
cordoned off with old women.
And making some old ladies, making their day. What a funny name for a show,
what-
Cash. Yes.
So what seemed like such a really dark, twisted joke in that movie was actually real, first of all.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But Gene Wilder was such an introvert and so scared of dealing with people.
Yeah.
Mel pushed him to do the part, begged him to do it, and then it took 3 years for him to get it made once he begged him to do it and got him to say, if we do it, I'll do it.
Yeah.
3 years later, he's calling him going, we're making the movie. And he's like, I thought that wasn't going to happen. They're like, so they go through all that and they talk about he was extremely shy, extremely introverted, and they actually based Leon Bloom on him.
And you're putting him at the same scene as Zero Mostel.
And that whole opening scene where they interact with each other, most of that was ad-libbed. And they were actually reacting to each other that way. And the whole blankie part was not scripted at all. He had a little piece he'd cut off of the blanket that was the bed used for his pet dog that was at home dying. So he could feel close to it while he was acting because he was having anxiety issues. So when he grabbed that from him, he actually had a literal panic attack on scene. And he said that they all said they were kind of freaked out after when they realized he wasn't acting. And then they sat down with him and he watched the clip and said, leave it in, it's funny.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Did you see like Young Frankenstein? How much Terry Garr didn't like? We were just talking about him. I'm having a brain fart. Gene Wilder.
Yeah, they did not have personalities that.
Yeah.
They did not have personalities that gelled well together. And she was extremely kind of wild, crazy, and extroverted, and
No,
he
she's
did
a
not
dancer
like.
she was a dancer on
Yeah.
Shindig, I think. Yeah.
He didn't gel with her well. He didn't like how over the top she was. It made him anxious, and his anxiety made her not like him.
But somehow they pulled it off. Like elevate
Well,
me, right here.
Yeah.
And you know what's
Oh, it's
great
a
is that
platform. Yeah.
when actors could really act, even when they hated things. First of all, look at MythBusters. Those guys hated each other. How much did you actually see it on the show?
Yeah.
Not at all.
You found out after the show ended that
Yeah.
no, we've hated each other since we
Yeah.
worked together in
Yeah.
in Hollywood. We just thought the show was important enough when they offered it to us. We said we'd work together.
It's like they can work together. They don't have to live together. Okay. So, yeah.
Although they haven't worked together since.
No, because they're doing their own things.
Because they don't have to now, and they don't want to. They don't like each other.
Yeah.
So,
But,
but
you know-
it's like, but if you go through these old things, because they used to be scripted to the studios, not to the movie, they'd have to take these roles they didn't always like or agree with.
Yeah.
I actually do have some issue with that. I have a problem with making people do parts that they don't agree with just so they can
Yeah.
keep their job.
Yeah.
But then again, one of my favorite movies for Halloween is Arsenic and Old Lace, and Cary Grant hated it with a passion. He didn't want to do it. He tried repeatedly to get out of it.
Yeah.
Every which way to Sunday, he didn't want to do it. He hated the movie the entire time filming it. He bitched about it after,
Yeah.
and he's a raving egomaniac. But the movie
Yeah.
is fucking brilliant, and you
Yeah.
don't see that he hated playing the part while you're watching it. He played it beautifully.
Yeah.
You felt the
I was
emotions
playing
of the
I was at a
character.
production of the play when I first got over to England. When there's a little drama group on base, and they were doing Arsenic and Old Lace.
I actually
but
watched a
that's
drama
some of the
group
guys.
do the unedited play, which is kind of interesting because the unedited play is still considered edited because they don't have a full to the original.
Mm-hmm.
Because there were certain parts that were in the original play that had to be kept in, but were taken out of the movie because you weren't allowed to say that in the movies in that era
Yeah.
because it's in the 40s. So the
Yeah.
whole part where I'm a son of a sea cook and stuff. No, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "I'm a bastard." Celebrating it because he wasn't related to them.
I don't remember that, but I think they may have kept that. Okay.
That was the original.
I'm a bastard.
I'm not a Brewster. I'm a bastard. And starts dancing down the street.
Oh, but
So that was supposed to be there. Obviously,
But I
in the 40s, they didn't let him put that
Yeah.
in the movie.
No.
So there's
But-
all this stuff they took out, but it's like
Yeah.
also the original play
Mhm.
was the jokes about him looking like Boris Karloff was because the guy playing the villain in the original play was Boris Karloff.
Boris Karloff, yeah. They're like that
And they
Frankenstein
actually
guy.
were
Stop
trying
it.
to make the guy look
Yeah.
like Karloff to play the
Yeah.
part, and they were making jokes about it throughout the movie.
Yeah. Mhm.
But because the play was rewritten to adapt parts of the movie that were beloved,
Mhm.
the original, as you can get it, the closest that's actually used now by theaters is a cross that was written of the movie and the play together.
Mhm.
The original ending of the play was not popular on stage, nor were they allowed to use it for the movie, because in the original ending there was no happy ending. The guy that came from Sunnydale to take them away so they'd stop murdering
Yeah.
accidentally drank the wine, and then the other
Yeah,
guys
they
broke
said him.
loose.
Oh, here, have some wine. It's a,
And yet he dies, and all the killers get away in the end of the original.
yeah.
So the solution is all the serial killers are loose on the street, and the other guy's running for the hills to get away from them, basically.
And the little ladies are still going on. Now, I'll tell you one thing about Story about the Deuce. I kind of like. I forget exactly when the rest of they wanted to have Zero Mostel do something a little different. I don't know what it was exactly, but they're afraid to ask him because Zero Mostel, the man, he's made an honorary monster in the Muppet Show. Okay, huge personality. Okay, I mean no one outside of New York knew it, but he's not. He was the first player to play Tevye in Fiddler on the Roof. Okay, that's kind of big. He played Sweeney Todd. Demon Barber Fleet Street. This is the kind of roles he would play.
I love that.
Think Nathan Lane, but taller and maybe a little louder. Okay,
Although in the remake of The Producers, the best casting they had.
Oh
Was
yeah,
having Nathan Lane
you'd
play
have to
him.
have Nathan. You couldn't do anything but Nathan Lane on that one because
No, Nathan Lane was the closest you could get
Oh,
to
yeah.
having his accent, his
Oh, yeah.
speech, and his behavior, and
Yeah.
he played the part from Zero perfectly.
Yeah. Mhm.
Roderick did not do good enough for Leo Bloom.
Not really. No.
He did not have the spirit.
Yeah.
Were there some good scenes, and were there some of the songs from the play that they left in that they took out of the original show? That some of those songs that they added that they put into the play when they started making it
Yeah.
decades later were originally written for the original movie, but never got put in.
Mm.
And then some were added into the play later, and it's a much longer story, but I actually like the added songs.
Yeah.
I still
That
say
said,
that
Uma Thurman was a horrible choice.
when they cut King of Old Broadway from the theatrical cut, like, you idiots! That's the best number in the whole fucking song, whole fucking play. But no, they go to Mel. Say, can you go talk to Zero about wanting to do something or other? And well, why don't you ask him? We're afraid to go near him. He's like, oh, he's in his trailer. And Mel goes in and he tells him, Zero, can you, and he's like, no problem, Bill. No, Mel, no, that's no problem. No, I'll do what you want. But I'll tell you what, I have to maintain a reputation here, so don't take this personally. Okay, just remember, this is for them. What? You telling me you didn't do who you're talking to? You get out! Get the hell out of my room right now! Just like get out of my room! You're yelling at him. So everyone outside hears this. That he's screaming at Mel. Mel's gonna. He gets backs up meekly. I think he'll do it. Okay.
Damn.
I think he'll do it. We'll be fine. While he's still screaming, you Andy, you pipsqueak, you want nothing. I am throwing myself. You. What's going on?
God damn.
Yeah. So it's like.
They were expected to be flaming assholes back then, to the point where some of them did it just for show, so they wouldn't be walked all over by the studios.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, what did you think of Tim Burton's Sweeney Todd? I like that one.
I saw clips, but
I would put it this way: I'd rather get a dental drill to the tits than watch Tim Burton's shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's such a good one.
I fucking hate him. He's such an overrated hack.
Yeah, I think I would, if I could find a videotape of a Broadway production with Zero Mostel and Angela Lansbury. I would rather see that, frankly.
I mean, I've watched it several times. I do like the Tim Burton one.
Mm.
I absolutely revile Burton.
I mean, if you're gonna have Tim Burton, do a musical, that's the one.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially the irony that he ends up killing his wife at the end, and then he realizes what he did.
But it's one of those things. Ever since I saw the poster in the drama class on the wall, like, okay, that's interesting.
I have the original.
You got a character, Zero Mostel going,
I have the original Penny Dreadful in a collection of them. I haven't read it yet.
I'll tell you one thing. There was a series, some sort of PBS series about Broadway.
Dental drills straight to the nipple.
And one of the clips they showed was it was a kind of a montage of people just coming on and doing numbers. And Zero Mostel did If I Were a Rich Man. It's like there was no.
Also, since you brought up Burton, most of his stuff is just over the top. Mock goth, doesn't know what he's talking about, trash that even pisses off most of the people in those communities half the time. And by the way, do you guys know how pissed off Wilder was at the version of the Chocolate Factory that he and Depp did?
Oh yeah, I know.
That one was trash.
He was incensed,
That was. I mean, you can't beat the original.
Some of his arguments were a little. The other's doing it for money. Gene, you got paid. So you did it for money. Come on, that's not really an argument.
He did it. But he didn't do it just for money. I think it's the part he was differentiating. He actually wanted, he really did adore his fans from that. He actually wanted them happy to the point where he hid what he was going through medically for almost a decade before his death because he didn't want the kids to be disenfranchised.
Yeah.
Jane Wilder was the best one. I'm sorry.
He was a classic.
That's the only version I didn't like is the.
But also, when he, the whole thing where he's walking down the thing with the cane. Yeah. And at one point, the cane is stuck on the ground, and he's still going, and then does the flip, the roll. That was his idea because he wanted to set us up so we don't want to really trust him. We don't know what he's going to do here, so you want to keep everyone a little off balance.
Suspense is terrible. I hope it lasts. Do you know how much of my gothic sense of humor came out of watching that as a little kid? No, please stop.
That boat ride with there's some very disturbing images flashing behind them on the walls there.
Even take the images away because I can't focus on those images when he's doing it.
Mm-hmm.
The poem itself is dark as hell.
And the flashing lights and the lighting.
There's an old Marilyn Manson music video where they use the exact images.
Yeah.
Well, not exact images, but it's
suited for it.
There's another one I can't stand though. So
Yeah.
It's
Some of his old stuff's pretty good.
no. It's not because
Mm-hmm.
he's necessarily not got talent or
Mhm.
stuff. It's because
Mm.
it's too fake. It's too artificial. It's done too much just for show and not actually
Yeah,
his
it-
personality.
Mhm.
It comes off really raw and wrong
Mhm.
to those who actually feel personality in the music more and feel the lyrics and the
Yeah.
singing more. And he rubs me raw, and I can't stand him.
Yeah.
I did like songs like Lunchbox.
Mm.
That was a good
Tell you,
one.
one Gene Wilder movie. We'll check the Frisco Kid.
Yeah.
Gene Wilder and Harrison Ford. Wilder's
Yeah.
playing a rabbi who is in the back the 18 something or other, 1870s, and he's trying to get to San Francisco, where he's going to be the local rabbi, and he's got a wife waiting for him there to get married. And he hooks up with this gunfighter, Harrison Ford, and this is basically their adventure trying to get to San Francisco. And some reason, some guys are trying to stop him, and whatever. And it's an excellent movie. It
actually sounds like a good movie.
Yeah, it is a very good movie. And
Harrison Ford?
Yeah. This is just before Star Wars, I think. In fact, let me check here. Let me check.
I thought American Graffiti was his first film.
No, he'd been acting since the late '60s. What American Graffiti was at a time when he was kind of at a thing of, is he going to keep with the acting thing? In fact, the only reason he got Star Wars was because of he was doing some carpentry work around George's house at the time. He kind of stepped out of acting for a while, and they needed somebody to run some lines with these people that are auditioning for Star Wars. Okay, what year is this? Frisco Kid, 1979. So it was like 2 years after Star Wars, before Empire.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And for some reason, they run a clip of Blazing Saddles next to it. I don't know. But
It's like they know.
oh, that's a montage. No, it's also a clip from Young Frankenstein. It's just a montage of Wilder.
The montage.
But the thing, and a lot of heavy Jewish stuff all through this thing, and he's conducting services, and they're doing the circle dance and everything.
The Moyle's a very important guy.
Yeah,
He
but
just nipped the tip.
But like he finally gets to San Francisco, and he's facing down these gunfights, and it's kind of look, you have the rest of the West. Just leave me in San Francisco. And it finally just shames the guy, and it's like, you are picking on this poor man. What the hell are you trying to get?
I'm gonna have to watch that movie because
Yeah, it's a very good movie. Yeah.
I'm sold.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I'm selling people on movies today. Earlier, I had one guy I've been chatting with about this whole idiocy with India thing, with my Forbidden Planet video.
Forbidden. Yeah, I somehow got Phantom. I somehow got Phantom Planet.
It's yeah, that's one of them. But Forbidden Planet. Hey, I never heard of it. Yeah, watch it. And
have you seen the
he was
Mystery Science Theater episode where they're making fun of Phantom Planet?
No, I haven't watched a lot of Mr.
I'm
Oh my
gonna
God.
put something in back because this isn't exactly public information.
Okay.
But it's funny at the same time because one sec here.
All right.
Okay.
I'm scared and delighted at the same time.
I'm not kidding.
I'll tell you later. Oh. Oh God.
Yeah.
That actually happened.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, no, sorry, Harrison, you're going to acting. Okay, you're not suitable for other work. But yeah, because
can we say what you put?
No.
Okay.
There's a bootleg tape out there of them running the auditions for Star Wars, for Luke and Leia and Han, and the people audition. Well, Kurt Russell, they read him both for Luke and for Han. William Catt was in there, and of course all the various actresses. They had Cindy Williams in there and Terry Nunn from Berlin, and some other gals in there.
And you can kind of see it when Carrie Fisher comes in. Okay, yeah, that's it. She's got the right. Yeah, this is what we want for a space princess. She's got the right attitude there. And same thing with when Mark Hamill came in. You had that farm boy earnestness.
Although I think Hamill
And
was
he's still
faking it more then than he was as Joker.
Yeah. But at the time, he still remembers the line. The audition is just it's a bunch of technobabble gobbledygook, but he still remembers that line. He can write off to this day.
I'm just saying he's psycho.
But there's some where it's just they're focused on him, and whoever's running Han is off camera.
See, the thing is, as much as I think Harrison Ford is an overinflated ego, and a lot of his stuff is kind of crappy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He played Indy and he played Han beautifully.
Yeah.
And I can give him those credits and
Yeah.
still find him annoying as a person.
Yeah. But it's
because
kind of
we can separate it.
Yeah, it's kind of like watching these videos though, and it's like somebody else is reading Han. It's not getting the same sort of energy, but again, he was doing carpentry work around George's house. And, hey, Harrison, can you read some lines from the guys here? And then when he started reading it, you're okay. These are and he's reading Han a hell of a lot better than the guys they've been auditioning for Han. And now suddenly Harrison's on camera being.
Although from everything I've heard,
Yeah.
most of the people that worked with him in carpentry said he was not good at that job.
Well,
and remember, I am an ex-union carpenter, so
yeah.
So I actually have had some experience.
He knows enough to pull it off for Witness, but actually doing this stuff, no, probably not. Okay.
He wasn't great at it. He was tolerable.
He was okay.
Is how they viewed it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. He's fine for like George. A friend for cheap around the house. He's fine because George had no money at the time. So.
Yeah, he wasn't good for professional grade work.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. But yeah, Mark Hamill, he's suddenly reading with Harrison Ford, and because he was in Harrison Ford had been in the movie, the Conversation with Francis Ford Coppola and Gene Hackman. It was a fairly big movie, a prominent role, and could have been a star-making role if he'd played his cards right. So he was, at the time, Harrison Ford was probably one of the biggest named actors in Star Wars. Right after Alec Guinness and Peter Cushing.
Which reminds me, AMC is going to do their Monster Movie Fest this year, and definitely going to watch a bunch of Hammerstein.
Hammer,
yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The original 6 Dracula sequels, and yeah.
Well, one of the things they did when it was for I guess it'd be Attack of the second movie, Attack of the Clones.
Yeah.
And they're setting up, with Christopher Lee, and they have a little maquette of Yoda, so you can get the eye level right, and they're stuck up big paper fangs in front of Yoda. They do the obvious joke, and George like, "Oh, George, I'm so disappointed in you." But he was a good sport about it,
They also did Hammerstein. Also, I think one of their last movies they did was a movie about a vampire hunter, which was actually I liked it, but apparently wasn't well received.
Or Van Helsing, I guess.
I've looked at it this way with some of this stuff, as I know some of the things some of these people have done.
Yeah,
I know what their roles are. I know my personal views of them. Mm-hmm. Part of my problem with Ford is that anybody he is the one that jokes about I wouldn't do a movie or get out of bed for at least this much money, or because of him. But this is the guy who literally is promoting that we should have government controlling how much power and how much everything else that everybody can have. There's all this global warming shit, but says he would fly his plane to get himself a burger.
Yeah, well, it's an actor. What do you want? They're morons.
Yeah.
That's not moronic. That's absolutely douchey, hypocritical fuckery.
Yeah, it's around the same neighborhood.
No, because moron is not an intentional thing. It is a lack of understanding. Whereas douche is absolutely your choice to be an asshole.
Well, what if you're not aware that you're a douchebag? Is that still moronic?
Then you're just a moron. Yeah.
Then you're a moronic douche.
There you go. It's a hybrid. It's a hybrid of douche and moron.
I don't mind people who go down the whole eco route stuff if they actually live what they preach, like Ed Begley Jr. He lives a
Yeah.
proper life and lives on these machines he made so he's not affecting the environment. And he donates millions upon millions upon millions to poor communities so they can afford this stuff. That's a whole different thing than these people who run around telling everybody else, live like I live, and we don't care if it'll bankrupt you.
Yeah, and he's got a line. We got a bottle of his hardwood floor cleaner stuff.
I actually have a lot of respect for Ed Begley.
It worked okay. Yeah, it works okay.
I think he's a little nuts, and I think he's a bit of granola flakes.
Oh yeah,
but he's a genuine heart, and he
Yeah.
really believes in what he's doing, and
Well,
he's
you-
not trying to say screw the people who can't do it.
I mean, he was on The Simpsons, and playing himself, but my car is powered by my own sense of self-importance, and thing.
Well, you do realize that they're all actors and they only care about image and they don't really. So they say what they think people will what makes it.
I'm not going to say every person. I'm not going to say every actor is automatically only in it for self and lying.
9 out of 10.
But you
I agree.
got to have an ego to be an actor in the first place. Okay.
To a degree, yes, and that's
You
why I
gotta
said
have a bit
to
of
a
an
degree.
ego, bit of an ego
But
to do something like this.
I can tell the difference in things between when people are promoting something and they're saying something and they're saying, I believe in this, but they don't live it. They don't actually do anything to help other people live it. It's all about making themselves look good versus he's actually living the pauper's lifestyle.
Yeah.
That's walking the walk.
As opposed to a civilian celebrity's name flying his private jet around the world, trying to get us to ride the bus and eat bugs, while he's having a T-bone later tonight.
Exactly.
That's where I find the difference. That's why I cited Begley Jr. as the difference.
Yeah.
Because he actually isn't living a hypocritical lifestyle. What he
Well,
says is what he actually does.
Here's how I can separate at least the actors in the movies from the actual people. Is when they're playing those parts, they're not actually them at that moment. They're somebody else.
I can do that with most people. I can't do that with Costner. I cannot see him on screen and not root for him to die. Period. Fucking rotten. Quit talking about the Black Hills, Yellowstone, or anything else because the whole area fucking hates your fucking guts.
I can't even think of a Kevin Costner movie I actually like. Maybe Waterworld, but
Brian. Oh my god, and that's actually one of the ones that's considered as worst.
well, here's the thing: it's pretty much Mad Max in water.
That's the attempt, and
Here's the thing. Okay,
I like Major League.
When they did Dances with Wolves, they made this big promise
Bull
to the
Durham.
tribe.
Bull Durham, I think.
They made this big promise to the tribe.
Although
We're
I
going
like
to learn
Major
the
League.
language. We're going to work with you. We're going to learn the actual history of the tribe, and we're going to promote it. And we're going to pay you this much as we're filming, and then we're going to pay you a percentage of all profits. And they made this big deal that this was about helping the tribe and stuff. First of all, the entire time they were filming, Kevin Costner was one of the most racist, abusive assholes to everybody filming with him that there was. And this isn't coming from some random person I've talked to who works on the set near them or stuff. I had family in the movie as the natives who went through this with him. They were never paid the amount they were supposed to be paid while filming. They lied to them repeatedly about what they were doing. And while they did use the language, they lied about our history as a tribe. They lied about how our history in the Black Hills. They created this narrative that isn't true, that people are still pushing, that we migrated in during the early American settler times to this area, which we didn't. And then they filed a bankruptcy, even though the studio wasn't actually bankrupt and just reformed under another name, so that they never paid them anything. Nobody from the tribe got paid a cent for that movie. And Costner was the one pushing a lot of it.
And he was a big producer of it, and just a star,
I fucking hate his guts. He's hurt my family. So I can separate art from artists usually. When it comes to things that have personally affected me and the people I love, it's a little harder to do that.
Yeah.
and him doing a show about Yellowstone and claiming to care about native issues and stuff like that. And he's not representing him well, even in the clips I've seen. He's kind of haphazardly hiring a bunch of Asians to play natives most of the time and having them take on an issue that's known about the tribal culture and getting it half accurate.
Huh. That's interesting because back in the day, it used to be Italians playing natives.
Anybody who looked good, painted brown. Yeah.
They
Nimoy
prefer
played.
Asian because it takes less effect right now, and they're not as bigoted to them as they used to be.
Yeah, Nimoy played a few Indians in a time. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
And he's an Orthodox Jew from Boston.
This may sound controversial, but I think his best role, voiceover wise, was Galvatron from the Transformers movie.
This may sound weird to a lot of people, especially knowing that I'm obsessed with original series and love Kirk and Spock. But one of the best roles I find for him was actually when he played the Hitman for Chaos and Get Smart.
Which one, Nimoy?
Oh yeah,
Nimoy.
Get Smart. Would you believe
he played a Chaos Hitman in one of the episodes that was trying to kill Max?
Yeah.
As long as he doesn't sing about Tolkien.
Oh God, the Bilbo.
Although he still sings better than Shatner, and
Yeah,
highly
he can carry a
illogical.
tune. Yeah.
Highly Illogical was funny as fuck. That song was rocks.
Yeah.
Not because it's necessarily greatly sung, but it's funny as hell, and it's him actually accepting himself as Spock.
Yeah. Now that song in Plato's Tetragrammaton, "Bitter Dregs," that I think Nimoy wrote that himself. That was his song.
God, I am such a nerd here.
Come on, William Shatner singing Rocket Man. That's hilarious.
That was actually I saw that when it aired. That was the Saturn just before they called them the Saturn Awards. It was still just this sci-fi movie, but the name came like a year later. But he was he was the big host of it. They bring in different presenters, but some of they got a video, and Karen Black is introduced to him, and he's doing and I saw that when it aired.
Rocket Man.
Yeah.
I still can hear him going, Lucy in the sky.
Oh, it was diamonds.
With diamonds.
Well, I'll tell you
in her eyes.
That's
it's like that slow speech that he semi-did as Kirk was so over-exaggerated when he tried to sing. It was painful.
I'll tell you, that particular Saturn Awards, though, that was in George Burns won for Best Actor for Oh God. And the presenter was Charlton Heston.
You don't have
so it's funny. He gets up there and Chuck saying, I found it very kind of strangely appropriate that we're here on stage together, George. And George said, okay, I got one more commandment for you, Chuck. Shut up.
Did I tell you what the funniest last words anybody ever spoke was? Was Groucho Marx when he was on his deathbed. He looks at it at somebody and goes, I'll never talk to you again. That's the way to go out.
Oh God!
Your last words on Earth is a joke.
That's Groucho for you.
Look, I mean, I may or may not have been the person who had a bumper sticker for years that said, "Very funny, Mr. Scott. Now beam down my clothes."
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm not
very
sure
funny, Scotty. Now beam down my pants. Yeah.
I'm not sure about that beaming thing. Does it work?
Well,
yes,
works on Star Trek.
Look. The night that me and Steve decided to go out on our first date, after when we met each other, we knew each other actually a couple months before we talked much. He thought I was too crazy headbanger by gothic psycho chick. I thought he was bit too much of a
nerd.
Not nerd isn't the right word because I'm a nerd. It was the ultra quiet, self-appreciating, kind of depressing, pain in the neck side.
Emo boy type thing, or where?
Not even that. It was very much take the stereotypical engineer and make him even more bashful. Kind of.
Oh, okay. Well, too straight-laced.
And so we kind of avoided each other for a while until one day we started talking in a group because we had a lot of the same friends. So we got into this group chat at the bottom of the student union and started talking for hours as a whole group. And me and him started talking and laughing. And so we talk. Everybody kind of leaves. Student union's shutting down. Okay, so we wander off towards his dorm, still talking. He still could have gotten in trouble for this because I was in his dorm talking to him for 3 days straight without sleeping. So we'll go into the rooms and literally we talked nonstop. Everything from sci-fi, nerd cultures, history, mythology, theology, sociology, science, all of this for days on end. Literally, when one of us had to get up to get food or drink or go bathroom, we were talking through the doors for 3 days until I couldn't move. I had been up too long. I'd been sitting in the wrong kind of furniture too long, and my back issues flared, and I couldn't move my back.
Oops.
So him and one of his roommates helped me into his bed to rest until my back would open up. And I'm resting for a bit, and I wake up, and he's sitting at his computer just off here past the bed, typing in those old stupid messenger chats with one of our mutual friends. And what I read on the screen is literally, I don't know what to do, man. I've never felt this way about anyone before. So I roll over and pretend to still be asleep.
Holy shit, you hit the jackpot.
Basically, once we started talking to each other, we realized we connected on a lot of levels.
Yeah.
So I roll over, go back to sleep, or at least pretend to be for a bit. Kind of both off and on there.
Yeah.
Later, we get up and we go out to run a few errands and get some food because we've been talking for days.
Yeah.
At this point, we both wanted to go out with each other, and we were both very shy about this stuff.
Yeah.
So neither of us could manage to ask the other one out, even though we could both tell the other was willing. Now, we'd had this whole conversation where I talked about my modesty levels and stuff, and I wouldn't, I couldn't do things like play kissing games and stuff like that, because I couldn't kiss somebody if I didn't want to go out with them, because that was too intimate to me. This was a part of the conversations we went through about culture, spirituality, all this stuff.
Yeah.
So at one point, I'm trying desperately to get him to just ask. And he wouldn't do it, and he wouldn't do it, and he wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
Finally, I turned around. Oh, I'm going to smack you. I balled up like I was going to hit him.
Yeah.
As he cringed and closed his eyes, I kissed him and ran off. We never did actually ask each other out. We just planned a dinner after that.
Just kept going out.
So after that, we get in the car. He looks at me. What was that? What did we talk about the other night? Oh God. It starts going like this through his head. Are you saying? Okay, so I need to get you some food. Where should we go? So we went out, ate some Asian food at a restaurant he liked. Came back to the dorm and watched Princess Bride and Spaceballs.
First love, nerd love.
Thank you so much. Our wedding song is Storybook Love from Princess Bride.
Okay, that's not bad.
We rewatch it together every anniversary. My sister's ex, or the brother, as I talked about, because I've known him since I was little and we kept him.
Yeah.
We all like him. Tradition in his family is they actually have a real ball and chain made and strap it to the groom's ankle during the reception.
Oh boy.
After they have everybody at the reception sign it saying he's now whipped. And Steve was being very smart-mouthed and everything else to me. And so we have the pictures in our wedding book of him trying to do our first dance together with that still on his ankle and my 2-year-old niece pulling on the ball and chain while he's trying to dance. So it's like, okay, we're a little weird, we're a little quirky, we're definitely nerdy.
Oh yeah,
definitely nerdy. And the fact that I explained how we met at our first date, you're sitting there going, "Nerd love."
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking.
And we've never looked back. And we've been married over 17 years. It's been well over 20 years since our first date.
Yeah.
And we still absolutely adore each other.
Have I got the Princess Bride?
17 years. Is he going to ask you on that second one?
You're very odd, man.
I know that. Tell me something I don't know.
So yes, me and my husband, I mean, our personalities, how we got together, our everything. We are a nerd couple. I am very much history, mythology, literature, music, art, stuff like that. He's very science, math, technology, and all that. And we kind of joke sometimes that when we roll us together, we kind of make the perfect nerd. Well rounded. And there's enough overlap points where we all like some of the same stuff that we work together well.
I do have the Princess Bride.
Inconceivable.
So this, I don't know what this story is going to do with the stalkers that like to hate watch you. I don't know what they're going to have to say about me and my husband from this. This is going to be interesting.
Assuming they'll watch all the way through this. We're 3 hours in. They seem to bail out at the first 5 minutes.
Huh.
I don't know what the little geneless, dickless, ballless wonder was apparently listening when I ranted about him on the last stream halfway through the end of it, because he said you called me out. It's like, yeah, and you were still too much of a pussy to say it in chat publicly like I said you would be. Because I said you don't have the balls to say something to me in this chat. He didn't. He had the balls to go start a stalker name and pretend it wasn't him and try to threaten me.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing, bitch.
How'd you find out it was him?
He got it in one of the comments.
He admitted it. You're talking shit to me. You won't talk to me. That's what I said. Confirmed. It's Gene. Yeah. At least it's pretended to be Gene.
Gene sounds like a bitch name.
Well, that's what, apparently his real name is Richard. He works in computers, but he's also apparently a pedo. So, or something has the tendencies, at least, because he's been...
His name is Richard and he has no dick. How does that work?
So it's like, what? Apparently, it's like...
Sorry.
The thing is, it's like, he's been a part of this little fan community with indies for a while. He never said anything like, "Oh, you're such a cute girl. You're a beautiful girl." No,
wait.
Once she goes trans, then it's like, "Oh, you're such a good-looking boy. You're just a manly," and starts pushing the chopper tits off.
I get it now. He is what he eats. His name is Richard, and he eats dick.
Could be. But talking about you'll be so hot when you chop your tits off. Fuck you. You're doing that kind of thing. And talking about such a handsome boy, such a good boy, and really,
And we'll
before
let you
that,
have
he did
him
not
when
do
we're
this.
done with her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the
That
thing.
is his stalker name that said that.
Yeah, let me pull that up here. In fact,
his stalker name he made to try to harass me is the one that made that comment.
You can what?
Well, let's pull it up right now.
Okay.
Share screen. This right here.
I've tried to stay out of this. I've said I don't care how many
yeah.
times. But this is creepy as shit.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And again, I don't know, tagged, and also tagged Indy. So that's the thing. It's like she's going to. How about a response to this? That's what I want to see. Instead of blaming everything on Lester or whatever. One, this is nothing like Lester. I posted a thing from Lester.
Wait, can they
but damn,
please
it's like
stop asking me to
26
say or
posters.
do anything with Lester? I don't fucking know him and I don't care.
That doesn't look. This isn't really creepy at all. Sarcasm.
No. But it's like the thing.
Don't
At the
be
point,
jealous of me. You can have her when we're done.
Yeah, that's the. I tweeted like 3 times. Oh, isn't this nice? They'll let me have you when you're done. What do you think they got in mind here? And then I did 3 separate tweets with this attached every time.
With trying to make every woman out to be male, by the way, because there's nothing about me that's masculine.
No. Even with the heightened levels of testosterone. No.
Well, I have heightened levels of other hormones too, so it balances out.
Yeah.
I just have a lot of rage issues, as you saw in the clip at the beginning.
Yeah, but this is the sort of thing. It's like, how about smacking back on this one? Even if this isn't Gene and someone just popping and trying to cause trouble. How about commenting on this shit?
Well, let's see. You didn't have the balls to talk to me. Then you to talk shit about me, and then you didn't have the balls to talk to me. Then you talk shit about me. Then that fat blob of next time don't block me. So did you block Gene?
I booted his ass.
Yes.
Yeah.
Immediately. I have nothing. I don't want to hear a word he fucking says. I deal with it.
Okay.
I have blocked all of them from the beginning. I
Yeah.
have said from the
Mhm.
beginning, I am here mostly to rein him in when he gets out of line, and
Yeah.
that's what I do. I'm actually the one making him less of a pain in their asses. They should
Yeah.
be kissing my ass.
Mm-hmm.
And even he's admitted
yeah.
this on air. I'm the one that's
Yeah.
usually the
Yeah,
angel
she's
on his
the
shoulder going, okay,
she's the
don't
voice
do
of
that.
reason.
Don't do
She's
that.
the voice of reason and all this. Yeah.
Well, you
But
know
yeah,
my
it's like,
opinion
but
on all
I've
that.
been hearing stories about them doing secret Discord chats and bragging about private cum shows and where they're getting special treatment. But you're all shit. You don't get anything. It took her weeks to finally address that one.
And what did she actually say about that?
Well, I said, no, well, I'm not doing it private shows. One wouldn't do it anyway because it makes more money doing it publicly on the public chat or the mass chats. You wouldn't do private. But I always thought that was kind of weird because when does she have the fucking time to do private cum shows or all this thing? I haven't been to because I'm sure she's done plenty of private shows where she was on Chatterbait and other camp things. Okay, so that is not exactly offensive. It's just the way they're trying to make these people trying to make a big deal how they're special. They get special treatment. You don't get shit. You're just some feeble little fan. That's
I
what
told her the comments made about it are constantly the comments coming from these people who claim to be her friends are literally basically saying we're using her and we don't care about you or her or her fans.
Yeah. And this one was the capper. I thought he actually said that out loud. And one of the tweets went back at it. Do these sound like friends? Yeah. Who talks about friends like this, Because the thing she goes on, but nobody. Yeah, it's like nobody, denying my age, Then look at what your inner circle of friends are saying about you, okay? And I did to reiterate my thing. I am not trying to tell you what to do. I'm saying this is not a good move. Everything I'm saying. Look, slow the fuck down. You don't want to do this, okay? You do not want to chop off your tits for a personality issue, and then you're signing yourself up for a permanent medical experiment from that point.
And I'm just sitting here going,
she just thinks they'll lop it off and that's the end of it. No, that's not the end of it, okay?
Don't trust these fuckers. They are so creepy. They are so creepy, sweetie.
Yeah.
Look, I don't necessarily gonna say I'm like you or anything like that because it'd be a lie. Personally, I think you're a raving egomaniac that's taking advantage of your fans right now.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, hate to say it, but there's a lot of evidence.
That's what it's turning into. That's what it's turning into here.
But you know what? Let's say that's because you're being groomed or you're being used and you don't see it and it's affecting you mentally. Fine.
Mm-hmm.
Sweetie, look at the people that are saying they're your friends and your moderators and look at what they're doing. Look at the fact that I had to be the one to say anything when people are sitting in your chat claiming that they're going to SWAT you. And the moderators are basically patting them on the head and saying, don't do that, but we're not going to ban you. While they're banning people that are giving you compliments in the same chat.
Mm-hmm.
Sweetie, please understand. These people are not your friends. I'm not your friend.
Mm-hmm.
Period. Personally, I don't like you from the things I've seen done to people. Personally, I give you sympathy because the stuff you talk about going through, very similar stories to what I've been through, a lot of that. So I try to give a little grace and understanding to you, but I don't fucking like you. I'm going to be really blunt because I know sometimes you watch this stuff here and you'll see what I've said. I don't fucking like you. I think you're a selfish little bitch. But thinking you're a selfish little bitch does not mean I think you deserve what these cretins are trying to do to you. So, for the love of God, cut them out of your life before they destroy you.
One thing I said in the last my little rant video, it's like anything that needs that much affirmation, is bullshit. I don't have to affirm water is wet all the goddamn time. Okay, it's immensely true. You need to constantly people tell you you're a boy. You're not a boy. Okay, we have several hundred hours of video showing you're not a boy. Even your current videos prove conclusively you are not a boy. Okay.
I'm not going to judge.
Waving the plastic dick around does not make you a boy. Okay.
I'm not going to judge your sexuality or issues with that. I'm going to tell you I was that girl for a long time who hated being female, who duct taped my boobs in, who tried to wear things to hide my figure, who wanted literally going to bed praying I could be one of the boys as a kid.
Mhm.
The people that will feed that feeling, they are feeding your self-hatred instead of teaching you to love yourself as you are. And it doesn't help you. It hurts you.
Yeah. Because she, and I think at this point, she's on the testosterone gel. I mean, they're very low levels. But it's enough, man, for usually for healing injury stuff. But I think it's just try and build up some muscle mass. But also, there's some studies indicate that heavy use of marijuana drastically reduces testosterone levels. I think in this case, it's bringing her testosterone levels back up to normal. And we're getting some of that old fire back out. She's no longer the listless, burnout now. She's starting to get her, we're starting to see some of the old spirit back in, and she's fighting back and going on some wall-eyed fits and rants on Tumblr.
Well, we were saying we were expecting some roid issues.
Yeah, and once the levels hit above her normal body, right now it's just getting back to normal to counter all the marijuana system. So I think it's what the THC does is probably just put the glands to sleep so they're no longer producing.
But yes, all those streams that they bitch about you and what you were doing and all this, I was the voice of reason saying for you to be calmer. Let's not get this emotional.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
If she wants to blame herself out with these people, that's her choice. Yeah. All that.
You already know my point of view about that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Listen, my main steady line of the whole thing is just don't, I don't really care that much, okay? For the most part, you can, I mean, they're boys and girls can do what the hell they want, be whatever they want. But the thing is, back in the day, it's you ask a little kid, what do you want to be when you grow up? It was we ask them what their job is, not, their physical being,
My concern is that it's a burnout personality. I don't wish anyone to get hurt.
No.
But I see this is the same thing that Hollywood people go through all the time, where the handlers, the people that cozy up to them because it's beneficial to them, the people who say that they're their friends. God, her fans in some ways remind me of Yolanda and Selena. Anybody who gets that reference,
I'm not quite sure I got it. Yeah.
Yolanda is the president of her fan club who murdered her.
Oh, that twit. Yeah. God. But my big thing is just don't, it's like a mantra. Don't do something stupid and irreversible, And chopping off perfectly healthy body parts over a personality issue is stupid and irreversible.
I'm not going to sit here and get involved in this stuff. I have said how many times I'm here to rein him in.
Yeah.
Him in.
Yep.
I forget which direction I'm sitting right now.
Yeah.
I'm not involved. I have not been attacking you. I have not been going after anybody. And if they want to sit here and try to come after me, then those bitches better be ready for some hell, because I don't care. I think you're a bitch. I don't really care about you. I think from the posts, while Lester may or may not be well intentioned, I think he's kind of loopy, and I don't know him, and I don't want to get to know him. I don't care. I don't want to get that involved. I'm not a part of this. I'm a part of friendship with somebody who's been there for me for years, before all of you crazy fuckers showed up. And I'm not going to stop being friends with somebody or stop streaming with them because you fuckers don't like them. And you're not going to intimidate me, harass me, threaten me, or call me vulgar names and get me to do it. So fuck off hard, and fuck off repeatedly, and keep fucking off until your fucker is raw.
Yeah, shall we play back that video again from you, the idiot with his dog?
It definitely shows my temper.
Yeah. It's do you really want to push it, guys?
I'm not going to take it.
Yeah.
I've been through enough shit. I've been through enough people trying to hurt me.
Again, I've got enough detransitioners in my feed now to form a football team, okay?
I keep getting more of them.
Yeah. They're
and I'm
coming
not
out of the
doing it
fucking
on
woodwork.
purpose.
Yeah, they're coming out of the fucking woodwork. This is not a good idea.
Gender ideology is falling apart at the damn seams, and it should, because it's a stupid, misogynistic, homophobic philosophy. But it's somehow managed to worm its way into the the gay community as, oh, it's so inclusive. No, it's not. It breaks people. The spectrum pigeonholes people.
Almost every person I've known in my real life who said that they were in this as teenagers or young adults and said that they felt this, that they were this. The longer it goes on, the more you talk to them, the more you find out it was being pushed by one of their parents.
Mm-hmm.
Almost every time through the 20s.
Mm-hmm.
By one of their parents or a significant other that's into weird fetishes.
Yeah.
This is
I don't think this is the case.
Most people who have legitimate issues are not out there screaming it from the rooftops, and they're not out there telling everybody, give me a gold star, look, I'm this. We just, when I was in that state, I wanted to look like a boy. I didn't want anybody to question it. I didn't want to have to tell people, call me a boy. I just wanted people to think I was. That's a different thing than, and yeah, I do have multiple forms of body dysphoria. I always have and always will. And having the metabolic issues and being unable to lose weight without starving my organs does not help that.
I think everyone's got a certain level. Everyone's got a certain level at some point.
It's very difficult to sit there and literally everybody makes all the jokes when they see you about how much you must eat or what you eat and stuff like that. The first thing people do when they want to insult you is make comments about you're eating this and stuff. It's not true. But it does fuck with your psyche when people are constantly telling you it has to be self-inflicted. And you're going through hell and you're starving yourself and you're still gaining weight no matter what you do. And I've spent decades in and out fighting anorexic behavior because of it. And dysphorias are a real thing for me. And I understand them in a very deep and personal way. And so I get pissy when people make light of this shit.
Again, everything, from what I've, again, I'm going to go by what I observe. With all the other detransitioners, it's like, eventually they figure it out that no, they're not boys. They're really girls. And the lucky ones are the ones that didn't go through surgery first. But usually they have done testosterone, though, and screwed up their voices and their features so much. And they're in constant pain because they have destroyed their genitals and the other stuff,
It took coming out of puberty most of the way and getting into that adulthood. It took about time I started to know my hubby to actually stop being in that stage. I didn't see myself as the girl in shop when I was in shop. I saw myself as one of the boys more. And that's the thing, is that's the way I've been for a long time. And I still say I was in prom court as a joke. Yes, I actually wore a dress to prom. Holy fuck, I wore a dress. And it was a short red dress with massive cleavage drop. It was Job Corps prom, so we weren't just as strictly restricted on clothing as a lot of high schools will get. And yeah, I had massive cleavage in that dress. But the fact that I was second place in prom court by one vote kind of threw me off.
Yeah.
Because when they called my name, I went,
say what?
No. And then they called it again. I'm like, and I walk up there and I'm standing there like this the whole time because suddenly being in front of everybody in that dress scared the hell out of me, even though I was in the crowd with it. Fine.
Now you're on display.
Whoa, ornery. Come here, girl.
Yeah.
Don't be stupid. She's like, but Mama, I'm good at that.
But I'm talking with one guy. Again, I got other people. It's not all just Lester. I got other people, feeding me stuff here and there.
But they keep making up these names to talk to me, make these cracks about Lester. I don't fucking know him. I've never spoken to him once. I don't know what his.
The one person who hasn't gotten a hold of him.
I don't know him.
Yeah. And again, anybody, he posts the same. No, he doesn't. Okay.
Like I said, take a look, track down the one where and I identify this is a typical voice molester, and it goes on for like 26 posts. Yeah, it's from a direct message, but like because the thing is, he's from some island off Spain, I don't know which one, talking about and he does speech to text. That one's doing the weird things here.
So it's like, why do they keep bugging me about him?
I don't.
What do they think I'm gonna do?
It's their target of choice because he's really not in a position to defend himself very well. Because again, English is not his first language. One of the reasons he does the text to speech is to practice his English. But the phone is trying to figure out what the hell he's saying. And then you got a few word choices. The punctuation is minimal. And there's an accent there, so sometimes that doesn't quite work, but it sounds like, so you got to do a lot of interpretation to try and read his thing. And again, when he goes on forever on one of his links, where it's like you put in the DM one, and you got to scroll down just to get through his thing quite a bit. It's like that thing went on for fucking ever. So I got to say, he posted the same. No, you were lying through your head. If you think that's the same post as the other jackass, who actually shows command of the English language and punctuation. Like I said, OMC, it's like, you got the reading comprehension skills of a lobotomized jackrabbit. Okay? It's like, stick to photography because as an interpreting post, you're a fucking moron. Like, I've been online longer than most of these guys have been alive. Okay? I started back in dial-up thing when AOL still meant America Online. Okay? When it was CompuServe and Prodigy, and preferred browser was Netscape. Okay? Alta Vista, that was a fun one. That was a fun little browser too. There goes. So yeah, I have read and then been able to see, read posts from different people, and for the most part, posting styles are like fingerprints. Okay, if you know what you're looking for, you can tell. I found one person ever that posted exactly like me, and that was John Byrne, comic book artist. That was a little unnerving.
I will say sometimes me and my husband will mimic each other's speech style just because we're interacting so much.
Yeah.
But that's a little different too.
Yeah, you've been together for 17 fucking years. Come on.
You start to get to a point where you actually start having a lot of the same personality and sometimes speech patterns. Because he wasn't very much a verbal or literary person. He was very much science. And so he didn't have a lot of speech style to himself then.
Yeah.
And so there's times he's picked up my speech style. And there's posts from him, though, that I would never say anything like that. Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Although some of them make me laugh, some of them also make me cringe.
But like one of the things I'm just giving, look, that's space before the question mark. That's a tell. No, it's not. It's a glitch. It's a fucking glitch in the texting systems on phones. It'll occasionally stick in extra spaces where they don't really belong. And if you're not that careful, I'm constantly having to delete extra spaces when I'm doing it when I'm working on the phone.
I've had to.
Yeah. It happens. It's not a tell of anything. It shows they're doing it on their phone. And they're not being very careful. There's also the wrong words of their or your or something like shit like that.
A lot of people do that.
I do that. I embarrass the hell out of myself when I do it because I know things.
I don't really.
But once I'll get in the heat of it and I'll just put the wrong one. I'll fucking back up, Or sometimes hit the send button and see it. Oh, shit. And mind you, I was reading it fourth year college when I was in junior high, okay?
And if these people want to take cheap shots at me, and they have, they always say you're dumb and stuff. It's like, kiddos, I know what my IQ is.
Yeah, they were doing tests on me when I was in like first or second grade, and then they suggested, my parents, you should put them in the advanced program.
I'll put it this way. I was doing 12th grade work when I was 13.
Mm-hmm.
I dropped out for 4 years, and I shouldn't have, but I got kind of away with it because I could fake the tests that the state mandated, and nobody could tell that I wasn't getting education because I
Yeah,
could
mhm.
test out of their system really high.
Mhm.
And I just was resistant to it for a lot of reasons, including the
Yeah.
stuff I was going through trying to help take care of Dad, and I didn't want to.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
that's my own fault. But I dropped out
Mhm.
for 4 years
Yeah.
from 13
Mhm.
to 17, and I
Yeah.
did.
Mhm.
I went into Job Corps and I tested out of the educational system for early college level in 2 weeks
Mm.
without having any schooling since 13.
Yeah.
What they did is what they call the tape test, which is
Mhm.
where they test you from elementary school level through multiple levels through college. And it was literally what
Yeah.
they considered
Mhm.
a 12th year college was the top you could test in this,
Mhm.
where it was based on reading comprehension,
Mhm.
reading speed, recollection,
Yeah.
and several other things. And it was this whole booklet you're supposed of several pages. You're supposed to
Mm-hmm.
read through them, do all these tests. You're supposed to understand all these different words, and you could tell that the writing style in it went from basic to really intricate, and
Mm-hmm.
it switched from different eras and all this stuff. And it was not
Yeah.
a basic test.
Mhm.
And this test was supposed to take a couple hours.
Mhm.
I maxed the score out on the test in less than 15 minutes. I tested at almost 3,000 words a minute at doctrine level understanding
Yep.
when I was 17.
Yeah.
So, yeah, when they tell me I'm stupid, I just sit there and go,
Yeah, fuck you. I've been tested.
I'm like, am I
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
ditzy? Do I have
Mhm.
memory issues? Do
Yeah.
I stutter sometimes? Do I
Mhm.
think too fast and think too far ahead and skip
Mhm.
words or miss
Yeah.
parts when I'm typing and stuff?
Mhm.
Yes. That does not mean stupid.
That's getting caught up in the moment. I'm catching myself all the time skipping words.
Well, that's
And-
also
and sometimes-
has to do with the kind of
mhm.
intelligence I have and the seizure history.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually a symptom of it.
Yeah.
And it is very difficult for me to
Yeah.
write things without having to slow down a lot because
Yeah.
by the time I write one line, my brain's already run through about 50 other lines about 30 times.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to remember what I was writing
Yeah.
2 minutes ago because
Mhm.
my brain's already come up with about the next hour's worth of writing.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's like, okay, well,
Mhm.
let's
Yeah.
get realistic here, people.
Mm-hmm. Like put the brakes on, slow it, go back and read. But that's like, see, the one thing about neglecting his dying wife and the undiagnosed brain damage. And this guy, my wife is not dying, you delusional twat waffle. Why the hell are you pulling this shit? Undiagnosed brain. And again, well, talk about me. Wait a minute, I have been through so many CAT scans. So first, one, trying to figure out what the hell did happen to me, but that screwed up my left side. It's still, I'm thinking more likely the pinched nerve that got left too long. But they're because I've been, again, so many CAT trying to, and they found nothing. No damage in the brain. No place got was some little lesions cleared down at the base. That's the closest thing I found to anything. I refer to it as a stroke, but it's like, but like something blue. But even then, that's just a colloquialism. Like, who the hell knows what happened?
I've
they
got brain
confirmed-
damage.
yeah.
That's not something to make fun of somebody for.
No, it's not. But like, closer as the thing is when I went in originally to the VA, they said no, there's some compression between the third and fourth vertebrae, which might be causing this. But the doctor had tunnel vision. It's got to be MS. You want to write a paper or something. No matter of fact, it's not multiple things. It's all the left side. Instead of putting me in a neck brace to try and relieve. No. I spent a couple
kind
weeks
of reminds me of
lying in bed watching videos on the thing, and
there's doctors who will always try to say, well, something has to be this, or you can't actually have this. And it's like,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
seriously, why are you doing this? Why are you
Yeah,
saying this
mhm.
stuff? Why are you making these comments? It's
Yeah.
really kind of weird.
That's why. Okay, that's it. Well, especially after because they at one point, and this is where my own dumb fault. They well, we can't. We're going to send you home, but they had mentioned earlier about the rehab on the other end of the place, which is basically their on-site old folks home, for the most part. I thought, well, let's give this a shot. Give it about a week. Let's try it down there for a bit. I figured let's give it a shot. Try it out. Big mistake, because again, they're used to the old this is they're basically in hospice type thing where they and all the exercises were stuff to make you look deal better in the wheelchair. I was trying to get out of the fucking wheelchair. That's my friend, the physical therapist finally. No, I'm trying to walk again. I want to get the hell out of here. And in fact, my roommate had no. They're not going to let you go easily. You better fight to get out of here. They're not going to let you go. They like that. They get paid for how many people get in here. And I finally had pretty much stage a fucking mutiny at one point. No, I'm leaving. I am leaving. I'm calling a ride. I'm getting the hell out of here. Okay, When I got to the point where I'm on a cane, it's like, no, get me. Like, come get me. Where this is over with. I'm getting out of here. And eventually got hooked up with the St. Anthony's in town. That finally got some proper care. But by then, and also went to the chiropractor a few times. And that
I've been through so much lately, and the thing is that there's moments I've had lately where I'm maybe not the most proud of myself.
Yeah.
The main one is, no matter how hard I tried, I cannot mourn that my aunt died. And I know to a lot of people that sounds really terrible, doesn't it?
Well, it depends on your aunt.
That's right there. And there's a lot of reasons, but at the same time, do I feel bad that she had to die in pain alone in an asylum? A bit.
Yeah, there are better ways to go. But I'm not sure how much really mourning I really do for my mom, because this is also the same woman who pretty much reneged on every promise she made to me that we'd be fine. We could stay in the condo. Mike and Brenda would pay for it. No, but no, they just out tossing the street.
I'm going to get really real on things here, Zach. The reason I lost a cousin is because this aunt didn't get proper prenatal care, because she was whacked out of her freaking mind and thought the doctors were trying to mess with her baby. And that was the nice part of it. She was abusive to a lot of people, but I literally lost a cousin because she wouldn't get prenatal care, and the damage she did caused water on the brain, caused her to live in a painful infant life until she passed away.
God.
So, do I mourn this aunt dying? No. My mom called me and told me she died, and I went, "Well, that's a thing."
Yeah.
That was literally my response.
Yeah, my main ear, when they said my mom died, my main ear, I had to hear about it from a friend. They didn't bother. My sister didn't contact me about this. I found out like a couple weeks, about a month later, from a friend. Oh, I'm sorry about your mom. What happened to my mom? Oh, fuck.
But the thing about it is, it affected me in other ways that I didn't expect. Concern about my uncle for the stuff that he was going through and the things that she put him through, all the concern about family issues, other stuff, and it hit me worse than it should have, but not because I actually mourned her. I didn't.
Yeah.
And I know some people think that makes me horrible.
Yeah.
I didn't celebrate her death. I felt bad that she had to die that way, but I don't feel for it.
Yeah.
Baby girl, why are you getting into everything? She's like, because I can. You're crazy. You know that? Go play.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still getting more hanging with my dad dying back in 2005. Partially because if he hadn't died, we wouldn't be in nearly half as much shit as we're in right now. Because he never would have tolerated them pulling this shit on me.
I said no. She's so cute when she's being defiant, isn't she?
Yeah.
Look, I mean, I lost my dad last year. It's been about a year and a half. And God, it's a mess to me. And the thing is, I lost my dad's cousin. Had this sweetheart of a husband, and I was quite close to them. I say my dad's cousin, she's the early part of his generation. He's the late.
Yeah.
And she was literally old enough that my cousin that was her kid
Mm-hmm.
was older than my dad.
Mm.
So her husband was one of the best friends of my grandfather, even though they were technically a generation apart in the family.
Yeah.
Okay, it happens, especially when people have kids early in their marriage, late in their marriage, and stuff. You
Yeah.
get that 20-year gap, and pretty soon
Mhm.
that kind of grows bigger over a couple generations.
Yeah.
So it happens.
Mm-hmm.
And so I talked about one of my cousins that I share a birthday with is actually the generation below me, and she's a year older than me.
Hmm.
Literally a year older by
Yeah.
almost to the minute.
Yeah.
But so when I lost my cousin,
Mm-hmm.
when I talked about the Native family member that was killed on the wellness check, which didn't
Mhm.
check out and
Yeah.
was connected to his ex-wife,
Mm-hmm.
that was him.
Yeah.
I was very close to his mother. I was very close to his father. I was very close to his kids.
Okay. Hold on a second. I got up to them. There we go. Yeah.
So
I'll try and crack my neck for the first time in 10 years. All right.
when I lost him, it shook a lot of things up for us.
I'm trying to
But I
see the tooth
stayed
out, but yeah.
very close to his parents.
Oh,
And so we moved on from that,
Mhm.
and we went through that stage, and I'm fine. I'm fine. I can get through this. I'm close to his parents. Well,
Yeah.
right in the middle of my growing early stages of my photography career,
Mm-hmm.
he passed away.
Mm.
The cousin's father,
Mm-hmm.
the one that was friends with my grandfather.
Yeah.
And that was one of the ones to me that really shook me hard because I was so close, and we lost him very quickly when he did go, and broke my heart quite a bit. I'm not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
And so we go through that, and I think I freaked out people at the funeral.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a little context. My grandpa was a shameless smartass. Snarking people, making jokes, doing inappropriate shit always made him laugh.
Yeah.
He was an ex-military guy. He was,
Mm-hmm.
it's who he was. So an easy way to help grandpa when he's stressed would be inappropriate jokes or taking shots at him. But this is what happened. They're sitting in the reception hall that they held this in, and they held this in this. You remember the Catholic church I ranted about?
I'm going to put this in the thing.
The one that's pissed me off so many times.
Uh-huh.
That's over stodgy and condemning as hell to everybody who shows up for events. Well, that's where we were. Okay?
I'm putting that in the
So there-
chat so it can remind me later.
Yeah.
So, all right.
So there were people in this who were, how shall we say, kind of on the uppity, ultra-conservative side from the
Uh-huh.
church that were in this reception
Mm-hmm.
for the funeral. And
Yeah.
I was going through the photos I had taken that morning because before the funeral, we went out to take pictures for a while
Mm-hmm.
because I needed to de-stress. And
Yeah.
on the drive, I had actually found the newborn bison cub learning to walk. Cub,
Yeah.
I don't know why I said cub. Anyway,
Yeah. Mhm.
so I took the pictures of it learning to walk, wobbling on steps, all this. And this was one of my first year as a photographer. Not now, you're being too out of control. I told you that.
Mhm.
Waiting for me to look away is not going to do it. Anyway, so I was looking through those photos because I was trying to de-stress myself because
Mhm.
these events are hard on me, and I really hate being in that Catholic church.
Yeah.
And I look over, and Grandpa is sitting there, and he is forlorn.
Mm-hmm.
He's 90 years old at this point,
Mm-hmm.
and he lost one of his only two friends.
Yeah.
And he's probably at that point feeling like I'm next.
Mm-hmm.
You could see he was just
The last one standing. Yeah.
kind of, really kind of shaken up. And
Mm-hmm.
I scroll through the pictures a bit, and I find this picture of the bison calf where you could see it was like staggering, falling over forward as it was walking.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I walk over to my grandpa and go, "Hey, Grandpa, guess what? I just took this picture of a bison calf that walks as well as you do." And I show him the picture, and you can see everybody at the table with him just literally stopped.
They're horrified, and he's laughing his ass off, right?
He takes a breath for a second, starts laughing, and reaches up and just wraps his arms around me and goes, I love my girl. I love my girl. So you guys, and his friends are staring, just mortified, like, you did not just do this. You did not just do this. And they're giving me this dirty look. And he goes, no,
God.
you guys do not understand. I have spent the last 8 years, I've spent the last 90 years working my ass off teaching everyone in this family to be the kind of smart ass that I am. And this right here, now I know I can leave this world in confidence. I have done it. And he's bragging that he taught me to be as snarky and evil as him. And it's like,
my life is now complete. I have accomplished. My work here is done.
basically what he was doing. And it's like, oh my God. Oh my God. And it made him laugh so when he was so forlorn. And so, but then the next year we lost him. And that was right when I was first starting to learn with the whole community here in streaming. And
but at least he went happy.
I lost so many people in between him and my uncle that they weren't as close as that, but they were important people to me, friends and family and other people constantly. I'm sorry, Steffi, that one's my fault. It's all my fault. Sorry, honey.
All right.
Anyway, but I lost so many there so quickly, and I was reeling, and then we lost my uncle. And I knew I was close to him. I didn't know how much he actually adored me and how proud he was of me till he passed away.
Yeah.
When we had gone through the giveaway stuff we did for Grandpa, because in Lakota tradition, in between year 1 and 2 after their death, you do a giveaway where you do things to all the family members in honor of the loved one and try to remember in spirit and all this stuff. And it's a big complicated thing, but it's a big tribute to them to memorialize. And we did it for Grandpa, and during Grandpa's, I gave away a lot of the prints of some of my photos that I had taken that he loved, which I'm also going to do on my dad's. And I gave my uncle this print I had taken of a flying eagle. And I knew that he loved eagles, and it's a cultural thing for us, and that's why I did it. I didn't know how much that meant to him that I gave it to him until he passed away. And first of all, the cake for the reception for his funeral, they actually had it printed with the image of my eagle that I took, with the verses about flying on wings of eagles printed on it.
Oh man!
And this apparently was a big thing to him that he told everybody about it. He was so proud of it and stuff. And for his giveaway, they made a big deal of taking that print that I gave him and taking it to a relative he had that's in hospice for life for medical issues. And putting it in his care room so he has something to uplift him. So this was really a big deal to him and his wife that I did this. So that's when I really found out how much he adored my work, he adored everything, and that made the mourning even harder in a lot of ways, because he didn't say much to me about it. But
there are a lot of
everybody else about it. And
my granddad and my mom's side was the same way. He would brag about me and my sister. Everyone, we'd never heard a word of it. He'd brag to the rest of it, but the same thing. We kept hearing about other cousins. They never heard it. And we didn't know until start, after he died, to compare notes. All we'd heard about you two guys. We hated you guys. We heard about you two. So,
we lost my uncle, and I was going through all that. And as we were going through all that, I stayed with my family for a few months to help out with everything. And I was getting ready to come home. And it was literally about 3 days from when we were supposed to leave to come home from doing all that. And that's when I tore my leg. And so we ended up leaving a couple days later than we were planning. But it was literally not even 2 months from when I tore my leg to when we lost Dad. And it went from one to the other, just boom.
Well, she got her avatar back.
It shook me up really bad. And it's like, so in this small span, I've lost so many people over the last few years. And then it happens, and I'm more worried that her passing is going to cause issues with
Yeah.
her husband's health because it's my uncle that I'm close to in a lot of ways, and I don't have
Yeah.
many of the guys left I was.
Mhm.
And
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm dealing with her death lately. I'm dealing with traveling with my husband to places I didn't want to go because his grandmother is dying, and his grandmother just had her 90th,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
I'm extremely emotional. So now I'm on hormone therapy. I've got this injury, and I'm pumped
Yeah.
full of antibiotics, which also
Yeah.
usually throw my hormones out of whack
Mhm.
for me.
Yeah. Mhm.
And then the neighbor pulls that shit,
Yeah.
and it's like,
Wrong time for that.
At least you weren't on testosterone.
No, that is part of it. Yeah.
that's part of my imbalance. But the thing is,
Yeah.
they have to give me a set of female hormones to induce the female time every couple months, or
Mhm.
my cysts start growing polyps and tumors, and I have to have surgery.
Yeah.
So they have to pump a whole bunch of hormones into me for 10 days and then make me bleed artificially.
Oh,
It's
boy.
really,
Yeah.
really painful.
Yeah.
And they basically described it as PMS times about 20 to 50, depending on the person. So
Well, if it helps, that could possibly be a legal defense.
he pushes me on this while I'm on hormone therapy, and I have
Yeah.
mental issues anyways. And it's like, dude's lucky that I didn't get out of the car.
Yeah, you can literally, you can a very, very solid claim for diminished capacity. Yeah.
Plus, he was on my property threatening me.
Exactly. He violated property in the first damn place, so that you automatically on the wrong.
So,
yeah.
When these people talk about stuff, they have no idea.
Mm-hmm.
And part of why I go ballistic on people when they start the white girl shit is because I am very much deep in my native family.
Mm-hmm.
And while I may not look it to people because of the medical issues, it is who I am in such intricate, intrinsic ways. And not because I feel like I have to wear my race as a shield or something, but because my culture, my heritage, and my family are everything to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to tolerate people trying to strip away what I truly am.
Yeah.
And I just remember Grandpa's funeral. Grandpa was, from time he spent in serving in Korea,
Yeah.
to the time he spent after Korea, where he worked as sergeant for a while, to working in the Army Corps, helping build dams and rebuild centers and stuff for the nation building and stuff for us and for allies. To the time that he spent working in veteran services, to when they forced him to retire, the time he spent working in volunteer veteran services.
Yeah.
He had served in some capacity or another from when he started ROTC in his late teens to that for over 70 years of his life.
Damn.
Wow.
When we lost Grandpa and we left the funeral, and first of all, that stupid little Catholic church I hate so much, and they pissed me off so much during the funeral, both his and my uncle's.
Yeah.
But we left that stupid building, and during the service, the entire building was packed. All the side rooms were packed, and people were standing outside listening. We left the service at this little town, and you have to go through a canyon to get out of the little town where we had it, to get out to the area where my grandmother was buried, to take him out to bury him with her.
Yeah.
And as we're driving down the streets to head down this canyon from the church, halfway down that canyon was just lined with people just saluting him as he went through.
Wow.
Yeah.
For miles. And I was shaking in the car watching it. It was intense. This is the first time I've been to a lot of military funerals. This is the first time I ever actually saw the people running the military funeral, the ones doing the flag work, the ones doing the 21 gun salute, actually crying. Visibly crying as they're doing it. Because they're not supposed to. They have to be stoic for that. They couldn't control it. They were crying with us.
Yeah.
And he was such a character in so many ways. But I told Bob about what I did when we lost my cousin's father, who was one of Grandpa's best friends, and that's why he laughed so hard he woke you up.
Oh, yeah.
Long and short of it is,
Yeah.
I had pictures I had taken that morning of a bison calf learning to walk, and when I saw Grandpa depressed and everything, I was trying to share his sarcastic sense of humor, so I went to a picture of this bison calf falling over forward trying to learn to walk, and went over to him and went, "Hey, Grandpa, look! I took a picture of a bison that walks as good as you." In the reception in this stodgy Catholic church.
Everyone's horrified. He busts out laughing.
He busts out laughing and starts telling everybody that I've been working for so many. It goes off on this basically 80 some years, or basically since he was old enough to talk range. I've worked on training this family to act as crazy as me, and this right here is proof that my training has worked. I can go in peace. My work is done. Kind of behavior and stuff. It's like. And he's wrapped around me, hugging me and laughing, and it's like, it worked. It made him happy, and that's what I needed to do.
There's a reason for gallows humor is to break the mood.
Yeah.
All right, the Alan King story. A couple of uncles of his, and they for years, one of them was just trying to get the intellectual arguments for and about politics or religion or whatever, and big, long, elaborate dissertation about what's going on. And this other uncle, his only response would be like, "No shit," and it just drove him look the freaking wall. This went on for years, and so finally, this uncle died, and the funeral, rabbis up there talking about what a great man he was and all the work he did in the community and stuff. Uncle stood up in the back. No shit! He'd been waiting 30 years to fire it back at him. Finally get it back at this jackass for pissing him off all these years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But like, I haven't. It took me a lot to deal with losing Grandpa. With losing Dad, I don't think I've ever gotten near over it yet. And there's days it still shakes me up. And then people going, "No, that was long enough ago now." It's like, no, it wasn't. Don't try to pretend you understand. I was Daddy's girl. I was Grandpa's girl. I was so close to them. Grandpa was the guy. Okay, do you guys remember those stupid singing fish?
Yeah, the Billy Bass thing, the Billy Big Mouth.
And they didn't. And then right after they introduced the first one, there was a whole bunch of companies that made their own knockoffs of it. Right?
Yeah.
My grandpa was enough of a redneck boy. He collected them from all different companies. Grandma hated them. He collected them. So one day, she's doing laundry and she goes up to take a short nap. And I'm sitting there with them. And he smiles. And he kind of looks around and waits to see if she's gone and goes, "Watch this." Gets up and starts gathering those together and goes systematically through the house, rigging them so they will go off in every doorway and she can't see where it's leading her from. So she can't see it, but every time she goes through a doorway, one of them will go off singing to her.
Take me to the river.
So he goes through the whole house doing this and rigs it in the laundry room so one's going to go off each time she goes to the machines as well. And he sits down and he goes, because about time she's down finishing this, you can hear her start moving upstairs, coming down to finish the laundry.
Yeah.
And as soon as just watch this, and I'm sitting there, and I kind of watch a second. She walks down the stairs, and as she crosses the doorway at the base of the stairs, you hear one go off, and she goes, "What?" And she takes a deep breath and goes, you can see her kind of fuming a little bit.
Yeah.
Takes a deep breath and turns around and starts to head into the laundry room. And as she crests the end of the hall, as she enters the laundry room, and you hear one go off again, and he falls backwards in his chair and starts rolling around laughing like a little gnome.
Oh, God.
And I'm just sitting there going, "Oh, my baby." And I'm just sitting there going, Grandpa, what? He said, that was so funny, wasn't it? Like, I swear his name to most people was Frank Dammit.
Oh God.
Okay, so they make these little sunglasses that are for elderly drivers.
Yeah.
To help keep reflection out of their eyes and to keep them awake.
Uh-huh.
They're designed that if your head tips forward, they'll go set off an alarm.
Yeah.
And I think I might have told you this. I don't think I've told her.
I don't know. Yeah.
So my grandpa got a pair of these as a gift one time, and he didn't have issues with getting drowsy behind the wheel, even in his 80s. It was not a problem. But he got these as a gift, and he started smirking. And he went down to this diner he would go to all the time, and he sat back in the back of the room where nobody could see him much. And he put them just on his head, just above here,
Yeah.
so they weren't easily visible.
Mm-hmm.
And they would still read if he tipped his head forward enough.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And he sat and waited. And every time things got really, everybody was calm. The restaurant was hopping and busy, and nobody was paying attention. He'd sit there, smile, wink, and go.
Uh-huh.
And watch it start going off like a siren in the restaurant. About the third time he did this, you hear from the back of the kitchen.
Meanwhile, Tim is having fun laying into Gene here.
So, this is the kind of people that raised me. I was raised in sarcasm. I got, when I was in Job Corps, I got the weirdest reactions from my fellow classmates there because my dad gave me 2 CDs he burned for me when I went home for the first Christmas.
Yeah.
They were collections of some of the more twisted adult stuff from Dr. Demento.
Ooh. Stuff that didn't make air.
Even stuff that did. There's some that go pretty twisted.
Oh, yeah.
And some that are just really sarcastic in that line and obviously double entendres.
Mm-hmm.
But this was a collection of those. I was almost 18 at this point. This was not like corrupting a minor. I was literally days away from 18. But he gave me these CDs. And I was listening to them in the dorm, and the girls looked at me and at the point when they looked at me, I was listening to Viagra in the Water. And they're talking about all these double entendres of hard-ons and cocks and stuff from drinking the water.
And Rusty Warren bounce your boobies,
Well, Viagra in the Water is an interesting song. I'll have to play that one. There's jokes like as thirsty lawyers started filling out their briefs and stuff like this, and the song crescendos. Attention. The song crescendos to end at the point where you find out, because the whole thing that happened is at the beginning of it, the truck hits an oil slick on the highway and ends up crashing full of Viagra into the town's water supply. And at the end of it, after some hardened politicians came into town one day and took the water away, but the women were okay because they could spread the oil again. In other words, they did it on purpose because they wanted to get laid more.
Yeah.
So
as Tim, we're letting the chat stand on its own because at this point it will be up on the replay. So if the usual suspects come in and check it out, they'll see it. Don't worry, and I'm sure we'll get all kinds of flack for it.
Pet the pussy.
And you'll be accused of being Lester, so don't worry, you'll get that honor soon.
So literally, I listened to this song and I laughed and I laughed.
Yeah.
And then I flipped another song, and the next one that started was Capodota's Wet Dream.
Oh yeah, Capodotta. He was a good comedian.
He was really crass in his stand-up.
Oh yeah. Oh god.
But,
yeah.
And I flipped through these one by one, and I'm listening to these things, and all of a sudden, I was listening to it on a little portable thing, but it plays because I had on the neck because I hated them on the head.
Yeah,
much.
so they'd hear it. Yeah,
they could hear. And I was sitting behind the school building, and all of a sudden I look up, and it's one of my favorite teachers. And he was
in a wet dream.
Yeah. And he was, what the hell are you listening to? Just a CD my dad gave me. Your family's really fucked up, isn't it?
Let's see if I can find it here.
And I just looked at him and went, yeah, they are, but it's fun. Okay, to explain. Okay, this teacher,
this one is. Yeah.
He was ex-Special Forces. He was actually front lines for a lot of the special maneuvers through the beginning of Vietnam. And he'd been through a lot of stuff, but he was actually a really cool teacher. But he's the one who taught me jokes like Ford being fucker only rolls downhill. He was cool.
Yeah. Let's see if I can find it. Whoops. No, not that. Get out of the fucking thing.
Oh, you should hear some of the stories that my dad told me about when he was in the Navy. Oh, man. There was one time when him and a buddy of his went down south of the border. They went to this strip bar. And
There was a donkey show going on, I think.
it wasn't a donkey show.
Well, no, it was.
Basically, there was this one girl there at this strip bar whose specialty was picking up stacks of coins with her snatch.
Yeah, she would squat on a roll of quarters and
Yeah, and then, my dad's friend got a wee bit of double in him and heated up an entire stack of coins with his lighter. Needless to say, they were lucky they got out of there before the MPs arrived.
They were lucky they got out of there, period. Okay. They would have been lucky if the MPs had found them. It would have saved them from whoever they were you're being chased out of the bar with.
Yeah.
This Tijuana.
That, I'm sorry.
Never a good... Sailors in Tijuana, the jokes write themselves at that point. Okay.
There's practical jokes, and then there's basically claiming practical joke as an excuse for assault.
Yeah, that's that could be criminal.
Yeah.
Okay, he really is. Who is Lester? Okay, quick version. Lester is one of the folks really worried about Indy. Apparently, there's some little parasocial attachment there on his part too. But he's worried, and he's been feeding me a lot of the stuff of what they're trying to do and the schemes and whatever. And it's like some of it may not be terribly accurate, but apparently enough of it was that no, there really is an issue. But he's lives in an island just off of Spain. I don't know which one, Mallorca, Ibiza. I don't know which, whatever. And he, been following Indy for a while, and they used to chat quite a bit, and they became very attached, and alarmed at the change in personality lately, over the past 6 months or so. And the thing, and just he's following this femboy Pat down, and him and other ones, came looking for me because I was still trying to just reestablish communication here. It's like I'm not the guy. What the hell happened here? Come on. We had a good communication, and they told me all this stuff about what they and I, of course, I'm sounding alarm bells. Well, they're gonna what? Okay, and I'm Captain Save-A-Ho to the rescue, and I'm charging in, and I'm doing all kinds of stuff, and I'm going balls to the wall. Is what kind of a sick joke? The video I linked there, or just this?
Or was it Steffi's story?
I don't know. Could have been anything, but the thing is, their latest little tactic lately on the other side is to blame all of these burner accounts that popping out of nowhere, saying it's all Lester. The thing is, Lester, English is not his first language. He doesn't even type his posts. He's got a speech-to-text thing on his phone. So his texts do not read like anybody else's. Very little punctuation, a lot of run-on stuff. Sometimes the word is not right, but it sounds like it was the right, because it's working through an accent. So a lot of it's like they're saying it's Lester. He types it the same way. What reality is it? Anything
It kind
close
of
to
sounds
what
like the way my brother Zex types, except for the only excuse she has is she's dumb as fuck.
Yeah.
Also a bitch and a twat and a fucking piece of shit.
And a lot of people are called back to this. I think that's nothing like Lester. You're out of your fucking mind. What the hell's wrong with you? And Elmsey is the one really to the charge. And people say, you haven't been around that long. Why the hell are you defending these assholes? And why are you always picking on Lester? But it's like that's their tactic. Just blame everything on Lester And no, Gazer didn't kill himself. It was Lester all along. There never was it's Gazer. It's like it's one conspiracy theory after another on that side. And that's the running gag. Everybody's Lester. Okay, well, we're going to throw it back at everyone that goes on the other side is Gene. And at least you got the thing of he works in computers and he can crank up burner accounts like popcorn, And a lot of the stuff that comes up does look like his postings. Okay. So.
Well, he already admitted that he is the one account that said you can have her when I'm done.
It may be, that could, arguably it could be a fake out. He's trying to make it look like he is Gene. At least that's the way they're going to play it. No, it's not. I think it probably is.
No, I think it is.
Because when they rattle the thing, you block me, wouldn't you talk shit to me? That's like, yep, it's Gene. So yeah, when this, well, let me.
I blocked you. I talk shit about you. I call you shit. I think you're shit. I also think you're a predator. I also think you're grooming people. I also think you're a stalker with no fucking balls and no dick. So it's interesting you're named Richard when you have no Richard.
In fact, I'll pull this up again. This was one of the last little things here that he decided to throw at us, or throw at them. And again, I'm not sure he realized here. Okay. Yeah, you sound so Italian. Yeah. But I don't know if it occurred to him that he tagged me in there, but also it was in a thread that I was sending to Indy. Okay, or discussing, and so that she saw this thing too at some point. Whether she deleted it or not, I don't know. But it's gotten out there. It's like, you were tagged in this, Indy. Dude, you're going to put up with the shit? You can have Indy when we're done? Does this sound like someone who's a friend who has any respect for you? You kind of go back to my point. You are a piece of meat to them. I mean, what is it going to take to finally wake you the fuck up? You are not a friend to them. They are not your friends. You're their pet porn star, okay?
Oi.
And apparently the Umok piece of shit, Umsi, whoever.
Umsi, yeah, I know, yeah, but that's the way I pronounce it. I don't know.
Is saying and supposedly supported by and back that that's the photographer that works with Kiwi.
Yeah, that's what she now. We cleared that up, right? No, she's in Florida. She's working with this other content producers. Put it that way,
But it's like,
so it's just. That's the thing. A lot of people say, "Oh, he's right." You're nowhere near these. One, we don't know where. Apparently, Gene's in L.A. or whatever. Because the latest theory that I had heard was that no, we actually by raising the records, we did break up something that was they were going to try and pull in L.A. It was just not quite as elaborate as they thought. It's like they were.
No, because I don't think they're that intelligent.
I don't. Yeah, they're not that bright. But the thing that plays out, it's like, okay, yeah, they were trying to use Lana as bait. Not, but they were doing it in the sense they didn't. Lana was not in on it. They were pushing. You and Indy should do a video while you're there together. That shows a whole lot of regard for Lana that she would just do this thing. No, Lana's being a friend, and Indy's on vacation. They kind of forget this is work. This is actual production work. And she's there to relax for a guy, not to do more videos. They met briefly at Lana's place. They smoked some weed together and hugged and talked and a lot of bitching about me.
Why
that
am
was
I
it.
not surprised?
That was it. And she told me thing where they texted together on phone and and they had long talks on the phone. But I wondered how much information they, because again, even on Lana's phone, she's listed as Indy White. So
unhinged nutcases.
Yeah. I thought we pretty much buried the hatch with Lana, but I don't want you there. You're a transfer. You don't want you to interact with my. Fine, whatever. I try to be friendly, asshole. I apologize.
Never trust a dumb dog.
That's the thing. I apologize 15 times down there. I even put up that one picture I kept thinking. I said, underneath, perfectly safe, anything, cleared of all charges. Nothing's fine. And I'm constantly saying, don't bug Lana. She's okay. She's a little nuts. but she's not a part of this. Okay, she's as much, in Whiting kind of just as much a victim as everything else.
I don't
And
know
that
if
has
that's
also
sorry
been
for
cited. It's
me.
like, hey, Bob's admitted he fucked up. When are you going to admit you fucked up, people? You know,
I have almost no feeling for any of these people other than
Yeah.
contempt. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to see any of them get hurt, but at the same time, fuck
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
I just want them to leave me the hell out of their drama because I don't give
Yeah.
a shit about
Mhm.
them.
And
And
it's one
I've
thing-
been the one. Look, again, I have literally been the one trying to, get you to let them be. I've been the voice of calmness for you.
Yes. But it's one thing when I chime in, I signed up for this shit, okay? I can't complain. You know? Oh, nothing much.
I'm sitting
few
here
old,
doing
few
random
old
meds,
stories.
so-
I ran a video about the magic bullet theory and how that, it's not so magic. It's actually, they have to duplicate it. We ran through the a short history of cricket. And when the idea, the challenge that Star Trek was a cheesy B grade, TV show, nope, I brought up my recent video from today about that one. So, it's been a wide ranging conversation. Yes, you missed everything, but no, you missed nothing. Okay.
We're not that interesting. Just kidding.
No. Not this time of night.
I'm interesting. Thank you. My stories are fun.
It's only 11:30.
Oh,
it's still
man.
early. I'm going to get a glass of milk. Hold on. I'll be
My
back.
ear is hurting.
Okay, you two hold down the fort for a bit.
Okay.
I don't hold anything down.
Just
Sorry.
blow it up while I'm out, okay?
Okay.
I make no promises after the day I've had.
There was one other story my father told me that's a little more family friendly, I guess.
There was
you
a
could
young
say.
man from Nantucket.
Yeah, this one, my dad was still in Okinawa, and he and his roommate over there had this little housekeeper called Mama-san. Well, one day, they went out and about and started exploring some of these caves near the base. And, well, they found this cute little, like basket or bucket or whatever you want to call it.
And I kissed my pussy on air.
And, well, they
Mwah.
they brought it back to, they brought it back to the base because it was so gorgeous and all. And Mama-san gets a look at this thing and she's like, "Oh no, you must take back, you must take back." It turned out it was a burial urn. They thought they, found something that, they could take back to the States and be kind of a curiosity sort of thing, but nope, it was a burial urn.
Somebody's ashes. Okay, got me some Kool-Aid, so I'm ready to go here. Ow, God.
And I thought you were getting milk.
I changed my mind. Okay.
Do you have a
You have a mind?
Shut up, YouTube.
We just said that in unison, sweetie.
I can mix up more Kool-Aid, okay?
And he's sitting here thinking, I married one and I'm friends with the other. They're both insulting me in unison. Fuck it. Right? That was just perfect because we both said it in beautiful unison.
Yeah. Which is tough to do in this, time delay thing. There's like 3 seconds when you're here in that bedroom.
And it just shows that when you said that, you gave us both the perfect
Yeah,
opportunity.
yeah.
Well,
So
at
you have
least we're not
nobody to
seeing any
blame but
wardrobe
yourself.
Malfunctions tonight.
Yes and no. It wasn't visible from above. But Ornery actually did climb over and rip my shirt down to my stomach.
Oh boy.
But all you saw was here. So
Yeah. I'm
Again,
talking
camera
about from
camera
Bob,
angle
though.
is key. That's
something you need to learn, Bob.
Oh, I know that. That's it's a rare moment when that happened. Okay, normally it's like I could have left the camera on. You still wouldn't have seen a damn thing when I got up and left. I shut the camera off as a courtesy just in case, but you know. But I think that was no, you wouldn't see a damn thing. Okay.
Oh God.
Yes, I was kissing my pussy on air. Want to see it again? Ornery, you want some attention, sweetie? Yeah, I know you love attention.
Yeah, you just like kissing your pussy.
And this is how bad rumors get started.
Yes, and now we have an audience of 5. The people are coming in. Oh wow, he's straight. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, honey,
Mm.
my Reuben the Bulldog calendar is coming.
Oh joy.
I love you, Ornery. I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Ow. Idiot. You brain damaged little fuckhead. I love you too, fucker. Yeah, you're my dumb fuck, aren't you? Aren't you my dumb fuck? My sweet little dumb fuck. What's sad is she's just standing here purring as I call her
Yeah,
that too.
Jonesy was never that affectionate. You know.
Come on, dumb fuck, get off my boob.
I mean, he'd have moments, but where he'd be, somewhat affected. But he was never that affectionate. He was so much of a, manly man, tomcat.
Oh, but he was a ham, though.
Oh yeah, he would pose. It's like, you see the camera, he'd been.
Like that one time when he locked you out of the car.
That's like he would, he'd see himself in the mirror, and he would obviously he knew it was him, and he would, preen and everything. He loved looking at himself in the mirror.
Whereas she sees herself in a mirror, screams like she's in pain, and runs away.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that right, dumb fuck? Yeah, you're my dumb fuck.
Oh, remember that time when we were watching Cat's Paw, honey?
Yeah, episode Cat's Paw was on, and so Sylvia go meow, and then there comes Jonesy. Wait, what's this? It wasn't even that realistic a cat. Sound. It was Barbara Babcock doing a meow. It's like, what,
Yep. And Rosetta's kissing her pussy again.
Mm-hmm.
No, I hissed.
And I'm looking at you.
Oh, every time I hiss, she has to nuzzle me to make sure I'm okay.
Mm-hmm.
You're so cute. You're so cute. Yeah. You're still a dumb fuck. Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Oh.
Okay.
I can call you.
Something,
This is the funny part. I can call you dumb fuck, but if I call you chonkers.
Okay, we got a couple of comments on my Star Trek video that come up from Introspection with Jeff. Got a couple coming.
Oh, she can't stay mad. She can't stay mad. She yelled at me, jumped out, and then turned around and looked like.
No.
Wait, no, and turned around and jumped back up.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, oh, I need more love.
Thanks for giving a refreshing, realistic perspective on the show. And what I'd love to see is a history explaining what caused the product, the look of the show to change over the years. How did Fred Freiberger become head of production, etc.? I don't know if I've worked an entire video on that, but I can tell you, Freiberger had been in the business for quite a while. He worked on different shows. Probably, what wasn't readily available, though, is that generally when he would do a show, it was usually only a one-season thing, or he was on there for the last season. So, like, somehow he managed to avoid the label as a show killer. I think that mainly came out when he got on Star Trek, and there was a noticeable change in the tone. Okay, that's taking too long to load. No, I don't think. Okay.
Don't you know that I could just thump her on the head and call her dumb fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, God. Oh, man. All this talk about cats and whatnot, I just remembered something. There was an episode of NCIS where Gibbs and Ziva were, going to a crime scene. This
Look up.
cat comes out, and Ziva says, "Shouldn't we go ahead and catch the pussy?"
Can somebody get stuff to look up?
I see it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, Ziva waits just a beat before she finally says cat.
Well, there are all kinds of fun with the Ziva saying not quite the right thing.
Yeah. The reason they were trying to catch the cat is because the cat had blood from the crime scene on his paws.
Mm-hmm.
So that meant taking him in and, looking for DNA and whatnot.
Oh, something Mara Jade posted on Instagram. And we can play it again here. This mountain getting struck multiple times, I think. But look at this.
Whoa!
Yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Get out of that.
Ay. Yeah, I figured y'all were going to keep me up anyway, so I might as well
join
jump
in.
back
Yeah.
in. So is Dumbfuck still up there?
Which dumb fuck?
Her Dumbfuck.
Oh,
right here.
Yeah. Hello, Dumbfuck.
Okay, I'm gonna get out of this rabbit hole here. Well, like on that, but yeah. Okay, that's enough of that. Meanwhile, oh, something's happening over here. Let's see. Whoops, get out of that. Okay, some kind of notification or something, and the fuck was that? Oh, some kind of this.
What?
Oh, it's a thing about somehow on the latest lower decks, they got one gal wearing a hijab with a uniform. It's okay, fine, whatever. And another guy in the shuttle bay, he's clearly a Sikh. He's got the beard, dark, and the turban. And I spot, it's a Sikh. And well done. And one gal, what do you mean? How do you know? It's just, no, it's a Sikh turban. Okay, it's not it's not any kind of thing to try and stereotype or the word a turban must be Sikh. No, that's a Sikh turban. Okay, it's very distinctive. And this other guy's showing up some stupid shit. I don't know, whatever. I might just bail out of that one. But,
Yeah.
I got enough weird debates going on as it is. I don't even have to argue about whether or not Christianity and Islam will survive into the into the 24th century. It's like, but it's like, and Sikhs are not Muslims. Sikhs are the Sikh religion is something that thinks all religions have some kind of truth to them. We've all got a different part of the elephant, basically.
I'm trying to remember the term for the Christian sect that believes that also, but that was what Madeline L'Engle actually believed.
Oh.
Yeah,
this is one thing when I got out of the damn hospital, because I was able to drive. I was driving from condo to the local branch of the Denver Library, and just going and crack my neck, and then big, and then suddenly I got some feeling back in this arm. I could not get much more of the claw thing out of his hand. Suddenly I could move the fingers again. So that's like, multiple sclerosis, my ass. It's been the pinched nerves. I've been saying it all along.
Unfortunately, when you do nerve damage, it takes a long time to grow back, if ever. And so unfortunately, I got a lot of nerve damage along here, affecting my left side. Some of it permanent. And it was like everything from the top all the way down. If I really think about it, I can still feel up here. It's not, things are buzzing a bit. A lot of it's gone backed off, but they get little patches here and there. I'm like, well, leg. Okay, that part feels now normal. This part, no, it's just still buzzing. So there's still hope that the system's trying to reconnect. Just be nice to be able to get back to normal movement before I die. Be nice to be able to run again without having the assistance of a shopping cart in front of me. Just to restore normal balance, please.
Yeah. Hey.
Let's see. The video look I put up earlier was to Kipadata Wet Dream. Remember one line he had in his stand-up when he was on the Tonight Show, told me, about the stupid, snorting cocaine. It's like, I tell people, the only thing that's been up my nose is this finger. Okay,
Ew.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, you remember all those candid phone sketches I did?
It's Rick Dees. I know, yeah. I'm not going through that again.
Oh, those were funny. Like the Michael Jackson one? Oh,
yeah.
I hadn't heard that in years, but oh my God, it was so funny.
Yeah, I remember one time I found the album Disco Duck at the thrift store, but I couldn't get it because didn't have the money at the time. But
I figured something out responding to the comments dealing with that whole Britney thing.
I'm
looking at her face, and a lot of the crazy look in her eyes is actually the eyeshadow coloring around.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it
really makes her eyes look out of whack.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you actually look, it's not the eye itself that's looking crazy. It's the fact that the eye looks like it's blending into the black around the eye.
Kind of glaring a bit, yeah. Well, a little note on the indie front, her ranking stars is it's straight 50s. The only thing is yearly rank is still 41, which is still down quite a bit. Because she was in the mid 30s up until just a little while ago, but now everything is everything else. Weekly rank, monthly rank, it's all 51, 50, so her rank is slipping. It's got to be starting to affect it somewhere, because that's a paycheck. So it's like, it's not just us yelling at you, you're not a boy, you're a girl. It's also your audience saying that we ain't this, ain't that, You could get a whole new bunch of fans. No, you're not. There are not that many people who are into that. Yeah. Not enough to replace the ones you're losing, Because imagine a lot of people saying who are looking for femboy twinks are hitting those things. Oh, what this? Well, she's praying pretty good. This is playing pretty bad. Hey, that's a girl. What kind of bullshit is this? It's something that still hasn't quite sunk in. Gay men want live dick. They don't want a pussy. If they want a pussy, they wouldn't be gay, now would they? It's a boy pussy. No, boy pussy is another word for ass. Gay men, straight men, there's still the same methodology, and the way the mind still works the same way. They want what they want, okay? And just try and push off something. No. If I wanted that, I wouldn't be gay. Come on. Do the math, people. Closer you can get as a bi guy who'd be willing to play along, but other than that, no, don't fool yourself. Like there's pushing from the other side. These whacked out men trying to claim to be trans lesbians. No such thing. Lesbians don't want to suck a dick. Okay? They don't buy the idea of girl dick. The one thing Ariel Scarcella, helping back a bunch of buttons to say no. Lesbians don't, lesbians say no to girl dick.
That's not
Doesn't work.
lesbian. That's femboy shit.
Yeah. And it's like
completely different kink and fetish, people.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's the thing. That's not a sexuality. It's not a lifestyle. It's a fetish. You can't find regular women. You're trying to sucker some lesbian and thinking no, lesbians don't fall for this shit either.
I'll borderline on that because I think the people that are truly kind of weird and kind of were borderline femboy naturally, that actually there is a lifestyle to them, but most of the people that go after them, it's a fetish.
Yeah.
So I think it's kind of a bit of both.
Yeah, the ones who are like outside of Marcus Deeb. The Offensive Tranny is this channel. Again, biological female, and we open about it. No, by female, but has gone through transition, gone on testosterone and got the surgery, top surgery. Well, I'm not doing bottom surgery, and I don't blame it for not doing that.
And by the way, I know there are cases, I've seen a couple of them, where they've managed to get doctors to add the male parts without removing the female. So they're literally turning people into hermaphrodites in some cases.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Not that the male parts
which has all kinds of medical issues when you're trying to function two at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's not even trying to select. That's just flat out manipulating.
That's I want a tail. Okay, and you find some idiot doctor who'll give you one.
Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. Sorry.
Normally medical ethics would say, no, I'm not doing that. You're out of your fucking mind. Get out of my office. But
remember, it was Dr. Nick he used to help him convince people that he could intentionally make himself morbidly obese so he could get on disability.
Oh boy.
It's like there are doctors. They will do anything for a buck. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Oh, there definitely are.
It's like top surgery. You want to add a third tit? Yeah, we'll do that. Yep.
Actually, I think a lot of plastic surgeons are that way. The shit they do, how many times they do plastic surgery on the same women over and over until they could literally blink their lips. Come on.
Yeah.
You can't tell me that's not abusive shit at that point.
You got some of these. You think, how could you possibly think this is attractive?
Like that guy that's trying to make himself the ultimate woman by making himself an anorexic-looking Barbie with huge fake tits and massive lips.
Yeah, it looked like a fucking distorted Barbie doll. A bad anime drawing.
And that was a guy that started doing that.
Remember that one asshole, honey?
Which one asshole?
Mulvaney?
Dylan is small potatoes. I'm talking these people that.
You have to see the pictures of some of
I've
these.
only seen drawings of people this exaggerated. But there's a video and they're blinking thinking, what the hell am I looking at? It's
like this woman, this porn star that decided she was going to do a music video when she obviously was fake playing the guitar. Has had so many implants put in that it's like 3 times the size of mine, and she's got like a scrawny twig.
Yeah.
And they don't move when she's moving around. And she's standing up there fake playing instruments in a studded bra and thong.
It's like, did they put helium packets in there too to keep it from, bouncing off your knees? It's like,
oh boy.
Do your tits hang low? Do they wobble to and fro? I mean, let's be honest, real tits move. I have embarrassing stories about that. Real tits don't cooperate. Real tits are the way I ended up giving myself a concussion trying to streak as a teenager.
Oh, honey.
Oh, and by the way, you have never been bitch slapped till you've been bitch slapped by your own
By
tit.
your own tits. Okay.
I don't streak now.
Obviously, no.
It didn't end well.
We're coming up on 5 hours.
Holy shit, dude, really?
Yes. 4 hours, 53 minutes, and 30.
Oh, hell, why not?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that. Yeah.
It's more entertaining to be here than dealing with those dumb fuckwit cocknockers.
Mm-hmm.
And then that little E-thought bitch that's been fucking around trying to harass me and my friends this last, 2 days. She's apparently threatening now that she's going to go scorched earth and have her followers harass us, stalk us, and call us these names until they all get banned.
Is this Umpsy or is that one or another twit?
This is the what's her fucking name little bitch that was basically saying that shaving means you're pedophile shit.
Duh. What?
Yeah, because she's trying to claim that shaving body hair is rooted in pedophilia, which no, it's rooted in hygiene from Egypt in the desert. But I mean,
it's like some people just don't like hair. Okay.
It makes us look like little boys. No, it doesn't.
No,
look, if shaving your hair off,
build makes you, look at,
Look, if shaving your hair off makes you look adolescent, there's something really weird and wrong with you.
Yeah, it's like you're probably built like a 12-year-old. That's probably what makes it look,
I have ornery below me clawing my stomach and rubbing on it here.
Aww.
She's like, I want attention. Give me more attention. She's been like this ever since we got back. Haven't you?
Yeah.
Look at this. How many cats will actually let you do this with them?
Aww.
Just hold them out in the air like this by one arm.
I don't think Jones would have put up with that.
Most cats won't. It's a severe trust thing.
Yeah.
They have to feel like you're balanced and you won't hurt them. Yeah. Good girl. Good girl. Yeah.
Loves you.
Yeah, we have got this place cleaned up enough that I'm thinking we could probably get a cat. I want to get straightened out more.
Okay.
But we're
I tried
getting
to pull her
closer.
back away from me as she dropped herself into my face and started nuzzling. Like, no, please, I want to hold you longer.
And I think I want to get some more shelves first and maybe get a couch. But then we'll start seriously thinking about getting a cat.
Steffi needs one, so she'll quit obsessing over all my pussy.
Oh, yeah.
Ornery's like, I don't want to be held like this right now. I want it. Well, oh.
No. Now you
She's
want to
like,
escape,
no,
yeah.
I want it. It's not escape. It's I want attention. Don't hold me out away from you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mama, love me.
That's awesome cleavage.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cleavage to see. I mean,
yeah.
It was like Ornery was holding down your shirt.
Well, yeah. Yeah, where's another thing I did? Hold on.
oh, Panther's crying. Panther, sweetie, come here, sweetie. Panther, come here, sweetie. Hey, Steve. No, that was a weird echo.
Hey.
Yeah, me, Panther. He's starting to cry. He's over here.
Poor baby.
He ain't no baby anymore. Holy crap, the size this cat's gotten. And his face don't look the same as when I first got him. Look at it, it's maturing a lot. He looks more matured.
Yeah.
He's like, hold me, don't do that. What you doing? Oh, you want food. That's what you want.
Yeah, here's one of the buttons that when the Ariel is pushing.
Fun, you could have waited to rustle around until I could have held him for a minute.
Anyway.
I like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
What does it say?
I don't have a gender identity. I have a personality.
Holy crap.
Yeah. Let me get her to see if I can. This thing, they're going to the. That's kind of like where I'm going to think, like. Like, people. This, thing is supposed to be, so inclusive, and now we're going to include everybody and all this. Like, no, you're not. You're actually pigeonholing people into holes they do not belong. Yeah.
Well, what's all this gender normative shit?
Yeah.
Eddie Izzard saying that whether or not he's a female is based on wearing a dress that day. That's the most sexist shit.
He's still built like a rugby player, and
this is a minstrel show where they're putting on female face and acting like whores.
Oh God.
And it's really offensive, actually.
Okay, here's where we start going a bit here. Let's see. But kind of like, bring a lot of tension there. It's like, read the last bit very carefully, Andy. It's like, you can have Indy when we're done, And go into a bit more detail here. It's like, still think these guys give a rat's ass about you? Do friends talk about friends like this? So seriously, and everything we indicated right here is that this is one of your friends, the ones you trust so implicitly. That's the way they're apparently are talking about you. You can have her when we're done. Done with what? You need to stop, automatically blaming everybody else and saying, no, look at your own house here. Look at the people you have surrounded yourself with and how they're talking about you to other people.
They don't care about you.
They don't give a rat's ass about you. You are not a person to them. They are not your friends.
You're just a piece of meat.
Yeah. But I'm like, you don't care about the fuck I don't. Come on. You think I would go to these links for someone I didn't care about, for God's sakes? Come on.
I ain't going to the links. I don't give a shit.
No.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
I'm only here to keep Bob from getting himself in trouble because I care about him.
Mm-hmm. And believe me, that's a full-time job. Okay.
You're not kidding. You're a bit of a dumb fuck at times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, he is.
To save the day. Yeah. All right.
Yes,
Yeah.
Captain Save a Ho.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, he is a dumb fuck at times.
I'm still working up ideas for a T-shirt. Some kind of character design thing. No, I do have ideas for my own little comic book universe here. I'm kind of envisioned as like the Tick, but from the perspective of American Made, the only sane person instead of surrounded by all these crazy idiots.
Hey, I'm offended if you do it that way.
Nah, it's like it's
the only sane person.
Well, I got one other character that be qualifying there. Got I got Shatterstar here, and also that other character, Sewer Rat. They're the two that would consider them halfway sane. The rest of them, like I got one guy. I'm calling him Wretched Refuse, a homeless superhero, mainly because he's bug fuck nuts. His costume is made up of cast-offs from other superheroes. Like the boots don't match. He's got one energy band. He got, the cape is an old army blanket. He uses a squeegee as an implement.
Oh boy!
And it's a little unhinged in how he defends, folks, that sort of thing. Yeah,
Honestly, I was not yawning
weird-
at your idea. I'm just
I know.
tired.
Yeah, no, it's been but stuff like that, it's like. And I'm not making up a time. I'm setting it in Denver. Okay, so yes, Denver. Like Denver, Boulder, home of the weird superheroes.
Oh, speaking of Denver, there is a movie out that actually got Denver right.
What?
That Tom Hanks thing, Finch.
Okay.
Because there's a scene where Finch was driving through Denver, and you could see the cash register building.
Okay, so it actually showed Denver.
Okay, so question to the Denver folks.
Okay.
What did you think of how they portrayed the city in Last Man Standing?
I haven't watched enough of. Are you talking the Tim Allen thing?
Mm-hmm.
I haven't watched enough of it. I mean, yeah,
it was
we got.
based in Denver. One of the
Yeah.
scenes is her talking about what college choices and going, but if you go to Laguna Beach, you look out the window and you see the beach. You go to UC Denver, you look out the window and you see Denver.
Yeah. Because it's in town.
Well,
but it actually does talk about some of the
Yeah,
neighborhoods and stuff.
That
in
sounds
it,
like that
so.
sounds like probably a running. That probably a joke they heard when they're asking. Oh yeah, you see Denver.
I
You
would-
see Denver.
I would think he would get it right since he actually was born in Denver and raised part of the time there.
Oh,
and then
okay.
grew up the rest of the time in Michigan.
That makes sense. I didn't know about that.
When they did Home Improvement, they dealt with his Michigan heritage
Yeah.
in it, and he said he wanted to talk about his younger years and his birth heritage, and do the next show in Denver. So he is from the city.
Okay.
So I would think he'd try to do it a bit more accurately.
Let me look up his bio here.
There's a lot of stuff about. I don't even know if it's listed in bio, but it's in his books he wrote.
Yeah. Yeah. Born in Denver. 53. I was born in 64. So yeah.
I do know his books are kind of interesting, and one of them's actually called "Never Stand Too Close to a Naked Man."
Yeah.
Because the books are like a combination of jailhouse drug dealer combined with physics obsessed somebody into
Yeah.
GQ kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's really weird shit, but I mean, he did one that's literally called "I'm Not Really Here,"
Yeah.
which is him talking about how he's some figment of the universe's imagination and shit. But in Never Stand Too Close to a Naked Man, he actually goes into the prison shit and some of that stuff
Yeah.
and his behavior. And the first one of the main chapters in it is called "My Name Made Me Do It," where he goes into what his actual last name
Yeah.
is.
Timothy Allen Dick. Yeah.
Where he starts telling everybody, "I'm probably a dick." You got to realize he got arrested for Grand Theft Auto when he was 11.
Yeah. He likes cars.
Well, that was also
He's
right
got,
after his
he's
dad
got
died.
he's got a small collection of his own.
They
not-
did actually
yeah.
use part of his life, and
Yeah.
the part about his dad dying in Home Improvement at 11 is actually true. And yeah,
Yeah.
he got arrested for Grand Theft Auto when he was 11 because he was hijacking cars after his dad died.
Ooh.
It's killed by a drunk driver, and he was 11. 2 years later, his mother married her high school sweetheart, a business executive, and they moved to Birmingham, Michigan, to be with her new husband and his 3 children. So, movement going from being in a cool group at one school to being at the bottom at another.
And he did not like the new husband or the family. And it comes out. Although,
Yeah.
if you watch his early stand-up and you realize that Disney watched this and said, we want to base a sitcom for families on your stand-up, but that they tried to cancel him repeatedly for becoming Christian, it shows you how twisted they are.
Yeah.
Because his early stand-up is misogyny personified.
Yeah.
At one point, talking about dealing with his newborn daughter and crying, screaming, bitch from fucking hell. And like, oh God. Don't say that about your toddler or your baby, please. Right? Just to look good.
Yeah.
But it's like, that was also when he was just coming out of prison in that time frame too.
Yeah.
I mean, there's jokes in that stand up about who could give a better blowjob than a guy because we know what we want.
I heard that from a personal friend of mine from high school. Actually, he had gone off back to Boston or something. He came back to visit, and he had dabbled a bit, and then saying, "Yeah, it's like he let him. He got a blowjob from the gay guy." And guys do, because they know exactly where where to put that tongue and where to make it work.
There's comments that he made in that where it's almost evident that he probably experimented a bit in prison.
It's probably a case of you do it or they're going to experiment on you. It's like you do what you do to survive. You just want to get the fuck out. Okay, you can pretend it never happened after you get out, but
It was it's interesting stand-ups. If you actually want to sit down and watch them sometime with me, I know where the link to them is.
Yeah.
They're pretty short shows, but holy
Yeah.
shit! You can see where they based both of the shows on.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, there's some clips from, I guess, a fairly recent Last Man Standing where they have Tim Taylor show up.
Yes.
You got Tim the Toolman Taylor interacting with whatever his character name, and like
Mike Baxter, by the way.
Yeah, the difference between the two characters is rather,
Well, there's a part in the show where
yeah.
they meet this neighbor
Mm-hmm.
who happens to be played by the woman who played Jill on Home Improvement, Patricia.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And she at one point looks at him and goes, "You remind me of my husband if he really let himself go."
Yeah. Oh yeah, when they meet in the kitchen. Yeah, you look just like me, except you have to gray. Like, yeah, you look just like me, except I don't color my hair. I don't color my hair.
Oh God!
And they kind of go back, and they're. And this thing was kind of arguing with himself at one point.
There was a period in the show for a few seasons where off and on regulars were played by Ingval and Leno.
Mm-hmm.
Ingval was playing a minister. Picture that one.
Oh, I can picture that. That's part of
Bill
being
Engvall?
Part of being Texas. You know how to play a minister. Okay.
I don't know. His minister was pretty demented in a lot of ways.
Yeah. Oh yeah. A lot of them down south are. Okay. That's why they're ministers.
Oh shit! You want to see something really funny?
And him and Leno are buds, so they do a thing.
Yeah.
He had Mike Roche as his older brother. I know one time.
Yep.
Yeah. If you want to see something really funny from Bill Engvall, look for a series called The Golden Palace. He had a guest shot on there as Blanche's son, I believe.
I remember that show actually.
Yeah, the spinoff from Golden Girls. Yeah.
I remember it.
Lasted a year. Even bringing in B. Arthur. Yeah.
It was a much better show than it got credit for.
Yeah, but it was also it's the same. And the thing is, they didn't have B. Arthur there for the main thing, so they brought her.
Well, the reason why they spun off was because B wanted the show to end. She wanted to take off from it. Not that she didn't love working with the girls. Not that she wasn't any of that. They adored each other. There's enough they wrote about it. She just felt it was time to move on and do something else. The rest of them didn't want to let go, so they said, "Let's do another show." People just didn't connect to it as much without all four.
Yeah,
which is really actually kind of sad because it was actually a really good show.
Yeah. Don Cheadle and Cheech Marin in there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the funniest episode that I saw was the final one, I believe.
You don't need to yell, dear.
Well, sorry. Well, all the girls had decided. Well, the girls had decided to go ahead and get fertility treatments, and next thing you know, Blanche is coming in with with a baby bump. Rose is coming in with a baby bump. Even Sophia is coming in with a baby bump. And here's the topper. Roland comes in with a baby bump. And he's a dude.
Yeah. That's the thing. We're ending it. Screw it. Let's get weird.
You remember the show Becker, right?
Yeah.
The last episode when they were making them end the show,
Mm-hmm.
and he sits there complaining about Mr. Nielsen's test results, and I don't know what the problem is. These numbers are good. But there's this woman that's appearing throughout the episode that's coming in and driving him absolutely insane. She's asking these weird questions. She's obviously mentally deranged and stuff like that. And finally he gets her to leave the office, closes the door, and goes, I pity the poor bastard who ends up married to her. Do you know why that's funny?
Mary Steenburgen? Yeah, that was his wife.
I know. Still is. They're still together.
Yeah.
Throwing that in, having her come in and having him say that line, and he's smirking as he says the line as much as he's trying not to.
Oh, yeah. It's probably the
But,
one take they got where I was busting out laughing.
You remember the show Psych, right?
Which show?
Psych?
I never watched it. Yeah.
Okay, so in the series, there's this reoccurring character arc of serial killer, which turns out to be actually a group of people doing it.
That's why they never got him.
The first time it's the yin and then yang and stuff, and it's these stuff, and they keep trying to go after stuff. I mean, kidnaps his mother, tries to kill his partner, all this other stuff, his girlfriend stuff. I mean, really sadistic stuff doing. And so you go through, you find that the first person that they caught doing it, well, she was a part of it, but she was actually kind of a victim of the ones that were doing it. She was just kind of in love with him since she saw him as a child and thought he was a sweetheart. And she was just not mentally there. And that was actually played from the woman from Short Circuit. Stephanie made a good Psycho, by the way.
Wasn't it Ali Sheedy?
I can't remember her name, but yeah,
Ali Sheedy.
The one who played Stephanie. So then she ends up in a psych ward, and the killings start again while she's there. So they go through this for several seasons trying to find this killer and stop it. At the end, towards the end of the series, they've concluded, they find it, and the person behind all of it is named Allison Cowley. Do you know why that's hilarious? Timothy, I can't remember how to pronounce his last name, Osmond or something like that. The one that did Gallivant, Judging Amy, all those.
Yeah.
He was one of the main stars of it. Lassie. He was one of the police officers that they made Lassiter, so they made Lassie jokes at him. He helped name the character, and that's actually his wife's name. So they named the big villain through the show the psychotic serial killer after his wife.
Oh boy.
And a few years ago, I'm going through Twitter, and he posted a thing about happy birthday to the real Allison Cowley and stuff, and tags his wife into it. It's like, oh my god. But they love each other. And the reason why it took so long for them to make the movies that they were making based on it is actually not long after the show ended, while they were starting to work on trying to set up to make the first movie. He actually had a massive stroke. And in the first movie, they wrote him out of it except for a phone conversation, vid chat with his ex-partner. And you can see actually in that, if you're paying attention, he's having trouble talking and his face is kind of stuff. So then they took a couple years extra in between movies. While they were waiting for him to go through all his recovery, his physical therapy, see if he'd rebound enough. The second movie they rewrote as Lassie come home and made a whole dedication to him coming back to the force and stuff, and wrote this whole story about him going through physical rehab because he'd been because one of the perps tried to kill him and stuff. But they made the whole movie about him welcoming him back, which I actually thought was sweet. But there's lines in
when
Psych
this one
that,
down here had her stroke, that was a rather odd moment. I'm thinking.
I was gonna say there's lines in Psych I really love. Like they pushed the boundaries with the show anyways with some of the stuff they said, and it was very. The boys were obsessed with 80s and early 90s culture, so there's a lot of references to things we would love. But at one point in the second movie, as the movie's starting, He turns to his partner, deadpan, looks at him and goes, "Don't be the night your dad fell asleep inside your mom."
Ooh.
And me and my husband just look at each other going, "That happened."
God. Oh.
You were saying something about me, honey?
Well, yeah, but that not you had your stroke. I mean, it was a full-on stroke, really.
Yeah,
Like,
Timothy had a really severe one. It took him years to get back to be able to do the thing, and luckily he did. And
yeah,
but I mean, did you ever see Gallivant?
I saw the ads and really wasn't that interested.
It was actually hilarious. It was well written, and there is at one point a place where Weird Al shows up as a singing monk.
Oh dear God!
It was one of the only things in the modern era spoof stuff that I actually think had a lot of the spirit like Mel Brooks would have had.
Yeah. You ever heard of a show that Mel did back in the 70s when things were rotten? That one, it was about Robin Hood. Yeah, Dick Gautier though was Robin Hood, and Friar Tuck was Dick Van Patten. And he was on the Mike Doug's talking about
If I'm comparing the show's comedy style to Mel Brooks, that means I really liked it.
Yeah.
In that well, at first you think he's a scuzz-sucking king, but then it turns out he's actually being manipulated by the psycho slutty bitch who's manipulating him and the hero. But the one playing that king is actually Timothy again. And Gallivant just goes straight for the jugular at the beginning.
Yeah.
The opening song where they're introducing the character and explaining his love for this maiden who then betrayed him to leave him for the king and stuff like that. And there's points in it where they're flat out calling her a skank and slut and stuff like that. And it's like very blunt. They just did not mince words. And one of the arrogant, I think I'm so handsome, wonderful guys. It really played on that stereotypes, and they did songs making fun of how bad life really was in the Middle Ages and why it's funny people glorify it and stuff like that. It was interesting. There's one point where they're singing about, and we'll have like 30 children, and if we're lucky, one will survive and stuff like that. It's like really twisted shit. And I saw the ads, and I thought the ads kind of sucked, and they did not show the good jokes at all. But the show was actually funny and visceral.
Dick Van Patten, when Mel Brooks asked him to play Friar Tuck on the show, and Friar Tuck is like, I mean, he's a husky. I mean, Dick Van Patten say, yeah, I'm a husky guy, but Dick Van, Friar Tuck's over 400 pounds. No, but you have fat face, and gee, thanks, Mel.
But yeah, I mean, you guys know that my obsession's Mel Brooks, and basically since the mid '90s, I've liked for spoofs, Gallivant and Galaxy Quest, and that's about it. Which should tell you how picky I am.
And Galaxy Quest really isn't a spoof. It's really an homage.
It was kind of done as both, and it really was done with a reverence to what it was making fun of, which is why it was good.
Well, it's frequently ranked as one of the best Star Trek movies ever made.
Oh, that reminds me, honey. Yeah. Have you ever told her about the story about Enrico?
Well, when they were doing Galaxy Quest, but establishing how because they didn't really have much, nothing in the script really about how the Thermians acted. And so he developed that voice all of his own. You must help us, Commander, and walking, having the arms and the legs move in the same thing, not counter to it, but.
You mean the voice that almost sounds like a bad mock-up of autism and Downs in one?
Yeah, and he's the only one who did that voice. Now, he's Western stuff, but as far as moving around and looking like, and again, like when they're walking, if the right leg goes forward, so does the right arm. If they're all, instead of normally where they're counterbalancing. No, And the director said, yeah, do what he's doing. That's it. Yeah, there's
You know
something.
how
Yeah, follow
many
him.
times they've tried to make a show of that, and every time they tried to, something happened to it.
Well,
The
Alan
last
Rickman,
time-
yeah, Alan
the last
Rickman
time-
dying put a big kibosh on it. Yeah.
Well, they were really close to filming for the show when that happened.
Yeah.
And the cast looked at each other and went, I can't do this without him.
No, it's not the same. Yeah.
They do want to try to do the show and try to do it as almost a tribute to him now that it's been some time.
Yeah.
And I think if they do that right, it could be honorable and good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's got to be done right.
Yeah, that's the thing. And unless you can ensure that, you're probably just better off just not doing it. Yeah.
I think out of the people in that culture, in that world, if I were somebody I would think would really fight to do it right and be respectful, I would say it's Tim Allen.
Yeah.
Like him or love him, he is really good when it comes to honoring his friends and co-stars.
Yeah. They did not get along on that set for a long time, for the most part.
It took them, actually, the hatred at the beginning and the love at the end were not fake either.
No. And it really took when he was doing because he didn't like the way him and the other comedians on the set were just taking it much too lightly. They're not, and so and that worked in a thing. You never cut about the craft, so.
Oh.
But the scene where he has to tell Balthazar that it's all fake. I'm not the commander. We make up story. We lie, and just having to just break this guy's heart. And he really put him. And after the scene's done, I got a minute. I need a minute. And Rickman said, I do believe he's had his first experience of acting.
I don't think it was his first.
It
was a moment where it was
yeah.
a moment where Rickman saw that he wasn't just the clown that he portrays himself as.
Yeah, he actually, then he would, and
that he really loves the craft.
I don't think Tim knew he could dig that deep.
There's a movie he did that should have been way better rated than it was. It's like almost unknown to everybody, but it's a movie where he's an ex superhero, and
Zoom?
he gets stuck. Yeah.
That's
It's actually got some really
You froze. Yeah.
And it's got a very big anti-government message in it.
Yeah, that was sometime after though. Galaxy was quite a while before that. So that was probably his first time of really doing some serious acting thing. Yeah, where he actually had to pull that and not
in his
playing it for laughs.
shows,
It's like,
there were moments even in Home Improvement they did it.
Yeah.
But most people kind of glossed over that because it was so over the top usually.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you look at like one of the episodes where they thought that this lump on their son might actually be cancer and stuff, and they're waiting for results, and you see the scenes between him and Jill. No, that was deep acting on both their parts.
Yeah.
You could feel the parents more
Yeah.
fear and pain and potential mourning all playing in them and stuff. And it felt real.
I think that's the case. So they could relate on that one. You're comforting your wife. You having something horrible, and that easy to plug into that and also come out of it because you're doing it in front of an audience too.
Oh,
but I think with the Galaxy, this is where you're having to hurt this guy. This guy looks up to you as his fucking hero, and you got to crush his dreams. And it's like, holy fuck! It's like, I feel like shit.
Oh, honey.
Yeah. Well, there it is. It's only that big.
Bob.
What?
Remember that time when we tried to watch the movie with the Thermian language track?
Yeah, that's one of the extras on the Galaxy Quest DVD is the various language tracks. One of them is Thermian. So I mainly went through that because I wanted to see what would happen when we got to the scene in the limo where the one gal, her translator is off, and see if it translated to English. It didn't. It's still a Thermian. Okay, well, fine.
I was one of the ones. I noticed so many little details when I watched things. I was the one who watched that movie and noticed that they slipped and called him by his name too early with Guy. Because as they're landing on the planet, he calls him Plagueman. And I noticed that then. And it took like years before that started popping up on the internet. People were like, wait a minute, did he say? It's like, yeah. He's supposed to not have a name until the end.
Yeah.
That was a whole part of the
Supposed to
thing.
be criminal number 4.
And literally right after that whole scene, as they're landing and planning how they're going to
Yeah.
do this, Flagman, you, it goes like this, and you sit there and check like,
Whoops.
honestly, out of that crew, though, I think Shalhoub is actually an underrated actor for what he
Oh,
gets.
yeah.
He is really brilliant in his parts.
Mhm.
I hate horror movies, and I hated most of the movie, but even when you see like Thursday Ghost, his character's feelings are deep. He plays his part so well. Although I still think the best part of that whole movie was the joke about the lawyer splitting after he got split in half by the ghost.
Yeah. There's a deleted scene for Galaxy Quest, though, where they're inspecting the engineering thing, and they want to hear Chief, like Chan's opinion on everything. And they're throwing this technobabble at him. He hasn't got a clue what they're, they want to know what the problem is. And he has to try and talk to them. And, okay, well, what do you think is going on here? And he got these guys to figure it out themselves. But the way he does, like, hey, he's actually pretty smart. Because he managed to maneuver him. Okay, and then what does that indicate? And they yes, thank you for your help, Chief.
Here's a weird thing that goes back to Shalhoub a sec. My mom and sister got very obsessed with Monk for a while. And that was during one of my sister's pregnancies that they got to the hyper obsessed point with it. And apparently, and this goes to there is definitely memory in the womb. When my niece was born, the only song that we could put her to sleep by would be to sing the theme song to Monk.
Oh boy.
She'd heard that so much in the womb that was embedded in her head as something to comfort her. And the thing is, the theme song is demented. It's talking about how the world's trying to kill you and how evil and dirty and gross everything is. But that was the only thing that would put her to sleep.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I should look through the pop charts of 1963 64. Okay. Late 63 and early 64. See if there's something in there that, because.
But I'm sitting there going, I wonder if people realize.
It would explain my affinity for the Beatles. Okay.
Do you know what my favorite song when I was a baby was? Bearing in mind that I was born in the early 80s, what do you think my favorite song as a baby was?
I couldn't even guess. Okay.
Want to try, Steph?
I don't have a clue.
Apparently, the song that Mom always had to play for me, and the song that I wanted playing anytime I was in my little, those door hanging jumper seats they used to make for babies all the time.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'd hang it in the doorway, and they'd sit there and jump and play it. It was a little bouncy swing.
Yeah.
I love that. The thing is, I wouldn't sit. I didn't want to be in it, and I didn't want to sit and jump in it unless she was playing jump.
Oh.
Oh.
I wouldn't sleep if she tried to sing me lullabies, but if they played rock and metal, I would go to sleep. A few years later, when I started to appreciate soft tones, my mom would put me to sleep singing demented old songs. I wish I was kidding at all kinds of things from all over the place.
Yeah.
And I don't even remember what song it was. Me and my mom were talking about it. It's a really demented song from my mom's youth that she's talked about it recently. And she started singing it. And as soon as she started singing it, my head went up. Because I literally saw this flash of me laying in her arms while she's singing it to me as a child.
Yeah.
I'm like, holy shit. You used to sing that to me as a lullaby. She goes, oh, shit, I did. my granny, the sweet little woman, right? This is the woman who'd walk into the room and go, brains and guts everywhere, and me without a spoon.
Oh.
Okay, one sec. She didn't have the normal Dr. Seuss books. She had one of the original copies of the 500 Hats about Ptolemy Collins, where the king's trying to cut off his head.
Oh.
This is not the stuff you usually read when you're reading Seuss with kids.
I'm gonna go ahead and
Granny
close
was the one who
Twitter
liked
here.
to listen to things like Guitar Zan and then argue with the characters in it while they were singing. She listened to it, she'd bop around to it, and when it gets to Jane going, "Shut up, baby, I'm trying to sing." Yeah, trying's right, woman, you can't sing. And it's like, Granny.
Baby.
Now, my granny was the little old lady from Pasadena.
Mm-hmm.
At least when she was driving.
Lady from Pasadena.
We sang that to her when she was driving us around places. We'd be going through the
Yeah.
mountain back roads, and she looked at us like, "Oh, look, I'm going 90." We'd be hanging on the handles. of the back,
Go, Granny, go, Granny, go, Granny, go.
This is the woman who taught me how to rock climb and do things. I remember her scaling trees and stuff with us when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Granny was an interesting character.
Okay, I'm gonna bail on these two. I'm not gonna get these videos. All right, yeah, we're at 5.5 hours now. We're both starting to fade. I think we're all starting to fade here.
I want to see pussy one more time.
I'm not going to go search for my pussy. It's either right here or it doesn't need stroked.
On that element, yeah.
I know.
All right.
Mwah. Sorry, I'm a smart ass. You know I
Yeah,
am.
yeah.
Yes, we know you are. We've always known
So on that note, I think we will wrap it up here, so we can all get. I'd like to get a little bit of sleep before.
So
things
we're
start-
wrapping it up and ending it in my pussy.
Pretty much, yeah. I got all nice and warm and cozy. Okay, yeah.
Sorry, I'm terrible. I know I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Lord,
Yeah,
I
yeah.
apologize for that.
Sorry, guys.
But yeah, I know. It's the way it's been going. It's like I'm gonna have maybe 3 hours before things start hitting my phone again. Oh, look at this! Oh, geez.
I love that he greeted his happy day to you, Captain Bob Rose at ours.
Yeah. Well, she's got the logo there. For the record, that is the Australian space program thing. It is legit. It's legitimate. And yes, they're that big of smartasses down there.
Yeah.
They're
Australia.
penal colony wankers. What the fuck do you expect?
Yeah. Yeah. What was it again? Australian.
Research and space exploration.
Mm-hmm. You got to figure they probably had a contest. It's kind of like when they, in Britain they had a, write-in contest to name a research boat, and the winning name that got it was Boaty McBoatface.
What was the contest? Name this bitch?
Pretty, it was the name of boat or a research vessel.
No, I was talking about the Aussie one.
I don't know about that. It's like,
I don't know.
All I know is most of the
probably-
Aussies I know are very firmly in the
Oh, yeah.
Fuck Victoria group.
I mean, I'd probably start off with, ASR, Australian Space Research thing, but why don't we switch those two around?
I'm still remembering that one scene in the dish.
They had a guy down there from NASA visiting their facility. Okay, at the time of the landing, Australia will be it as far as communications go. So that guy down there to make sure everything's up to snuff there, and they had a local high school band was going to play the U.S. national anthem, and they played the theme to Hawaii 5-0.
Oh Lord.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta laugh. It was Patrick Warburton played the NASA guy. Hey, yeah, I'm close enough. It was like, cause they had so many problems. Based on truth, they had so many problems. They very nearly didn't get that transmission. And they're trying to make sure the NASA guy doesn't find out about it. They'll pull the support entirely. And then he does find out that, why didn't you just tell us? We have problems all the damn time. It would not have killed the problem. So he got with them, worked it out. They got it, and the rest of the world saw the landing. But yeah, we're at 3.5, almost over the 5.5 hours here. To get any kind of replay ability out of this thing at all, I think it's time to just wrap it up.
Yeah.
And before my leg falls completely asleep. And I think we've given the haters enough material to go by here. So,
The haters can suck it.
yeah.
Hey, don't say suck it like it's an insult. It's an art form, damn it. I mean,
Besides, I gave them plenty in the last rant video earlier. Several times. You are not a girl. You are not a boy. You are not. We got several hundred hours of video showing. Even your current stuff. You're not a boy. The plastic dick from Amazon does not count. It's just a matter of how long it's going to take for her to finally wake up and realize, okay, yeah, this isn't working. And sooner or later, it will dawn on her that it's not working. It's just a matter of trying to keep doing something permanently damaging to herself in the meantime. So, and on that note, I'm gonna go and pull the plug on this. So we're down to one person anyway. So screw it. That's probably Steph. So
I'm not even on YouTube right now. So
okay, so yeah, we don't know who the hell's in there now. Probably Dinosaur, but and there's Panther. That cat's growing like a damn weed.
Yes, he is. Hey, baby.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, I've got this soft, fuzzy, big black pussy.
Yeah.
All right, end the stream. End the stream.
On that, yes.
Perfect.
Okay, we'll talk at
Bye.
you later, guys. Okay, yeah.